that at the end of the event you will not only have fantastic content and thought-provoking ideas, but you will also be receiving a copy of this book by Vladimir Fonseca. Many of you know that Fonseca addresses a group founded in 1947 of iconic figures, Ludwig von Mises, Milton Friedman, Friedrich Reich, and even Karl Popper, who has become well known because of the paradox, which was widely disseminated among us. So you'll all be receiving a copy of that book. The opening of the event will follow now. We're going to have a solemn opening ceremony. The speaker will be Salim Matter, who is one of the greatest defenders of the liberal cause, and he's president of the Institute. He has founded many leadership-forming think tanks.
Diversos estados de Brasil fue uno de los fundadores del Instituto Libre Mercado que apoya el Frente Parlamentario de Libre Mercado. Es importante.
Parliamentarians. You should know that Mr. Matter is also one of my great sources of inspiration, not just in terms of liberalism, but also in terms of entrepreneurialism. He founded a huge business group. He began with 5 VW Beetles, 6 VW Beetles, I think green in color, and I think you still have one at your headquarters, don't you, Salim? He is a person who is entirely admirable. Before he speaks, I'm going to call up a video. More than 29,000 articles. Visit our portal. Over 900 videos available. Salim, the floor is yours. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here speaking to you all. This is a setting in which we're breathing the air of liberty. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the team of the Instituto Liberal, which has put on this event. I'd also like to thank all the institutes that make up the Liberty Network, Brasil Paralelo, Gazeta do Povo newspaper, other magazines that are covering this event in the press, Money Report, which is helping us stage the event, my friend Luis Falcão, my long-standing friend, also council members or board members and maintainers, speakers at the event, and of course the audience. Liberty is the supreme value of man, of mankind. Without freedom, without liberty, there is no raison d'être, there's no reason to exist without liberty. As an individual, humans or man are the smallest minority among all the minorities. And yet, our liberties have been cut off not only by the state, but also by non-governmental organizations. Today we're here on behalf of liberty, the liberty that our Aboriginal forebears had to come down from the trees into the savannah in order to search for new horizons for mankind. They came down from the trees, first of all seeking food, and also to satisfy their curiosity and explore opportunities. This happened, and today we are the outcome of that moment, the fruit of that moment when our forebears came down and out into the savannah. It happened because at the time there was no government. If there had been a government at the time, there would have had to have been a permit to come down from the trees and explore the savannah, and there would have been taxes to pay on hunting. We would have had problems with ecologists who would perhaps be using because we would be using lethal weapons against wild beasts. Although, in fact, our forebears were the prey. At that time, if there had been what we have today in our society, deriving from governments principally, our forebears, our ancestors, they were the favorite prey of the predators. And you can imagine that using spears to kill, for example, a lioness, if that lioness was found with 2 cubs in her womb, an inquiry would have been opened, an investigation would have been opened into that person, and perhaps new legislation to say that you could only kill the lioness if it pounced on you but missed. Fortunately, there was no state, so those ancestors were able to be the start of everything that we are today. That's how mankind grew, and it was built on the pillars of freedom. Since we're here today on behalf of the cause of liberty, we see imminent risks to liberty, and therefore we staged this event to hear a range of speakers, to hear a range of points of view and opinions from people, intellectuals and politicians, economists, journalists and writers who can share their knowledge with us about the risks facing liberty. We all defend liberty, individual liberty, economic liberty, and also political liberty. All of these 3 types of freedom are all at risk, are all threatened. The topic, liberty, is the most important topic today facing man. The instinct to protect in our society is idealized by people and organizations who are full of good intentions. However, they underestimate the capacity of the individual. They underestimate the capacity of groups of individuals, and they underestimate the capacity of the private sector. On the other hand, they overestimate the power of the state and its bureaucrats, who try to take decisions about our fate on our behalf. That's unacceptable. We cannot allow the state to direct our destiny. The consequence of that is a slow and gradual but constant loss of freedom, not only in Brazil, but since the pandemic started, in other countries too. We are witnessing a huge change in our society precisely due to the fact that people have to seek out their own type of livelihood and behavior and coexistence, which is a disruption in habits concerning how humans have always lived on the planet. Since the publication of his work in 1776, Adam Smith, the world has never been the same. It was a breakthrough, the work of Adam Smith. Markets were defined, freedom to be an entrepreneur was encouraged, and the path forwards for capitalism was made smooth. The development of capitalism was the greatest development of all time. Thanks to capitalism, there has been a major creation of jobs for the mass of poverty-stricken peasants who came to the cities to seek their livelihoods. There's been constant generation of wealth, stimulating the market of exchange of goods and services and money. People had to specialize in order to understand the needs of undertakings. This cycle of imports and exports was very rapidly expanded. New social classes arose out of this process from the free exchange between peoples, companies, and nations. Income, revenue grew. Citizens began to consume more products and services, goods and services, and as a result, they obtained improvements in their quality of life. Citizens today are much happier, and also they live longer, they have greater longevity, and this is no coincidence. The countries that have the greatest rates of economic freedom are those countries where the capitalism is more advanced. It's no coincidence that these countries also have the lowest rates of unemployment, nor is it a coincidence that they have the highest rates of per capita income. It's no coincidence either that people living in those countries have a better quality of life and live longer. To sum up, capitalism has changed mankind, and has made us more long-living. In the time of Louis XIV in France, life expectancy was 35 years. And in Brazil today, it's over 70, and in many countries, it's over 80 years of age, thanks to capitalism. However, governments also began to levy more with the advent of capitalism. And through coercion, through monopolies over the monopoly of force and violence, they managed to remove more or obtain more money from taxpayers, from citizens. And unfortunately, as a result of that, with so much money, governments grew and the state became a giant. Since they have the monopoly on force and violence, an endless process of regulation, interference began in people's lives and also in the lives of companies, which is unconscionable. They passed legislation on ridiculous issues and topics, and thus they continue to whittle away at our liberties, and they've placed our liberties, put them at risk. To sum up, capitalism found and led to more revenue and jobs, employment, and made humans more comfortable, more long-living, and gave them more experiences. It's hard to understand why some people and some organizations or political parties criticize capitalism. Thanks to man's ambitions and thanks to companies pursuing profit, we are enjoying unthinkable comforts. Man never imagined the comforts, and this is what true capitalism, it needs to have the right to ownership, a clear and absolute right to ownership, and also The market must be free and competitive, but based on legal security. Private enterprise must be free to undertake without the interference from governments or from the state. And a democratic state also. The setting of freedom, the environment of freedom is suitable for the development of capitalism. Nations which are freer, as I said, they possess more capitalism, more of capitalism and better quality of life. We need more freedom, we need more liberty, we need more capitalism. And this is what we're going to hear speakers address in today's conference. It's a pleiad of people who have accepted our invitation to be here. Thank you all for listening to me, and I wish you all an excellent conference. Thank you very much, Salim Matar. We're now going to open our first panel, which is Challenges to Liberty in Latin America. We have two former presidents who will be speaking. I'll call them to the stage very soon, but first to address and give you a resume of each. Mauricio Macri was former president of Argentina from 2015 to 19. He's a business person, and he broke a cycle of twin or two-party rule. He's one of the most influential thinkers in the world, and President Macri, his major achievement was to introduce liberal reform into Argentina. With hindsight, I will say that he could have done more. But when we look directly at how Argentinian society works, above all the strength of Peronism in Argentina, we can understand and better interpret the true dimensions of his work. Our second speaker is another former president, Michel Temer, who is a constitutionalist lawyer and a poet and teacher. He was president from 2016 to 18. And in 2017, he brought in a very important labor reform. He set up conditions which are essential so that we can discuss important changes, important for Brazil, and at the same time he faced a very difficult period in the economy. The preceding government had disrupted the most important precepts of the Real Plan and launched us into an inflationary spiral with fiscal loss of control. President Temer helped recover a very important stability, but for about 1.5 years, things were not easy at all. I remember staging a debate with Ilan Goldfein, president of the central bank, where everyone was irritated because the economy was taking a long time to get back on the rails. And I said at that time, we asked for the return of an orthodox government. We wished for this return of an orthodox government. How can you ask for or dream about rapid heterodox results? It doesn't work like that. We have to thank President Temer for many things because of the challenge that he overcame. I'm going to invite the two to the stage. Michel Temer, Mauricio Macri.
Nós teremos
And by request of President Macri, we will have a 20-minute address and then open to Q&A. President Temer, are you okay with the same format? That's good then. So, ladies and gentlemen, without more ado, ladies and gentlemen, in these politically correct times, we have to mention the ladies who are present in our audience. So we'll start with President Macri.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's a great joy to be here. My dear President Temer,
momentos juntos muito especiais no Mercosul e no Brasil nesse momento. É uma alegria voltar a nos encontrarmos. Obrigado, Salim Matar, por esse encontro. Nós temos uma longa história com Salim. Nós lançamos Localiza Juntos em Buenos Aires quando Salim ainda tinha cabelo. Isso há muitos anos. Há muitos anos. E aqui estamos nós, convencidos da importância das ideias liberais e convencidos de um destino comum entre a Argentina e o Brasil. Eu sou um argentino que se em Catar, Argentina, se a Argentina fosse eliminada de Catar, eu torceria pelo Brasil. Bom, somos poucos que torcemos pelo Brasil na Argentina, mas eu sim, eu tenho muito afeto, admiração e respeito pela energia, a positividade do povo brasileiro. Mas eu gostaria, calmamente, e assim vocês vão poder me entender, dizer e compartilhar com vocês em que mundo nós estamos vivendo. Isto acontecia antes da pandemia e da guerra que teve em si mesma muitas consequências. Vivemos um mundo muito instável, da era da instabilidade política, com cidadãos insatisfeitos, frustrados, bravos. E aí você diz, bom, a política está assim, mas o mundo está cada dia melhor. E se vocês tiverem dúvidas, eu recomendo 2 livros, há vários, mas um é o Progress e o outro Factfulness, de um médico cientista sueco, onde há muitas informações científicas que mostram que a cada dia o mundo está evoluindo. As coisas que o Salim mencionou, longevidade, qualidade de vida, serviços. Então, por que está acontecendo isso? Isso se deve à era da revolução das expectativas. Todos nós sabemos que estamos diante da maior inovação, da revolução tecnológica da humanidade, a inteligência artificial, a genética, a robótica. Não só houve uma mudança no mundo trabalhista, mas também diante de um enorme impacto na educação, nos sistemas de saúde, na forma como nós nos relacionamos e nos comunicamos, e especificamente na comunicação. Hoje nós temos plataformas globais que a cada segundo nos dizem o que está acontecendo no mundo todo. Nunca havíamos visto isso antes. E hoje, uma pessoa recebe em 30 dias mais informações do que todos nós recebíamos na vida inteira há 15 anos. Aconteceu essa loucura. Em 30 dias, hoje, nós recebemos mais informações do que durante uma vida inteira, há pouco mais de uma década. Isso nos permite dizer que hoje, todos os cidadãos do mundo, sejam ricos ou pobres, são milionários em informações e trilionários em expectativas. Porque todo mundo sabe o que quem está ao seu lado sabe. Todos estão comparando. Isso faz com que todos peçam mais. Bells em Paris, os incêndios em Santiago do Chile, as revoltas no Equador, na Colômbia, aqui mesmo, há alguns anos, havia manifestações combinadas contra a corrupção, mas também se exigia mais serviços e outras coisas. E isso coloca em xeque as nossas democracias. Vamos lembrar que há somente 28 full democracies no mundo todo. Somente 28. Mas esse fenômeno das expectativas, a cada tempo vai impactar em outras formas de governo, mas justamente a tecnologia desafia a democracia em dois planos. O primeiro é a velocidade. O segundo é a fragmentação. A velocidade, porque esse aparelhinho aqui, os nossos iPhones, fizeram com que nós, tocando uma telinha, temos música aí à disposição. Tocamos a tela e vemos um vídeo. Ou um filme, nós tocamos uma tela e temos uma mulher, um homem para ir jantar à noite. Mas na democracia você não tem telas que você toca e resolve as coisas. Na democracia demora muito porque é necessário discutir, negociar, entrar em acordo. E isso fez com que houvesse a oportunidade de aparecessem autócratas que vieram de dentro do sistema democrático que disse, olha, eu tenho a solução, dê-me mais poder e eu resolverei rapidamente. Dê-me mais poder e eu te dou um presente maravilhoso. Isso às custas da coisa mais importante que nós temos, que, como dizia o Salim, que é a liberdade e o nosso futuro. Porque eles não têm nenhum problema em te dar o melhor futuro gastando todas as economias da sociedade, as reservas do Banco Central, as economias dos aposentados, as reservas de gás e petróleo, porque essas autocracias combinam com o populismo que tem uma paixão por dar de presente energia. É uma paixão. O que importa? Tudo grátis, de presente, o gás, a luz, a água. Até acabarem as reservas, anos maravilhosos, onde todos têm tudo grátis. E o que eles fazem quando acabam os recursos? Começam a imprimir dinheiro. Cada vez mais dinheiro, que inicialmente também é lindo. E aí, um ex-presidente, como um ex-presidente dizia, dá uma sensação da morfina. É maravilhoso. Aí vem mais dinheiro e aí vem o que todos nós sabemos, a inflação, que rouba tudo o que havia sido dado e cria mais e mais pobreza. E aí o que os autócratas populistas fazem? Eles inventam todos os tipos de culpados, inimigos fictícios, as corporações, os empresários que são ambiciosos e egoístas e aumentam os preços. Os Estados Unidos sempre aparecem. Os Estados Unidos sempre são a vítima favorita e sempre colocando a culpa nos outros com uma forte narrativa. E isso não é mais um problema só da América Latina. Talvez tenha se originado na América Latina. Talvez a Argentina, que sempre tenha sido de inovar, lamentavelmente, há várias décadas para uma política ruim, foi onde primeiro começou Untitled, depois Serão e Evita, que foram os mais conhecidos no mundo.
Mas isso realmente contagiou muito e hoje está expandido no resto do mundo. Nós vimos com a pandemia como os países desenvolvidos imprimiram milhões, trilhões de dólares para que as pessoas não vão trabalhar e fiquem em casa, para permanecerem em casa, essas pessoas criando planos. Na Argentina, a gente já testou isso muitos anos atrás e foi um desastre. Rapidamente, os seres humanos se acostumam a não trabalhar e a gente está cutucando o evento central de uma sociedade que é a cultura e o trabalho. Por isso, eu acredito que existe uma ameaça global atual, que é o populismo contra os valores, contra a liberdade, fundamentalmente. É preciso ter uma resposta global. Por isso, nós temos que repotencializar, depois de anos de conflitos, o multilateralismo, os avanços do multilateralismo que favorecem a troca, a abertura, como Salim mencionou muito bem. Isso é fundamental. E nós temos o G7 e o G20 que têm papéis fundamentais. O G20 que a gente compartilha com o Brasil, estamos juntos nisso. Ali nós temos que construir uma resposta global. O que significa isso? Significa começar entendendo a importância, a relevância de ter uma narrativa, um relato que evidencie o que parece tão maravilhoso de um presente melhor, mas que as pessoas têm que ter consciência que estão hipotecando e destruindo o futuro. No Chile, nós queremos reconhecer, do meu ponto de vista, a única sociedade de primeiro mundo que a gente tem na América Latina depois de décadas de sucesso econômico. Houve uma concorrência no Chile para ver quem dava mais coisas de presente, inclusive os senadores liberais do presidente Piñera apoiaram a última extração dos fundos de pensão. Vocês entendem o que eu estou falando? As pessoas economizam para se aposentarem no futuro e, com qualquer pretexto, por exemplo, a pandemia, começaram a pegar esse dinheiro que era para o futuro para dar hoje. É o sonho ideal do populista. Eles não percebem, não estão interessados no que vai acontecer no futuro, daqui a 30 anos. Eles querem viver o presente, ser felizes. Então, para isso, pega essa grana. Foram quatro vezes que eles pegaram esses fundos dessa lei de pensões. E o relato é tão forte que os senadores que representam os nossos ideais também querem fazer a mesma coisa, para não se sentirem menos. Realmente é grave, é muito grave o que está acontecendo. E eu falo mais uma vez mais, existem propostas populistas que atacam nossa liberdade e o nosso futuro. E os países do centro da Europa, os Estados Unidos, na Ásia. Por isso, eu falo que nós temos que prestar atenção e construir esse relato. E aqui é muito importante o papel, a função do setor privado. Essa batalha, que é muito desigual, diante da reclamação do imediato, eu preciso música agora, como a gente fazendo uma analogia com os telefones. Então, o setor privado tem um papel chave, tem que participar ativamente dessa discussão ideológica, sem medo, enfrentando esse tipo de veneno para a sociedade, que vai nas fundações de tudo, é a base. E isso passa por discutir primeiro a meritocracia. O populismo coloca em evidência a meritocracia. Trabalhar, fazer um caminho, o esforço pessoal não vale nesse tipo de estrutura. Você não teve o mesmo ponto de partida que o outro, por isso é injusto. Assim dizem, nós temos que te dar tudo. O Estado enorme tem que te fornecer tudo. Então, nós temos que mostrar às pessoas que o Estado somente dá para aqueles que estão governando o Estado e para os parentes daqueles que estão no governo, liderando. E claro, e nós temos os empresários que não querem concorrer, também estão ali, junto. Eu já falei com o presidente Temer, a gente tem que voltar a ter a coragem de abrir abrir o Mercosul, porque o Sul é o bloco econômico mais fechado do mundo, ou um dos mais fechados do mundo. E nós tivemos os piores indicadores de crescimento no mundo. Em comparação, em todas as regiões houve mais crescimento do que na nossa região. Por quê? Porque eles se abriram à liberdade, à concorrência. Então, nós temos um desafio imenso, a discussão cultural profunda. É o que faz falta. E quando a gente consiga recuperar o governo na Argentina daqui a um ano, a gente vai impulsionar mais uma vez o que a gente já fez com o presidente Temer e com o presidente Bolsonaro, visando a integração do Mercosul com a Europa. A gente já assinou, depois de 20 anos, os acordos com o EFTA, com Singapura, com o Japão, com China, com todos, como o Chile fez através da Aliança do Pacífico. E realmente isso resultou em crescimento, oportunidades, redução da pobreza. Eu gostaria de mostrar alguns casos de como funcionou no nosso governo o fato de caminhar rumo à liberdade, empoderando o cidadão. O primeiro caso, todo mundo sabe, é que nós não conseguimos crescer, e isso é um debate no Brasil também, se a gente não melhora a conectividade. Crescimento com conectividade. Mas hoje nós temos duas conectividades. A física é uma que realmente é difícil para um país como o Brasil, com a geografia, imaginem, com estradas, com portos, aeroportos, pontes, vias de trem. Mas isso é igual, ou mais importante que a física, que é outro tipo, que é a virtual. A gente chegou, fez uma nova lei, a gente desregulamentou as telecomunicações, a gente incentivou a concorrência, a gente aceitou o triple play, ou seja, internet, telefone e vídeo para todos. E o que aconteceu? Uma revolução nos investimentos. Fibra, todo mundo investindo na fibra ótica em todo o país. A gente aumentou 4 vezes a velocidade do serviço. E milhões de pessoas conseguiram acessar a tecnologia 4G. E o que o populismo faz? Volta para o poder agora e fala: bom, o serviço é muito caro. Serviço essencial. Vamos baixar as tarifas, preços mais baixos. O investimento diminuiu praticamente ao nível do chão, rapidamente. E hoje nós temos, mais uma vez, problemas para a gente ter uma conexão boa, até para WhatsApp. Com gás e óleo, petróleo, nós temos a bacia de Vaca Muerta. Nós temos, claro, somos muito felizardos na Argentina, nós temos uma reserva de gás não convencional maior, ou a segunda maior do mundo. Nós chegamos no governo, a gente sentou à mesa, os governadores, que éramos proprietários dos recursos, presidente, das associações e as empresas. A gente combinou mudanças na produtividade trabalhista, de regulamentação, a gente diminuiu os impostos, habilitamos a importação de equipamentos usados. Uma revolução. Aumentou 5 vezes a atividade de produção de gás. Nós conseguimos, depois de anos, conseguir um equilíbrio entre as importações das energias com as exportações das energias. Por isso, a gente fez com que as tarifas de 15% subissem a 75%, aumentando a geração, a oferta de geração. Houve revolução na energia solar, eólica, a partir do gás. Que fez o populismo quando chegou, voltou com as regulamentações de tudo, suspendeu a construção de um oleoduto que já estava praticamente no final, conectando Buenos Aires, e o projeto mais ousado é conectar a Argentina com o Brasil para abastecer de gás o Brasil, fez congelamento de tarifas e também impediu o crescimento do gás. Hoje, mais uma vez, nós temos importações líquidas de mais de 5 bilhões de dólares, no momento em que a guerra dá uma oportunidade àqueles que produzem energia para abastecer não somente os países vizinhos, mas também o mundo inteiro. Em impostos, nós chegamos e diminuímos 3 pontos do PIB em termos de impostos. A gente tinha que continuar com essa queda. A gente aprovou a queda dos impostos nacionais e dos estados. Para quê? Para gerar trabalho, porque existem trabalhos que anulam o investimento e freiam a geração de empregos. A gente fez uma avaliação das empresas com impostos ao trabalho, às importações. Na Argentina, ao invés de ter que controlar os subsídios das importações, na Argentina a gente castiga aqueles que exportam. Isso é absurdo. O que fizeram eles quando chegaram? Eles geraram 18 aumentos de impostos. Vou repetir, 18. Obviamente, também isso castigou as exportações, aumentando a pressão tributária. Em Doing Business, nós chegamos e eliminamos, removemos muitos dos trâmites presenciais, a burocracia. Tudo foi pela internet. A gente conseguiu melhorar os cadastros. Eram milhões de papéis para exportar e exportar. Era muita burocracia. E nós criamos a BUSI, que era basicamente um local único onde a gente, na internet, iniciava o trâmite e finalizava. E a sociedade anônima simplificava. SAS, em 15 minutos você conseguia abrir uma empresa. Que fez o populismo que quer controlar. Controlar para quê? Para anular a liberdade. E tudo favorece a corrupção. Anulou tudo e, de novo, voltamos para o papel. Todos os trâmites burocráticos têm que ser feitos por papel. Bom, mercado aéreo. É um país grande como o brasileiro. Imagine, para fazer conexões nacionais e internacionais. Nós chegamos através de uma regulamentação do mercado. Tirou a regulamentação e melhoraram os custos. Então, os preços realmente tiveram uma queda impressionante quando linhas argentinas perdeu o monopólio. A gente fez conexões entre 10 províncias da Argentina com o mundo, 60% mais de passageiros. A gente abriu aeroportos no país, especialmente um na província de Buenos Aires. Quando voltou o populismo, fechou o aeroporto low cost, expulsou várias companhias, expulsou a Latam, a empresa aérea latino-americana, da América Latina mais relevante. Os preços das passagens aumentaram. A gente viu que toda a parte interior da Argentina teve uma desconexão com outras partes do mundo, um desastre. Mas, de acordo com as ações de classe, queriam favorecer aerolíneas argentinas, que agora perdeu mais de 2 milhões de dólares por dia. 2 milhões de dólares por dia para prestar um serviço que é o mesmo serviço que outras empresas privadas não cobram por isso, para todos os passageiros que estão na Argentina. Em relação à carne, é um produto que a gente tem muito orgulho. Vocês reconhecem também, os brasileiros visitam a Argentina para comer a boa carne argentina. Nós chegamos e nós tínhamos cotas para exportação de carne. A gente viu uma queda nas exportações de carne. A gente sentou à mesa com todos os stakeholders da carne. A gente desregulamentou a carne, a gente abriu os mercados, terminou com as cotas, a gente aumentou 4 vezes as exportações de carne, a gente abriu frigoríficos fechados durante anos no país todo, em todo o país. Realmente uma fonte de geração de empregos muito importante. Que fizeram os populistas que chegaram 2 anos atrás, com o pretexto da inflação, voltamos para as cotas na exportação. As exportações já caíram quase que 20%. E eles fizeram com que a gente perdesse mercados que a gente, com muito trabalho de anos, conseguimos abrir, e agora vai ser muito difícil porque eles descumpriram com as exportações. E, por último, empresas públicas. Nós chegamos e dezenas de empresas públicas de questionável necessidade de existência, eles perdiam 2,5 pontos do PIB. A gente deu e fez profissionalização no nível gerencial e a gente já estava abaixo de 2 em termos de custo. Quando voltou o populismo, voltou com a politização das empresas, novamente a gente percebe mais custos, mais empregados, isso é improdutivo e hoje, mais uma vez, está acima de 2 pontos do PIB, esse déficit para o povo argentino. Em déficit geral, que voltou para meu querido país, saindo de um equilíbrio para um déficit de mais de 4% em crescimento, com inflação que voltou a ser de 3 dígitos. Essa é a nossa inflação. Isso significa que nós temos milhares de novos pobres todos os dias. Isso sobre a base do discurso que eles estão preocupados com a angústia social, que o populismo realmente vê a igualdade de oportunidades, quando, na verdade, o que faz é afetar a liberdade e destruir as oportunidades de futuro. Com muito pesar, muita tristeza, a gente presenciou na Argentina, nos últimos 2 anos, o maior êxodo de jovens talentosos da nossa história. E também de dezenas de milhares de empreendedores, de empresários. Eles foram embora. Para quê? Para investir em outra sociedade onde ele tenha respeito e condições, que não seja alvo de ataques. Por quê? Porque o populismo quer que todos dependam do governo, que todos dependam da opinião deles, do critério do governo, e combatem aqueles que, com liberdade, querem empreender, sair, avançar com criatividade e respeito, e que tenham respeito do que eles fazem, e que o Estado tenha um limite na ação em termos de não invadir a liberdade e as capacidades de crescimento das pessoas. Muito obrigado e estou aberto às perguntas.
Muito obrigado.
Muchas gracias, presidente Macri. Eu vou abrir aqui uma pergunta. Mientras nosotros estábamos conversando,
and I remembered a period in the 1980s. I stayed at a hotel, the Algonquin Hotel in the US, and I met an 80-year-old hotel manager, and he said that that hotel had been widely frequented by Argentinians in the early 20th century, and there was a proverb, as rich as an Argentinian. As rich as an Argentinian. Translating it into Portuguese again, that meant somebody who was very, very rich. When we analyze the financial difficulties of Argentina today, it began really in 1946 when Juan Domingo Perón was elected. Despite all of this, we see that populism is so strong in Argentina. Why is it so difficult to fight Peronism in Argentina? What is actually difficult in
rico como a Argentina, que teve quase que eternos estoques de riqueza, é muito difícil combater o populismo. O peronismo veio aperfeiçoando o que hoje, eu falo mais uma vez, de repente eu sou um dos únicos que acreditam que o ano que vem a gente vai voltar para o poder, e dessa vez com uma verdadeira oportunidade de mudar a realidade, porque o relato populista está desmoronando, está se destruindo, porque o populismo sem dinheiro não vai. Mas a Argentina teve muita riqueza, e essa riqueza possibilitou, durante, alguns falam 70 anos, pelo menos os últimos 40 anos, podemos falar assim, possibilitou o ataque sistemático da cultura do trabalho, fomentando, incentivando que não era necessário trabalhar, e por isso mais de 20 milhões de argentinos, ou seja, praticamente a metade da população, precisa de um plano e de um relacionamento com o Estado, um vínculo com o Estado. Quando isso começa a realmente ser maior do que as receitas do país, nós temos o monstro da inflação e começa a tirar isso. Então, hoje, essas pessoas que ainda recebem dinheiro do Estado percebem que não é suficiente. E, nesse momento, cresce a oportunidade de uma aposta pela liberdade, pela capacidade de cada um, pela superação pessoal. Mas a resposta de por que foi tão difícil, eu diria que a Argentina é um caso único de riqueza per capita do mundo, porque é um país muito grande, com muita riqueza, com poucos habitantes. E isso possibilitou que o populismo sobrevivesse às custas de levar a Argentina de ter sido um país com uma pobreza de um dígito. Lembremos, no início, no peronismo, no ano 83, tinha 6, alguma coisa de pobreza, e hoje estamos chegando a 50% de pobreza. Isso não aconteceu em nenhum lugar do mundo, nunca aconteceu. Ou seja, realmente é um período de decadência muito duro, o que a gente vivenciou. Mas eu acredito que toda essa dor está se transformando num aprendizado profundo. Que agora nós vamos ter 20 anos na Argentina de crescimento com o populismo morto ou deixado de lado, e a gente vai conseguir apostar com regras claras de jogo, com transparência, integrando o mundo. E falo mais uma vez, cada um deve progressar com o seu trabalho. E o mais importante neste mundo, todos estamos procurando como conseguir isso que é tão complexo, que é a felicidade. E eu posso falar para vocês, vou ser honesto, espero que todos vocês tenham percebido que a felicidade realmente tem a ver com o que você conseguir, com o que você é, não o que te dão de presente. Claro, todo mundo gosta de receber um presente uma vez ou outra, mas isso não te define, isso não faz que você seja alguém. Você é pelo reconhecimento dos outros, pela valorização dos outros, e muitas vezes isso tem a ver com um contrato, te pagam um serviço ou comprem um produto de você, comprem um livro que você escreveu, que escutem você quando está falando, algumas reflexões que você quer compartilhar. Então, eu acredito que também o que nós propomos com essas ideias liberais, de respeito à liberdade política e econômica e individual, é justamente o caminho à felicidade, é o caminho ao crescimento. E, com o exemplo que cada um dá, educar os filhos, porque os filhos não aprendem do que a gente fala. Por isso, os políticos não ensinam com o que falam, ensinam com o que fazem. Se os políticos são honestos, se trabalham, se respeitam, então o cidadão também faz a mesma coisa. Se o político rouba, é mentiroso, não trabalha, então as pessoas falam, nós temos que fazer isso. Imaginem, então, eu acredito que nós precisamos de bons pais de família e bons líderes, e por isso é tão importante que, no relato que tem que defender o setor privado, que realmente coloque todas as experiências de sucesso de jovens que começaram com trabalho, sem nada, e que um tempo depois têm como demonstrar o que conseguiram, o que atingiram. Esses exemplos são os exemplos que têm que estar bem visíveis na sociedade, não aquele que ele é a pessoa que é malandra, enfim, aquele que é amigo do político e que dessa forma está ali para se aproveitar de alguma coisa e consegue as coisas. Isso tem que ser esse tipo de estereótipo que a sociedade não tem que privilegiar. A sociedade tem que privilegiar aqueles que empreendem. A democracia mais de sucesso no mundo é os Estados Unidos. E Estados Unidos cresceu através de bons políticos que fizeram uma muito boa Constituição. Estados Unidos é grande pelos Ford, que criaram um carro, um veículo e venderam para o mundo. Bill Gates, por exemplo, são ídolos na sociedade americana. Nós temos que ter esse tipo de ídolos, pessoas que criam riqueza para todos, criam valor para todos. E a gente tem que expulsar os malandros que não querem pagar impostos ou que são empresários ruins, porque os bons empresários têm que ser um exemplo de empreendimento, assim como bons educadores, bons médicos. Esse é o exemplo que nós temos que realmente destacar na sociedade. Não aquelas pessoas que encontram uma porta específica para se aproveitar do trabalho alheio. É o que a gente discute hoje. Eu vou pedir-lhe agora ao Fernando, por favor. Parece que temos uma pergunta, já está com o micrófono. Presidente Macri, muchas gracias por su punto de vista. E você mencionou
statements, and you touched on a very important point, which is the absence of a narrative. The last time that the Liberals had a successful narrative with at the ballot box was Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. Even the left had to adapt and take elements from that narrative. But after the 2008 economic crisis, that narrative has got lost, and defenders of liberty have been fighting in the trenches since then and are on the defensive. You also talked about your personal history, your story in Argentina, that everything was carried out by competence. Competence doesn't win elections. Competence plus narrative wins elections. We don't have the narrative. President Macri, what narrative are you going to create for Argentina in this new phase? Will you just wait for populism to wither and die? That's not going to happen. They can reinvent themselves even if the public coffers are empty. What's the narrative for competence and defense of liberty to be so it can be something that brings people together?
Muito bom esse ponto, o que acabei de ouvir. A narrativa deles é muito poderosa. E falo isso porque isso é basicamente como um pai mágico que resolve tudo. Tudo fazendo um paralelo através de um Estado que ocupa cada vez mais espaços. Mas nós temos também uma narrativa, que está surgindo de uma forma poderosa. E nós tivemos uma grande ajuda, duas ajudas, basicamente. A pandemia, infelizmente, sobressaiu nesse momento uma narrativa intervencionista com uma força que é a mais poderosa do mundo. E isso foi confirmado. Qual é? É o medo. Ou seja, na pandemia, eles realçaram o medo. A gente esteve numa ditadura dos epidemiologistas que iam na televisão para falar cuidado, uma quantidade de coisas que não aconteceram, muitas delas, felizmente. Prognosticaram situações que não aconteceram. Claro, nós estivemos num processo de contágio, a gente perdeu muitos seres queridos, mas não o medo e as consequências de ficar isolados, restringindo nossas liberdades como nunca antes foi visto, fazendo com que as pessoas também abandonassem os tratamentos médicos. A gente não está mensurando as pessoas que, por esse abandono de procedimentos médicos, estão com problemas oncológicos, por exemplo, a educação dos nossos filhos, a saúde psicológica da população, a perda do trabalho foi imenso, porque em nenhum momento alguém falou, olhem, a gente tem que se cuidar, sim, com certeza, a gente tem que se vacinar, sim. Quem quiser se vacinar, nós temos que dar essa vacina, mas a gente não pode simplesmente eliminar a liberdade das pessoas. Isso tem consequências que a gente está começando a enxergar e pagar. Mas isso gerou o fato de entender que a gente tem que valorizar a nossa liberdade. E hoje, os jovens, querido amigo, mais do que nunca antes, através desse aparelho diabólico, não dá mais liberdade e poder sobre eles a ninguém. Então, o poder mudou no mundo.
O poder mudou no mundo e a criminosa invasão feita pelo presidente Putin, que eu tive a sorte de reunir-me 4 vezes durante a minha presidência com a Ucrânia, também demonstrou que ceder muito poder também ataca a nossa liberdade, a nossa paz, o nosso futuro. Então, são forças que estão concorrendo. O populismo é muito atrativo e diz: dê-me espaço, dê-me poder. Eu faço o maior Estado e vou resolver todos os problemas. Mas entra em choque com o que está vindo, porque o grande Estado te sufoca, te assusta, e os jovens dizem: eu não quero isso, eu não quero isso. Os jovens hoje não aceitam delegar o poder está em crise, mas não só para nós, os políticos, e me incluo, também para os empresários, os padres. Qual é o poder dos padres hoje? Há tempos, as pessoas iam pedir ao padre para dizer tudo o que tinham que fazer, os médicos. Há 5 anos, todos nós íamos ao médico para ouvir Deus nos dizer qual era o tratamento para a doença que eu tinha. Agora todos vão na Wikipedia e vão discutir com o médico o tratamento. Esse é o mundo que nós estamos vivendo, uma loucura. Então, hoje, há forças que estão em choque. Eu sou otimista. Essa revolução que enlouquece os políticos, porque hoje eles querem governar, é algo muito complexo. Mas delegação indireta ao poder, há pouco tempo você recebia votos e te deixavam lá 2 ou 3 anos até a eleição intermediária, e depois eles iam ver se eles iam continuar votando em você. Hoje votam em você e depois de 48 horas no Twitter, há pessoas que te dizem o que você deve fazer. Eles sabem o que deve ser feito, e aí, bom, eles têm aí 2 seguidores e se acham as melhores pessoas do mundo. Esse é o mundo que nós estamos vivendo. Então, essa rebelião a favor da liberdade está adquirindo um volume como nunca visto. Isso vai ser uma força imparável juntamente com essa revolução tecnológica que nos dá muito medo. Porque os populistas querem fechar as populações, isolá-las do mundo, mas é impossível porque, novamente, esse aparelhinho deixou tudo vulnerável. Superou todos os limites. Dá medo. Mas também dá a sensação de muita liberdade. Que aqui a liberdade vem para mais, para trazer mais. Eu pido aplausos ao presidente Macri.
Former President Macri.
Muito obrigado, presidente. Vamos agora passar a palavra.
I'll give the floor now to former President Temer. Are you going to speak at the lectern or where you are?
Tal como o presidente Macri, acho que eu posso falar.
I think I'll stay where I am. I'll speak from here. So I'd like to thank President Macri. And we met not only because of Mercosur, but also a number of bilateral meetings. I'd like to greet him and hope that he has an enjoyable stay now in Brazil. And his address was extremely good, and it was very suited to the occasion. Also, the questions were excellent, Luis Felipe Dávila. I'd also like to thank Salim Matar, who is also promoting this meeting. And I'd like to greet everyone who is interested in this topic. Marta, this is a very diverse audience here, and so we see the interest of Brazilians for the destiny of Brazil and Latin America. So I would like to, if I may say, piggyback on President Macri's speech. I would like to make a slight distinction. It's almost subtle, but it's very important today. I learned this over time, that there's a difference between populism and popularity. Populist measures are applauded today, but they're booed tomorrow, because in the end they damage the state and the status. But sometimes popular measures are not understood today, but applauded tomorrow. I've had this experience myself over my own government, my own administration. For example, as you said, and quite rightly you said, talked about your own government. Here in Brazil, President Macri, at a certain moment we did something which was very complex, which was a ceiling for public expenditure, which was popular but not populist. There was a lot of resistance to it, establishing a ceiling. It doesn't seem that revolutionary. For example, you can't spend more than you earn. If you earn 10 but you spend 20, you'll soon be in trouble. But if a country levies 100 and spends 200 at the end of the administration, there will be a huge problem, which is damaging to the state, because you increase the public debt and then you pay interest, and you are damaging the public coffers, the treasury. There was great resistance to that because it was a popular clash, but not a populist measure. Populists depend on there being no ceiling to public expenditure. You can do whatever you want in order to satisfy the, let's say, the political or other appetites, appetite for power. I'll say very frankly, President Macri was very interesting. Both the President of the Republic, they legitimately are interested in what they spend. Likewise, parliamentarians. I was a parliamentarian for 6 mandates. They're not that interested because they want to bring in as much money as possible for their state or their municipality. When I took office, some of my friends saw this. We proposed an amendment, and, for example, federal deputies. It was proof, or it was a test to see whether our government was supported by the Congress or not. And curiously enough, that amendment was approved at 4 in the morning on a public holiday. I comment on this because the senators, congressmen, normally with great legitimacy, you go back to your political grassroots bases, but they were there because they were supporting the government. And just another item of data, we had a public deficit of 179 billion real, and in the amendment, we predicted that over 10 years, this could break even between what you levy and what you spend. The following budget, it was 159, and then 139. And in the budget for President Bolsonaro, 119. So year by year, it was the public deficit was dropping 20 billions. It was a popular measure, not a populist measure. The next point, President Macri, what I see, not only in Brazil, but also in Latin America, I see that there's a great deal of pessimism about progress. In your words, though, and it's very interesting.
30, 40 anos,
If we look back over 30, 40 years, in Latin America, in Brazil, there has been progress. A trivial example would be the phones. 40 years ago, in order to have a fixed landline in your house, you had to enroll on a list and wait 2 years for it to be implemented. Nowadays, you have to kind of turn your back on the widespread offering of mobile phones. I think the pessimism is incompatible with the historical truth of what's been happening over time. President Macri, this pessimism in Brazil has been extraordinarily strong. I want to look at data because of concepts that I think are mistaken. So, here in Latin America, if you'll allow me to say so, in the US we don't have that. You have a little bit in Europe, but in Latin America, it's very commonplace for people to use words like center, left, and right, which, in my view, today are basically electoral terminologies. In Brazil, the hypothesis is that people who are on the right are against the poor and in favor of the rich, and the left is the opposite, vice versa. But this is a mistake. I often say, friends, ask somebody who is hungry in Brazil if they're left, right, or center. Ask people who are unemployed whether they're left, right, or center. They just don't want to know. They want bread. They want a job. And the media middle class, they want low prices. What the people want is results. And so I brought this point up because some 6 or 7 months ago, they asked me to write a preface to a book which is being republished in Brazil. It's a book by an American citizen, which is about the life of Deng Xiaoping, who came to power in 1979, and in the first meeting of the junta there, he said, we need to give prestige to Chinese companies. They provide employment. But then somebody said, but that's capitalism. And what's important here is Chinese socialism. What's important is the result. If you look at China from 1980 till today, you can see how far it has come. And as a result of that, I would like to borrow what you were saying about multilateralism. It's very important for Brazil and also for the companies of, the countries of Latin America. Multilateralism is very important. Arab countries, for example, 45%, for example, they buy 45% of our chicken meat. But we have agreements, technological agreements with Israel, which are very important. China is our major commercial partner, trading partner. The US is the second. So you see how indispensable it is to be universal in your approach while you're in power, in government. Very often that's not the case. In some Latin American countries, very often, they are bilateral in everything, perhaps trilateral in terms of their foreign relations. This is very bad, even for the phenomenon of liberty. And it encourages major conflict between social classes. For example, the major forces, the productive forces in a country, there are two. The employer and the employee, these are the main forces operating in a country. President Macri in Brazil and many other Latin American countries, what happens is we have this idea of fighting unemployment. You need to have employment to fight unemployment. To have employment, you need to have an employer. But this doesn't apply only to Brazil. Employers are seen as sinners. People have their reservations about entrepreneurs who are successful and become employers. But how are you going to fight unemployment except through companies. It's a very obvious, it's a trivial formula. But since we're in the field of these rather cliched comments, but they become indispensable. If you want there to be harmony in a country, you have to make it compatible for these two segments, the productive segments, to live together. So I take the liberty of saying that's why we reformatted the labor laws in Brazil, and it's very interesting, you should know, that this labor reform, and when you touch labor rights, it's like smoking out a hornet's nest. You don't want to touch it, and you know this in Argentina as well. But we gave them a bit of a shaking. But we were in dialogue. Even if you're the governor, you can't impose things top-down. When you're at the top, you have to persuade those people who you lead. And here in Brazil, we did that. It took us 8 months to send a bill about this reform to the National Congress, and then our labor minister visited the whole country, saw all the industrial federations, the unions, and so on, and you all know this, you've seen it, we carried this out without any strikes.
So this was a
com as instituições democráticas, não é? Não é sem razão que o nosso artigo 1º diz: o Brasil é um Estado democrático de direito. Você precisa, portanto, harmonizar as relações internas do país. Mas nós temos, como estou dizendo aqui, ainda muitos preconceitos no nosso país. Eu volto a insistir na tese do resultado.
On the thesis of result.
Macri,
still to this day, and you know that here in Brazil, we see this election preaching, the right-wing, left-wing, and the press talks about this. Such and such person is leftist, the other person is a rightist. And this is all wrong. What really matters is the result. And the labor reform yielded results. The social welfare reform had extraordinary resistance, but we overcame the resistance. And then when Bolsonaro took office, we had the approval of this large reform on social security in Brazil. So I see all of that in a quite reassuring way. And I always try to overcome the prejudice, just like the prejudice cases that I have mentioned to you, as Davila does in his articles. He always writes about this, right? And here in Brazil, we have the theme of liberty. Our theme here is liberty in Latin America. What kind of liberty are we talking about? Personal, individual, human liberty? Is it communication liberty, freedom of speech, freedom of information, liberty of initiative, religious liberty? So here in Brazil we have all of those, and they are in our Constitution. With some mistakes, I would say. As we say in Latin America, here we talk about the press liberty. There is not a single word in the Constitution that talks about press freedom. They talk about information liberty. What really matters is providing information. In a democratic state, the people has the right to know of what's happening at the state level. So we need the press liberty because the press liberty is part of the information liberty. When we talk about press liberty, sometimes people think that we favor journalists, we favor the broadcasting company, but it's not. We want to favor the people. The people must be informed. And as you said, today information runs at a very fast pace.
Eu falo uma coisa
you
agora,
took your
2 minutos
phone,
depois,
you say something
o Brasil
now,
inteiro
2 minutes
praticamente
later,
está
the
sabendo,
entire
seguramente a
country
Argentina
knows
e a
about
China
that.
estão
Definitely
sabendo
China and
o que está
Argentina
acontecendo
will
aqui,
learn what's
não é?
happening here as well.
Mas esta liberdade é
But
fundamental.
this kind of
não é?
liberty
Às vezes
is
há
fundamental.
exageros, mas é
Of
interessante
course,
quando há
sometimes
exagero,
we see
você tem
exaggerations.
medidas
But when that happens,
cautelatórias,
we have
medidas,
curbing measures.
judiciais.
We have
Quando eu
judicial
falo da
measures
liberdade
that
de
can be put into place. When I
que está
talk
inserida a
information
liberdade de
liberty,
imprensa,
that is,
se você for
of course, the
agredido por
press
veículo
liberty, if you are attacked by a certain press outlet, and this can be done through the internet, but on the internet we don't see who produced, the wrongdoing. But if you see it on printed media or TV media, you have the right to reply. What is that? So you will provide the right information. So we are talking about the freedom of speech, the freedom of publishing, the freedom of providing information. And it's also fundamental to talk about individual liberty. In our Constitution, we have the 5th article with 79 paragraphs ensuring the individual rights. This is not taken into account very often. People are not aware of the constitutional reality. Well, this may happen in Argentina and in so many other countries. People leave aside the individual rights, and this happens because of public opinion. It's quite interesting to see that phenomenon. Here in Brazil, there is this assumption. If we establish certain assumptions, the judiciary system ruling should follow the public opinion, which is a danger, I would say. Because if you want to follow the trend in public opinion, you have to modify the normative system. And we no longer do that in Brazil. Here, the judiciary system tends to follow what the public opinion establishes. And this results in instability, lack of security. I was speaking to 300 investors in New York. They all want to invest in Brazil. They want to invest in Latin America. But they want to know. They wanted to know from me, what's the environment, what's the scenario, what we foresee in the future, because there is a high level of divergence. Divergence, of course, is fundamental, but that's the divergence of ideas, not the personal divergence. It's the divergence of programs, not actually the physical divergence. And as we see in Brazil and in Argentina, we've had, physical attacks. There has been the breaking into public offices, verbal offenses. This happens daily as well. And this happens every minute because of the internet. So people commit offenses. They attack each other. This is really a bad example for the people, a bad example for the population. And mockery, we go against the Constitution. In the preamble of the federal Constitution in Brazil, that is the preamble, the introduction before the actual text. The constituents should reestablish the Brazilian state, as we did in 1988, but this should be based in the internal, domestic, and international peace. So this is what we established that the authorities should do. And here, the authorities, well, it was not a divine gift. They became authorities because of the will of the people. So what is the primary will, the preamble will? It's for the people. The people are empowered. So they constitute authorities so that power can be used. And the authorities that have been elected, very often they do not abide by the constitutional text. But we must promote harmony between the different branches. And sometimes lack of harmony happens here and in Latin America and in Argentina, so there is lack of dialogue. And this lack is so intensive and it generates a lack of harmony. And what is lack of harmony? This is miscompliance to the first will, that is the will of the people, because this lies in the Constitution. And this should be promoted by the authorities, the secondary layer. And this is a result of lack of dialogue. And this prevails the system in such a way, this prevails the people consciousness. And I remember when I was a president, I received the visit of the justices, the president of the Court of Accounts, and there was this journalist that would, stay there at the door. And when the justice would come to visit, for example, the members of the courts, this was news, immediate news, breaking news. So they used this shadowed voice as if it were a crime. Now we have the visit of the justice to the president or the leader of the Senate, as if it were a crime. But today, more than ever, we need to say what's obvious, because the obvious things are forgotten sometimes. I don't know if you recall, here in Brazil, there is this rule and an article of the Constitution, and it says, any and all public policy in Brazil should result in the Latin American Union of Nations. And that's the idea. This is what supports Mercosur today. And we were in Lima once, myself, President Piñera, the President of Mexico. What's his name again? Peña Nieto. And then we were discussing, and then you have the Alliance of the Pacific, and we told them we have Mercosur. So we have this rule in Brazil that promotes the Latin American Union of Nations. So let's bring both institutions together. So Peña Nieto, set this meeting in Mexico, and we signed. There's a protocol to promote the alliance between the Pacific Alliance and Mercosur, resulting from the conversation that we had in Lima, Peru. So I don't want to exceed my time. Can I carry on for a while? 2 minutes? Okay. So these are elementary notions. And here in Latin America, as I was reading, there are countries that have freedom of speech, freedom of communication, personal freedom, but regrettably, in some countries in Latin America, they do not fully enjoy the idea of full liberty, the liberty of the individuals. Not only the liberty of the individuals, but the liberty of association, the liberty of union, the free initiative, freedom. So we pay a tribute to free initiative in our Constitution. And Macri was speaking about the administrations. And here in Brazil, something curious happened. If you look back, you will see that here in Brazil, we had direct administration only. We had no indirect administration. So they realized that we had to expedite the administration system, so the autarchies were created. And then they realized that we had to expedite even further. So the mixed economy societies and the public companies were created so that we could use the private rules as well, make use of the private rules. But then they went beyond that. They realized that certain services shouldn't be offered by the public services, by the public sphere. And then the concessions came to life. And this is something that I used in my administration, the idea that the Constitution, by paying a tribute to free initiative, this will enable you to privatize certain public services. So we took another step towards privatizing the many sectors in Brazil. And here in Brazil, as it happens in other countries, I'm sure, when you privatize, the services get better and you relieve the burden from the public powers. So, Salim Matar, you are holding this encouraging meeting. It's not a meeting for capitalism. It's a meeting for the free initiative, and it's fundamental, so that we can use the free initiative that this meeting is promoting, so that we can further improve the public services in the country, and also the relations between our country and the Latin American countries. That's it. Thank you. My greetings to you all. Thank you, Mr. President Temer. I have a question. How do you see the declarations of the former President Lula, in which he affirms that if he is elected, he will review the labor reform? I think his intention is eliminating the rights of the workers, and I'll explain why I think that. When we had the labor reform, it was done by an ordinary law, a law that is beneath the constitutional text. We cannot change the Constitution. The workers' rights lie in Article 7 of our Constitution. So in our constitutions, we list the rights of workers, the year-end bonus, the vacation rights, maternity leave rights, all of that. So when we proposed the labor reform, we did not remove any rights because they lie in the Constitution. We gave additional rights. So temporary work, the intermittent work, as we see in Argentina and everywhere else, they work on weekends in bars and restaurants. So this was not legally protected by the labor legislation. Of course, case law and the labor courts saw this as a labor right, but there was no normative text, no normative law for that. But we established in our labor reform the labor protection for temporary work. So we could not foresee the assumption of the pandemic, but pandemic hit us. So in the labor reform, we had telework, remote work, as a labor right, as a kind of labor. So in the past, vacation should be enjoyed in subsequent days. So we enabled workers to have 3 different periods of vacation through the year. So I think that the current candidate is trying to eliminate labor rights, to be honest. And we need to be honest, of course. What he should say, and I say it publicly because I told this to the press, he should say, I will reestablish the union tax. So we have 130,000 unions. Germany has 8. The U.S. has 130. We have 130,000. So the union rates were eliminated, the mandatory union fees, because it was mandatory. The workers had to give a day of work compulsorily. Now it's a spontaneous contribution, and this strengthens the union. If you, worker, spontaneously decides to contribute and to be a member of the union, you are strengthening the union movement, right? So I should also say, answering your question, that after, I wrote some articles on this topic, they stopped, saying things about this. Because we have to do, good things for the workers. Thank you, Mr. President. Hélio Beltrão, the president of the Brazil Institute. Dear Presidents, President Macri and President Temer, I would like to congratulate you on the liberal reforms that you did. You eliminated the union fee, the ceiling of expenditures, which was fundamental. It's not the first time that I tell you this, but I would like to congratulate you on your work. So I would like to ask about your optimism. You're both optimistic, I can see here. So it seems that President Temer really trusts on what the Constitution says. It will suffice to settle things. President Macri believes that the individual empowering and having information will enable us to be more free, while the telecommunications are great achievements. Well, you were speaking about the devices. Brazilians pay 2 or 3 times more for the cell phones. But the platforms, they are neutral. They serve to broadcast ideas that work and ideas that do not work. So liberty is not that. Liberty depends on a state that is not, controlling the citizens. We should be able to use such cell phones without censorship. Yesterday, we had the federal court that, stopped the social networks. Although it lies in the Constitution that they could operate, we pay more taxes than other countries. The bureaucracy is stifling here. And Argentina had such a decline. And I confess that Argentinians do it better. You do well better in tough times. Because the good ideas, they are not replicated. And it seems to me that the population mindset is what needs to change. And we liberals, we need to better pitch the idea. So that's the challenge that I pose to your optimism. So what do you think about this topic?
Peço para que os dois presidentes
Como você fez pergunta para os dois,
respondam rapidamente, por favor.
So can you please answer briefly? So President Macri, would you like to answer first? If you would like to answer first, feel free. So you go.
Pergunta difícil.
It's a tough question, so we give it to the other person, to the other
Mas olha, eu quero
panelist
dizer o
first, right?
seguinte, eu apesar de tudo,
Well, in
eu prego
spite
muito esse
of
otimismo,
everything, I'm really
porque evidentemente
optimistic
você tem os maiores embaraços
because
no
we
governabilidade.
have
Seja de um,
difficulties
seja de
in
outro.
administrations
Aliás, no
from
Brasil,
one
nós temos
side,
muita
from
mania de
another
desmoralizar
side.
os
In Brazil, we
governantes
demoralize
anteriores.
the other administrations, the previous administrations. If you take history from the Constitution 1988 with the President Sarney, we can see that each administration did what it had to do. Some did more, some did less, but they all did something. And Brazil, our country, has an extraordinary recovery capacity. When we took office, it was May in 2016, so we had a negative GDP of 3.8%. A year later, we had a positive GDP of 1.3%. So that's the recovery capacity of Brazil. In Brazil's history, over time, we've had social crisis, political crisis, economic crisis. We overcame all of the crises. Gradually, of course. If I had more time here, I, could tell you that the ideal situation, the ideal scenario is changing the administration system. Presidentialism is something that should be ended. We should move towards to a semi-presidentialism system. But it's not the right time to talk about this now. I have hope in this country. Well, it's kind of a psychological thing. If you are too pessimistic and you are a public authority, you contaminate others. If you are optimistic, you can also positively contaminate, make it contagious to other people. So I'm really optimistic. I think that Brazil always overcomes the crisis. We've had great strides over time, and the struggles that emerge, they can be corrected over time. So modestly, that's my opinion. Thank you, Mr. President. President Macri, I would like you to please answer the question asked by Hélio Beltrão about exacerbated optimism. I'll try. Let me see if I understood.
Sim, espero ter entendido o conceito principal. Eu sempre fui uma pessoa apaixonada pelo Mercosul, justamente porque o que eu mais admiro do brasileiro é a atitude positiva diante da vida. Nós somos um povo que também pode ser um bom anfitrião, a gente tem muitos aspectos maravilhosos, mas a gente é identificada. Inclusive, isso pode ser visto pela música, por exemplo, o samba e nós temos o tango. O tango é melancólico e o samba é para frente. Então, basicamente, eu observei que a mistura entre Brasil e Argentina realmente adicionava valor para os dois. E, por isso, passa um equilíbrio sadio, com uma visão otimista, como o presidente Temer falou, que não pode ser negacionista do problema que a gente tem, mas a revolução tecnológica com certeza está abrindo uma oportunidade de ter clareza das ideias e menos manipulação. Então, não sei se vocês conseguiram ver, eu indico em Netflix o documentário da Guerra de Vietnã. É muito interessante, são 8 horas, é muito impressionante ver como vários presidentes sucessivamente conseguiram falar para os americanos que a guerra estava quase no fim, que já estavam ganhando, e era uma guerra interminável, na verdade. É um documentário de Vietnã. E é uma guerra que nunca tinha fim, porque os vietnamistas estavam dispostos a morrer até o último deles. Estamos falando de 80 milhões de pessoas, mas nunca queriam ceder a soberania deles. E isso, claro, não tinha os níveis de liberdade nem de informações que temos hoje com a tecnologia. Vamos imaginar essa guerra agora. A gente está vendo com os soldados que estão filmando, fazendo vídeos através do celular, e as pessoas também filmando a invasão. Isso é incrível, a gente vivenciou isso agora. Foi a primeira guerra desse século. Tudo a gente consegue ver. Então, a gente tem que confiar em que essas ideias que são a base da nossa luta, da liberdade, que inclui também a liberdade econômica, porque eles sempre quiseram separar a liberdade política da liberdade econômica, então essas duas coisas não conseguem separar. Nós estamos vendo isso. E os jovens têm um nível de rebeldia que é difícil. É difícil de manipular eles. Então, é o que realmente me impulsiona a ser otimista. Com certeza, é difícil esse caminho. Com certeza, eles tiveram e têm muito poder. Eles estão como co-autores dessa narrativa, eles estão colonizando as universidades, as faculdades, a mídia, com esse tipo de ideias e levando, entre aspas, a pior desgraça da democracia para que todos pensem que a gente tem que fazer o politicamente correto e não o correto. O politicamente correto terminou sendo, do meu ponto de vista, o que realmente fere as pessoas, machuca as pessoas no médio prazo. Mas é o que está aqui, que muitas pessoas falam sim a tudo. E aqueles que estão com o chamado de ser líderes têm que ter realmente fortaleza emocional para fazer o mais importante que um líder tem que fazer, que é aprender a falar não no momento que é preciso colocar limites. Porque para falar sim, eu sempre falo, de repente eu poderia ter eleito a minha filha Antônia de 10 anos, que sempre fala sim, mas se a gente pretende colocar alguém num lugar de responsabilidade para cuidar do bem geral, geralmente os momentos mais difíceis são quando a gente está isolado e tem que falar não. E isso seria agora denominado politicamente não correto. E isso é bom para sustentar um sistema de valores e de regras para que todos consigam crescer. Se a gente não tem uma concorrência sadia, o ser humano não vai ter progresso. O melhor de nós é dado quando a gente está num sistema transparente, livre e com competição.
Muito bom. Acho que tivemos uma lição de otimismo, né, Eli?
Well, that was a lesson on optimism,
Eu queria
right?
chamar o deputado federal
Assembly
para fazer
man.
uma colocação.
We'll ask his question.
Obrigado, Luísio. Presidente
Thank you,
Temer,
Luiz.
presidente Macri,
President Temer,
ministro
President
Coelho, deputado
Macri.
federal, empreendedor e pré-candidato ao
I'm an
governo do Estado de São
entrepreneur,
Paulo.
assemblyman, and
Queria
pre-candidate for
agradecer a
the
Salim,
government of São
parabenizar
Paulo.
pelo
I
evento,
would like to
cumprimentar
thank
todas
Salim
também em
for
nome
the
de sua
event.
esposa, Rafaela, aqui
And
presente.
I greet everybody on
Presidente,
behalf of
junto
you
com meus
one,
colegas
please be with
Marcel
us.
Van Hatten,
We
Tiago
have Marcel
Mitrô e
Van
outros
Hatten,
deputados federais,
Tiago Mitrô, and
a
other
gente viu que
assembly
na política, se não tiver
representatives.
diálogo,
Well, in
se não
politics, there
focar
must be
na
dialogue.
conversa e no
We have
resultado,
to
as
focus
coisas
on
não saem.
conversation, on
E lá no
results, or
parlamento,
things will not happen.
parece que o populismo
And at
é mais
Parliament,
popular.
it seems that populism
Cortar
is more
privilégios,
popular.
economizar dinheiro público,
Cutting back on privileges,
aprovar pautas
saving
como
on
o marco
public
de
money,
startups, marco de saneamento,
approve the framework
não
for
dá tanta
startups, the
popularidade pra
framework
gente, a
of
gente apanha
sanitation.
aqui
It's
fora,
not so
presidente.
popular. We're getting hit
Pisos salariais
outside.
para diversas
You know,
profissões
the base
parece que
of
são mais
salaries for
populares.
so
E quando a
many
gente luta
professions, they are
contra a
more
Beltrão e
popular.
Racheves, que sabem,
So we
a
fight
gente
against
apanha aqui
those,
fora
and we
também.
get hit when
E
we
aí a
are
gente vê essa
outside.
eleição, presidente Macri,
So
onde
President Macri,
o
we
ex-presidente
see the
Lula
elections, and former
comenta que vai
President
acabar com o
Lula
teto.
is saying that he's going to put
Seu
an end to
teto,
the
nosso
ceiling of
teto.
government expenditures.
comenta que vai cometer
So he's saying
irresponsabilidades
that
fiscais
he's going
que eu
to
não tenho
be
dúvida, vão
fiscally
levar esse país à
irresponsible,
bancarrota,
and
em
this will
direção
lead
ao
this
desfiladeiro,
country to
Salim.
bankruptcy.
Só que as
I'm sure.
pessoas são iludidas por isso.
And people are
Como a gente
delusioned by
quebra
that.
essa ilusão,
So
presidente
how
Temer?
can we
Como falar
overcome this
simples
cycle?
de que gastar mais do que ganha não é
Spending
legal.
more than you earn is not nice,
Gastar
right?
mais do que
We
ganha
have
no
to
nosso
say it
país
simply.
vai levar
Spending
nosso
more
país
than
para o buraco.
the country earns is going
populistas
to
insistem
bankrupt
nisso
our
nessas
country, and the
eleições. As
populists
pessoas
are
acreditam,
insisting on that. And
populista
people
se
are
alimenta do
believing in
outro.
them. one populist follows the other, and President Lula is saying, absurd things, and apparently the population, believes in that, in this fairy tale. How can we show that we need results, employment, food on the table, regardless of the political party? This is what's going to make a true difference in this country. So how do we show that to the population? So Vinicius, you and the other assemblymen, the dear colleagues from the Federal Assembly House, we need to fight with arguments. I know that you and the others, you take into account all of the conceptions that President Macri has said here, the things that I said here, the things that Salim Matar said here, and I think it's fundamental to demand, to claim for more. The populist measures and revoking this and revoking that, these are populist measures. So regrettably, for now, the populist measures, they are gaining momentum. But I hear words like yours, and I hear other colleagues who are here with us as well, and this can actually improve the scenario. One of the fundamental aspects is recovering the concept of a political class, because we have been devalued. The political class has been devalued, and this hinders the entire story. In my time, the National Congress was governing with me, not because I wanted, but you are an executive, you know, and you will not govern if you don't have the support of the legislative branch. There are bills, there are projects, and they must be passed into laws. So we need a National Congress, but there is a generalized campaign against that. It's easy to criticize negatively. Positively criticizing is not that easy. So there was this devaluation of the political class in this country. And the National Congress is attacked, unduly, in my opinion. Of course, there might be divergences and disagreements. These are fundamental, actually, and I'm being repetitive here. But there is a whole campaign to demoralize the political class, and that's bad. But your discourse is right. Okay.
Muito bom. Vou chamar agora o Nabil Sayom, presidente do Instituto Unidos pelo Brasil.
And now we have our colleague, who is the president of the Institute.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Presidente Michel Temer.
President Temer,
Nós, há 2 semanas atrás, fizemos
2 weeks ago, we held an event
O foco era muito segurança jurídica,
focusing on legal security and concern with judicial activism and also freedom of expression, and thinking of some of the things you've said here. But we're very concerned. We see that society is concerned. Everything that has been happening in the Federal Supreme Court, we believe that society must, above all, receive from these segments in Brasilia, which take the major decisions in our parliament. We need to see peace and tranquility there. And we're very pessimistic from the point of view of the actions that society is observing in an electoral year, an election year. We need to be as calm and as peaceful as possible. This is not happening. President Temer, you are a peacemaker. You were president of the Chamber of Deputies 4 times. How can we achieve this? How can we pacify things? Ivis Gendra is going to be speaking with us very soon, who is the Chief Justice of the Superior Labor Tribunal. So how can you meet this desire of society? The feeling is that there's no more respect for the Constitution because of these actions by the Federal Supreme Court. Nabil,
É interessante, critica-se muito a atividade do judiciário.
The judicial branch and the Supreme Court are widely criticized, but they're inert, they don't act by themselves, they're provoked into action. And then they have to decide on the basis of that provocation. What happens in the Supreme Court, my colleagues know this, it must be the same in Argentina. When there's a divergence in the Congress, the losers of the bill will appeal to the Federal Supreme Court, and this is a provocation, and at a certain moment it has to take a decision. There may be wrong decisions. Rui Barbosa says that the Federal Supreme Court has the right to err last because they have the last word. But the issue of the provocation is important. So what you call activism is a result of the provocations it's being called on to give decisions. The issue of pacifying, I have a professional bias myself. Sometimes it disturbs people, but legal security, I think, people talk about it a lot, as if it was disconnected from the normative system. It, strictly speaking, means abiding by the system. So, for example, if I sign a contract, I know what my rights and duties are. In public governance also, I know what the consequences are. So legal security comes from there. But to preach pacification, everything needs a certain narrative. You need to present ideas. Here in Brazil, President Macri, people tend to vote against. For example, I'll vote for Smith to be against Jones and so on. People don't always take the time to understand the projects or the bills. It's not that I'm against education or health, for example. People say I'm against the person. Do you want to study and then create 5,000 openings in the university, for example? Well, there are issues of people will be at school longer. And another thing is that students often receive school meals. I think that our phase is still that we vote against ideas rather than on behalf of for. So people look at the project of the bill, they say, this is interesting. Who's the author of this? Oh, it's President Macri. Oh, okay, I'm for that. So our electoral campaigns are very personalized, very ad hominem. Perhaps that would be the right way to do it. Now, Senator Guimarães has a question. President Temer, President Macri, and Salim Matar, thank you for this invitation to be here, and I thank you for this possibility of listening to people speak. I have to take advantage of your experience and the time that you've spent in the Parliament here in Brazil. I was always a business person. In 2019, I ran as a candidate to the Senate after 40 years, and I wanted to do this once, and I won't do it twice, I can say that. I did it because I wanted to understand what legislative power is. I want to understand how it works, this correlation between the executive branch, the judicial, the legislative branches of power, how Brazil is governed, and how I could help some way. After nearly 4 years of my mandate, I realize I don't know that much. And my ability of achieving something, if I compared it with my private sector life, I would say that in private life, you're the president, the CEO of a company, 10,000 employees. Things happened when I gave the word. In the Senate, I realized it's a kind of a company in which there are 81 shareholders, and I'm a minority shareholder, and there are groups. And politics is like that. You often are left talking to yourself. For example, ideas such as imprisonment after second condemnation, after first appeal. I denounced, for example, the complicity between the Federal Supreme Court and the leadership of the Senate. For example, don't sue me, don't impeach me, etc., and I won't judge you. This demoralizes politics, because there should be three branches, but if two of them are in cahoots, then that's a problem. But in this setting, and with some of these questions that have been asked, Davila and so on, and Mauricio Macri has talked about how short-term people's desires are. They want to touch the screen and get a result. I want to address that. How do you see the next 4 years, the next 4 months, actually, running up to the next presidential election? Are we going to continue in this bipolar state? Is there no pathway towards a third way, a government of culture, a government that thinks through the problems of the nation? Are we going to be between two types of populism? Is that what we're doomed to? Very good, Senator. I think, as you know, there are 45 days of the election. The campaign will start on the 15th of August and end on the 1st of October. 45 days, really. It's come early, way too early. This, I think the third way would be very good to end with this bipolar radical situation, which has taken root. I think the third way is a tribute or a homage to the voter, not to the candidate. So, for example, I want this pole, as it were, I want one pole rather than the other, and when they're elected they have to operate. Or like, I don't want either of the poles, I want something in the middle. We haven't been able to fully define the whole story of the third way. I'm hopeful. I think that before the elections, the idea of an intermediary position, somebody who's not polar in that sense, and might be an option for the electorate. To be pragmatic, I will confess that it's unlikely because we have such accentuated bipolarity. Recently, I saw an opinion poll which said 70% of the electorate has already taken its decision, and its vote is, as it were, confirmed. So that's not going to be easy. But I don't see it as unlikely. But thinking of an option, I think in Brazil people might say we don't want this violent struggle, which is almost a personal struggle. I want ideas, not... So, for example, we here on stage, we might be invited now and then in a position of being able to speak. People who speak need to reaffirm these positions that, as I'm saying here. But what you said about the Senate, I had a lot of experience in the Senate. I was the president of the chamber many times. You need conversation, you need dialogue. Professor Miguel Reale said that the facts have great value, and if you value them, then later on they become standards, they become norms. We need to debate and discuss, we need to insist on things, we need to argue. At the end of the day, dialogue, and I think that's what you're doing. Before I give the floor to the next debater, I would like to just provoke you twice. You were talking about the third way. Would you like to face that challenge, take that challenge
não
on?
entendi a pergunta de propósito.
Sorry, I don't understand your question
Bom,
deliberately.
A pergunta, então, provocação seria...
In that case, my second question
to
provoke thought. We talked about, it's been said that João Dória has asked you to be vice president of his platform. I'm a great friend of João Dória. Ever since the Montoro governorship of São Paulo. This is 84.
O fato é que nunca converso muito com ele, mas nunca
I've talked to him a lot.
Eu vi uma notícia também de que
I read this in the news that we were going to be together on a ticket. It's not true. It's just news.
Vou chamar então o deputado Marcel Van Hatten para fazer sua pergunta.
So, Deputy, or rather Congressman Marcel.
Concordo. Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Salim, for this invitation to be here. Such a well-organized event. Salim Matar, you run the most important outlet
Nós todos temos essa
of
consciência.
liberal ideas in Brazil. We're all aware that were it not for you, I wouldn't be here today. I don't mean here in this theater, I mean as a federal deputy. I'd like to ask President Macri, and I'd like to greet President Temer. We were at a dinner last night. We exchanged many ideas.
Presidente Macri,
President Macri, I'm a federal deputy. I was a state-level deputy in 2015 in Rio Grande do Sul. I was interested in the changes that the continent was undergoing. I went to Argentina as an international observer at the invitation of the Nowen Institute to look at the electoral process there. I went to the headquarters of Cambiemos, and I watched your victory. We were all very hopeful that we would see this wonderful renewal of the continent, a lasting renewal, because there had been many, many years of the left. But after a very successful government, you did not decide to run for office again. What might you have done differently, or despite the fact that your government was politically successful, how could you have been a winner in the election? And what do you think that your political field should do, not just to win the next forthcoming elections? I never thought that in 2015 that Cristina Kirchner would come back to power. And how can you make that victory long-lasting over time with a long-term political project, not just for Argentina, but for the whole continent?
Bom, a explicação de por que ele voltou ao poder é minha opinião, isso é subjetivo. Muito claro isso. Primeiro, porque nunca deixaram totalmente o poder. Conservaram a maioria em ambas as câmaras, maiorias nos sindicatos, no setor empresarial não competitivo. E assim, eles tiveram suficiente capacidade não só de obstruir, como também sustentar as suas ideias. Num cenário onde a crise econômica, que, digamos, em 2015 era assintomática, as pessoas não sabiam que estávamos mal economicamente porque haviam vivido com as reservas do Banco Central até o último dia. Hoje a Argentina está passando um processo de crise econômica sintomático, as pessoas estão sofrendo. Falamos de 100% de inflação. Isso é super duro. Gera muitas angústias, muita raiva, e há uma tomada de consciência de que não só a Argentina precisava de uma mudança política, como os argentinos votaram quando me elegeram em 2015, como também uma mudança econômica. Então, eu acho que em 2023, em um ano, vamos voltar ao poder com mandato político e econômico de mudança. Por quê? Porque de baixo para cima, as pessoas vão pedir essa mudança política. Então, eu acho que é uma oportunidade inédita na história da Argentina voltar ao poder com um mandato claro, com poder no Congresso para fazer as reformas, muitas das quais o presidente Temer já impulsionou e foram feitas no Brasil. E, além disso, tendo tido a consciência de que o Brasil deveria observar que voltar atrás foi muito ruim para a Argentina. Hoje, muitas pessoas que, por uma expectativa, vamos voltar ao que nós dissemos no início, nós estamos no mundo das expectativas. E nós, como força de espaço político, eu, como candidato a presidente, gerei uma expectativa muito alta e eu não pude estar à altura dessa expectativa. Então, para simplificar, eu digo que nos deixaram o país no terceiro subsolo, 3 andares abaixo da terra, e eu prometi um edifício de 50 andares e cheguei ao 10º andar, e aí não consegui chegar ao andar de número 50. E hoje as pessoas perceberam que voltar atrás levou a Argentina não só ao terceiro subsolo de volta, mas sim ao 7º. É super doloroso, mas há uma enorme aprendizagem da sociedade argentina, e é isso que me faz ser otimista, que as pessoas entenderam definitivamente que o populismo as enganou e que a única coisa que nos salva, que salva os argentinos e latino-americanos, é trabalhar respeitando as leis, respeitando quem nós temos ao lado e fazendo parte do mundo, porque se nós não fizermos parte do mundo, nós não vamos progredir. O Mercosul se isolou e progrediu muito menos do que a Aliança do Pacífico e o restante do mundo. Então, é necessário ter coragem, assim como nós temos toda a confiança do mundo. Para concorrer no futebol ou para competir no futebol, nós temos que competir com o mundo inteiro e vamos ter muito sucesso nisso.
Última pergunta para Paulo Ebel.
And the last question is by Paulo Ebel.
Governo e também ex-presidente do Instituto Millennium.
He's also the former chairperson of the Millennium Institute. Congratulations, Salim. Excellent event. Presidents, congratulations on your liberal reforms and your positions. It's a pity you did not have longer in power. My question is to President Temer. When you were President of the Republic, you were harshly criticized and very often unfairly. But you never used your power or the powers of the President of the Republic to persecute or retaliate against your adversaries. In your opinion, should a President of the Republic or a Minister of the Supreme Court, should they use their powers to punish an adversary or retaliate against them? Does this not wound a basic principle of republicanism, which is impersonality, the principle of morality and of legality? Thank you very much. Well said. Your question has the answer built in. You should not retaliate against anyone. As I've just said, the President of the Republic is a constituted authority like all the members of the legislation and the courts. So they have to obey what is written in the law. I never paid that much attention to the critiques. Macri, there was a very intense political movement from those who had lost power. That was legitimate. For me, my opinion was always the opposition is there to oppose. My position is I have to govern. Then there was an institutional attempt to overthrow my government. There were 2 requests, denunciations for impeachment, but the Congress allowed me to remain because of this. I never retaliated against anyone. I always worked in the field of ideas. When they were trying to retaliate against me, I was busy trying to carry out the reforms of the country. They were not popular at the time, but they're applauded today.
Nós vamos encerrar
We'll close this panel.
Mas eu gostaria só de fazer
I'd like to just comment. Free initiative is based on one thing only, optimism. Nobody is going to undertake or become an entrepreneur if they're a pessimist. Today, we've seen a sample, a fantastic sample, and the example of two former presidents who lived through turbulent times and have remained optimistic and confident of our future. A round of applause for the two former presidents, and thank you.
Bom, nós temos a agenda ainda.
Let's move forward with our schedule for the rest of the day.
Então, peço para todo mundo sentar, por favor.
If you take your seats again.
Eu sei que é difícil nessa época que a gente ficou tanto tempo sem poder confraternizar.
So long without being able to network and get together. Because we have a challenging agenda, I'd like to ask you all to sit down. First of all, I'd like to show this video on Brasil Paralelo. We are Brasil Paralelo. Welcome. Let's bring back good values, ideas, and sentiments. That's our mission.
Bom, nosso próximo painel
Our next
o
panel
judiciário e os riscos
is
para
the judicial
a
branch and
liberdade.
risks to freedom, risks
comentado
to liberty.
no meio da apresentação dos dois ex-presidentes.
The two former presidents
ao
mentioned
palco.
this. I'm going to invite to the stage
Primeiro, Modesto Carvalhosa,
Modesto
que é
Carvalhosa,
advogado,
who
consultor
is
e
a
membro do
lawyer
Conselho
and a
de
consultant
Administração.
and a
Ele
member
é
of
professor
the board
aposentado de
of
Direito Comercial da Faculdade de Direito da
Administration.
USP e a maior
He is a
referência
retired
nacional
professor
na matéria de
of the Law
problemas de
School of the
direito,
University of
corrupção e de
São Paulo.
conformidade.
He is
Modesto Carvalhosa tem feito enfática defesa
he has
de uma
emphatically
nova Constituição
defended
para o Brasil.
the making of a new constitution for Brazil.
Eu também chamo Tameia Danelon, que
And
é
also
regional da República,
Tameia
Danelon,
Danelon,
federal, desde
who
1999.
is a federal
Foi coordenadora
attorney.
do Núcleo de Combate à Corrupção, integrante da Lava
She
Jato em São Paulo.
founded the anti-corruption nucleus, and she took part in the Lava Jato investigations in São Paulo.
Por fim, eu chamo
Finally, I'd like to invite
juíza Ludmila Lins Grilo, que é professora em Direito, juíza
Justice
do Tribunal de
Ludmila
Justiça de Minas
Grilo,
Gerais e muito
who will
atuante
be our
nas redes
mediator.
sociais.
She
Juíza
is
Ludmila,
very
por favor.
active on social media. Ludmila.
Bom, nós vamos então começar nosso painel.
So let's
Ele
begin
vai
with the
terminar,
panel. The panel
daqui a mais ou menos
will
1h20.
in 1 hour and 20 minutes.
E a ideia é justamente a gente distribuir,
So
fazer semelhante ao que
we are
aconteceu
going
aqui
to
com os
do
ex-presidentes.
as
Cada
we did before
dos
in
nossos
the first
palestrantes
panel.
vai ter 20
Each
minutos
of the
para
panelists
poder
will have
desenvolver,
20 minutes
o seu raciocínio,
to
e depois a
address
gente abre para
their
as perguntas.
topics,
Eu
and
acho
then
que,
we're
no
going to
caso,
open for questions.
fica mais fácil nós abrimos
So
as perguntas de uma maneira
questions, I think, should be done more broadly, instead, of having the speech and then the questions. So beginning with Dr. Modesto Carvalhosa.
Professor, vamos lá?
It's a great honor to be here with you in the first International Conference on Liberty that brings together the Brazilian citizens. That is, we should not resign with the current fate of Brazil in the last decade, especially as of the 21st century. We have here men and women who are interested not only in their own undertakings, but they are interested in the fundamental issues of this country and how to address them and how to take this country into prosperity, into this path of prosperity, equality, putting an end to this situation of the privileges of the state. In addition to oppressing the Brazilian people, the system uses all of the resources, organizational resources, financial resources, to prevent free activities, the free activities of the citizens in the cultural sense, in the economic sense, informationally, in terms of research and science, preventing and putting a deadlock on everything that goes on in this country. The theme that was asked me to discuss with Dr. Tamia and Dr. Ludmila is freedom and the judicial branch. I would like to establish a difference between judicial branch and judicial branch, he says. We do have an institutional crisis going on in Brazil, so there is one body of the judicial power that, in my understanding as a citizen, causes such crisis. And not necessarily does it involve the other judiciary branch that I speak of. With the exception of the highest court, the judiciary branch in Brazil has been providing good services. Sometimes there are delays. Sometimes we see lack of engagement in settling the conflicts, settling the disputes vis-à-vis the judiciary system. But this has improved greatly after the implementation of the regulating agency. And this led to an improvement in the throughput, improved performance of the judiciary system in Brazil. So we are not discontent with our judiciary power, just relatively, But we are not satisfied with the Supreme Court. And there's something that I would like to remind you of. Democracy and democracy crisis, this doesn't happen only because of this sinister figures, the populist leaders, those who propose dictatorship, those who propose authoritarian regimes, those who deny the values of liberty and democracy. Democracy is at crisis because it's an internal crisis. It's produced by democracy itself. Because the powers, in this case the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary branches, sometimes they are not legitimate. Legitimacy is truly a fundamental factor to really pay a tribute to democracy, to maintain democracy. What is legitimacy then? Legitimacy is abiding by, naturally respecting, spontaneously abiding by. That is, people abiding by the authorities which operate such powers, such branches. So we have the judiciary branch, we have the judges, and they are respected by the people, by the citizens, by the jurisdiction members, but they do it spontaneously. That's a judge, and I respect the ruling of the judge. I respect his or her actions. I respect the way he or she handles justice. The same goes for the executive and legislative branches. Therefore, legitimacy is the value that maintains democracy. If we lose legitimacy, if we no longer respect, if the people no longer respect, if the people no longer respect citizenship, if we lose respect for society, if we lose respect for authorities, because the authorities have been vested with certain powers, and then you are just toppling democracy. And in our case, we have to study whether the Federal Supreme Court is legitimate, if they are using legitimacy vis-à-vis the people, earning people's respect. We go to a certain panel judge in São Paulo, the jurisdiction members, they respect the judge, but they respect personally, they respect in terms of abiding by the ruling of such judges. How about the justices in the Supreme Court? Are they respected by people? Do they earn people's respectability because of what they do? So we are living this institutional crisis arising from this loss of legitimacy of the Federal Supreme Court. So that's the most important thing. And I recall Oberhein's words. He was a German politician, and then he said, just is a social end, just like equality, liberty, and democracy. It is the foundation of democracy. That's really justice that is the base of democracy. So the judiciary branch, and we are talking about the Supreme Court only in this case, there shouldn't be any political roles. There shouldn't be any political behavior. By having a political behavior, this affects people's opinion, and then authority is removed. So if the judiciary system acts politically, it's not legitimate anymore. It's important to know that justice should serve liberty, one of the greatest values of individuals, as Salim said in the opening. So the system should promote liberty. So it has to deal with the personal or collective conflicts. So that's one of the roles of the judiciary system, maintain liberty, and the liberty is declared in the Brazilian Constitution. One of the most important liberties, and these are natural rights, and they are acknowledged by our Constitution, is the freedom of opinion, the liberty of criticizing, the liberty of giving one's opinion. So the judiciary system cannot remove the liberty of criticizing, which is a political individual right by excellence. Therefore, we see a fundamental issue in this case. The permanent oversight that is enabled by the democratic system, that is the people vis-à-vis the powers that have been constituted, this has led to a high level of suspicion on the political behavior of the Supreme Court and on its dismemberment as a neutral power in regard to the other powers, and also in regard to the political interests of the political parties and political groups. So this institutional crisis took place, the first crisis took place in 2009, when the Supreme Court declared that the application, the enforcement of the penalty can only happen after full judgment has been done. Well, this first decision was confirmed in 2017. That's a unique case in the world, actually. It's not only a jabuticaba fruit, as we call it here, something that happens in Brazil. It's a unique case in the world. There is no other country. We have 194 countries in the UN. There is no country. Somalia, Rwanda, Namibia, Mozambique, Switzerland, Norway, and other super developed countries, no country adopts such a system. And he was confirmed by the Supreme Court. And this happened after, the granting of habeas corpus, the release of some arrested people to corrupt people who had been operating in this country, the annulment of penal lawsuits, criminal lawsuits that had been judged in the different levels of courts, first, second, third level, and this led to a high level of rebellion, and this was seen in the streets as of 2016, especially in 2017, actually. Before the elections that we had in 2018, that is, before the election of the current president. It's before this fact. So we have the protests of the Brazilian people against the political behavior, the political stance of the court, favoring those who had, committed corruption. The Federal Supreme Court, instead of, once again, the Federal Supreme Court, instead of becoming legitimate again, they decided to pass this ordinance. Well, people are attacking me, the court thought, because I'm no longer legitimate, so I'm going to pass an ordinance that was done in March 2018. I don't even recall the date. I think it was 2018. The ordinance for the inquiry, the 69 inquiry, the inquiry on fake news. It was in 2020. So they passed this ordinance saying those who attack the justices of the Supreme Court, those who attack the family members of the justices of the Supreme Court, they will suffer all impossible sanctions and penalties. So the justices cannot be criticized. The authorities that are vested as justices cannot be criticized. Neither can the family members. That reminds us of the patriarchy of the Roman system. So we went back 2,000 years in time. Those who offend me offend my family, and those who offend a family member of mine are offending me as well. So that's the system they established. With that, Ludmila is going to address this issue. That was in 2019. It's been 3 years, Professor. So the inquiry was done, and they punished, and they preventively arrested those who were criticizing the Supreme Court. Who was investigating? Who was doing the arrest? Who was accusing? Who was judging and condemning? Who was enforcing the penalty? The justices of the Supreme Court themselves. So they broke the fundamental principle of liberty, that is the liberty of giving opinion, the liberty of criticizing. And therefore, it created, the removal of a fundamental right, a political right, creating a political crime. In this case, recreating a political crime. In the military system, we had political crimes. It was not a democratic system, so we once again have this political crime. And they invoked the safety law from the military times. And based on that, the Supreme Court promoted the removal of rights of liberty in creating this political crime. This opinion crime is not compatible with democracy. There should be no opinion crime. You may say, the criticism is slander, they are offensive, and they truly are. Yeah, there's this case of this assemblyman, Daniel Silveira, and of course the criticism is offensive. It's not admissible.
questão civilizatória.
It's not
São críticas horríveis,
civilly
críticas
admissible.
absurdas.
They are
Mas para
absurd
isso o próprio Código
criticisms.
Penal tem
And the penal
aí as
code, the criminal
medidas
code, has
de
the
ação
proper
contra a
measures
injúria, difamação,
to act
calúnia.
against
Não precisaria
slander.
ter uma portaria dizendo isso.
There shouldn't be
E
an
com base
ordinance
nisso, o que se
establishing
cria?
That.
Cria realmente,
And then,
aí como eu falei, o
as
crime
I
de
said,
opinião.
the opinion crime was created.
Portanto,
Therefore,
cerceamento da liberdade política
the
no
curbing
Brasil,
of the political liberty
ferindo
was
os princípios
created
do
in
direito
Brazil,
romano, que
affecting
são
the
princípios
principles of the
fundamentais. Eles também
Roman
têm,
rights, which are
2000
fundamental
anos, eles
principles that have been going
esqueceram.
on for
Esse princípio é o
2,000
seguinte:
years, and they
ne
forgot about
procedat
this
iudex
principle.
ex officio.
Ne
Não pode
procedet
o
ius
juiz
ex officio.
tomar
So the
espontaneamente
judge
medidas.
spontaneously
Tem que ser
cannot take
provocado
measures.
pela parte,
The judge
ou
has to be
provocado pela
provoked
promotoria,
by the
ou pela
parties,
polícia
by
judiciária.
the
É outro
prosecutor,
princípio
by
do
the
direito
Attorney
romano,
General's
quer dizer,
office. That's another
nemo
principle.
iudex sine
Nemo
actore.
iudex sine
Não pode o
actore.
juiz
So the
agir
judge cannot
espontaneamente,
spontaneously
tem que ser
act. The
provocado
judge has to be
pela
provoked to do
própria
so
interessado
by the
nisso.
interested
Então,
party.
nós temos aqui no Brasil,
So here
com
in
base
Brazil,
nessas questões todas,
based on all of these that I
sistema
described,
inaugurado
we
pelo
have this
Supremo
system
Tribunal Federal,
that was
que é o
established
do,
by the Supreme
da
Court
justiça pelas
that
próprias
is
mãos.
just by
Eu
one's
sou
own
vítima,
hands.
eu fui atacado,
I am a victim,
eu
I was attacked, I was
promovo
offended,
o inquérito,
I
eu
do the
prendo
inquiry,
preventivamente,
I
eu mando botar
preemptively
aquele negócio
arrest,
do
I
coisa lá
use
de-
the device that is used to
eu
track
multo,
the arrested
certo?
person.
Por
I
coisa,
apply
e
penalties
tal,
and
e eu,
sanctions,
acuso,
and I
e depois eu
accuse,
julgo.
and then I
E
judge.
julgo com
And I
base,
judge
bom,
and
aí
I
vocês vão
rule.
desenvolver depois como
And
é que
then
foi
you
esse
will
caso.
talk about this
Então,
case, right?
Então, nós criamos no Brasil essa questão da opinião
So,
delicti, ou
we
seja, o
created
juiz,
the opinion
no primeiro momento,
delitis.
ele já tem uma opinião que
So the judge has a preemptive opinion
o acusado é culpado.
that the
Voltamos, então, ao
defendant
sistema
is
inquisitorial.
guilty. So we go
Como vocês
back
sabem,
to the inquisitive
antigamente, no tempo da
times.
Inquisição,
In the
era
old
assim,
days, in
a
Inquisition
igreja
times, this is
dizia,
how
aquele
this
camarada
worked.
é infiel,
The church
eu,
would
igreja,
say
vou
this person is not
vou,
lawful. I'm going
investigar
to
os atos
investigate and
que ele fez
arrest.
contra a igreja,
I'm going to
depois vou
investigate on
julgar,
behalf of the
depois vou
church. I'm going to judge
certo?
and burn the person.
Então, aqui é a mesma coisa.
Likewise here, it's an inquisitive system. The Federal Supreme Court is using the accusatory principle that was, recently inaugurated in 1768. Inspired by Beccaria. He was the criminal expert of the time, and then he said that this kind of action should not happen. The victim herself burns the defendant. There must be, broad defense, and the judge has to be set apart from the defendant and the accusing party. So we go back to the inquisitive times. So look, this delegitimizes the Federal Supreme Court. That's the loss of political liberty in this country. So I wanted to introduce this topic, and then the two panelists, two major experts, are going to further elaborate, the judge and the prosecutor, and they will address this topic. Thank you so much.
Professor, é como se
Professor,
tivesse alguns ministros com o dom da ubiquidade.
Well, the justices, they are ubiquitous. They are everywhere. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Salim for the invitation. It's an honor to be here with you, with Professor Modesto Carvalhosa. I truly admire and respect him, my dear colleague Ludmila, and it's a pleasure to talk to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Carvalhosa told you that we would address this topic, but after him, we can't do that, right? We'll just make some few contributions. So the topic of the seminar is liberty, and our approach is about the judiciary system. The judiciary system, is it putting liberty at stake or not? I agree with Professor Carvalhosa when he says that we cannot generalize the judiciary system. Not all judges act as he described. But unfortunately, Finally, this can be ascribed to the Supreme Court. I really respect the Supreme Court. I really respect the justices, but we have to ensure the freedom of expression. Doing legal criticism, we have to be really technical and legal because we don't want to be part of the fake news. So I'll be a professor here. So what is liberty? Liberty is a natural right of individuals. It shouldn't be written in the law that people are free. It shouldn't be written in the Constitution that people are free so that this right is enforced. We all are entitled to that right. It's a natural right. The first most important natural right is life, followed by liberty. If we don't have liberty, the right to life cannot be exercised. And other rights that arise from those, the right to work, the right to be an entrepreneur, the right to freely express, the right to have one's religion. So liberty encompasses a good share of a citizen's life. Without liberty, we cannot exercise our condition of citizens, condition of humans. Although it is a natural right, it is foreseen in our Constitution, Article 5th, that I brought to you here, just to show all of the paragraphs of Article 5. The liberties ensured by the Constitution. So we have the free manifestation of thinking. 6, freedom of awareness and belief. 9, freedom of intellectual activity and freedom of communication. No censorship in this case. Paragraph 13, freedom to work. 14, ensured rights to information. Access to information is established in the Constitution in Brazil. And let me see here my notes. Paragraph 5, the freedom of traveling, the freedom of displacement. 16, the freedom of a meeting. And 18, the freedom of association. 220 article in the Constitution says the expression of thoughts will not undergo any kind of restriction. Paragraph the 2nd, any censorship is forbidden. So these are the rights related to liberty ensured by the Constitution. Who enforces? What is the agency that is in charge of protecting liberty? The judiciary system, right? The judiciary branch. The judiciary branch exists to bring peace to conflicts, sort out litigations, and ensure constitutional rights. So if you have your constitutional right affected, the judiciary branch should reestablish your right. Unfortunately, we see our Supreme Court. So weekly, we see the violation of such fundamental rights. They have violated the liberty of expression, the liberty of traveling, the liberty of expressing one's free thoughts. And this is very sad for a democracy. That is the branch that is accountable for preserving such rights, ensuring such rights, and this court is the violating party. So we are not living in order, we are living in chaos. That's harmful for the entire society. It's harmful for the economy because investments, be them international or national, they will dwindle when there is no legal security, when there is no trust on the institution. And in a broader scale, this will increase poverty and the impoverishment of the country itself. So when we talk about justice, justice is not fully dissociated of the other institutions and the other aspects of a country. Justice is deeply related to politics, to economics, and to other pillars of a democracy. Professor Carvalhosa gave the example of the violations to Constitution, the inquiry of the fake news. Marco Aurelio Justice gave it, this nickname, the fake news inquiry. So we see other legal proceedings that were, installed after this. The Anti-Democratic Act inquiry. So what is an anti-democratic act? I need to to go back to school to study what are the laws and what would be the democratic acts. What are the codes that list the anti-democratic acts? So an inquiry to survey this, the fake news inquiry, it's no crime. There is no such thing in the criminal code. It's just Justice Toffer that said that to investigate this crime that simply does not exist. So the digital militias, that's a beautiful term. What are the digital militias? I'm familiar with the criminal organizations and their crimes and the gangs, but I've never heard about digital militias. I think it's an analogy from other countries.
So apart from the fact that they are unconstitutional, the point is that acts practiced against given people violate all the guarantees that you have. So whether it's the TSE, which is the electoral court, which has oversight over elections and makes it the electoral process dynamic, that is not an agency that has to investigate if citizen X, Y, or Z is speaking the truth or not. The TSE cannot prevent YouTube channels or social media from working. They cannot demonetize the work of these people who carried out for their work. It's a violation of the labor rights. So what happens is that the powers granted to the judicial branch are being overreached. We can't understand how these powers of the STF or the STE are not granted to lawyers, or people don't know why they're being investigated when they're summoned to give account. They don't know whether they're witnesses or the investigated parties. So this curbing of social media and blocking the accounts of influencers and federal deputies, etc., imprisonment because you don't agree with what's being disseminated, this is not the act of a democratic country. These are authoritarian countries where there's no democracy. So it's very controversial, above all this year, because of the electronic ballot boxes. Apparently, the Federal Supreme Court only talks about the electronic ballot boxes, whether they're safe or not. But it's relevant to say whether somebody is free to say that they believe that they are safe, and somebody else is free to assert that they're not safe. That is freedom. People can exercise their freedoms and their understandings, their opinions about whether the technological process is safe or otherwise. So if somebody raises their voice and says that they're vulnerable, that their electoral process is vulnerable, is this a crime? Is that person going to be imprisoned? Are their social networks and their accounts, are they going to be blocked? It doesn't make sense. That's not the democratic regime then. Going back to what Professor Carvalhosa said earlier, it's an emblematic case where everything that is in the penal code, and I'm a teacher of the penal code, everything is being done inside out and back to front. I have a course for lay people explaining basic issues in the penal process. One of the classes that I recorded explains parliamentary immunity. What does Article 53 of the Constitution say? It says that they are immune and they cannot be violated in terms of their opinions, words, and votes. These are parliamentary immunities. A parliamentarian can say whatever they want, can they? Yes, they can. Even if it's nonsense, even if it's barbaric, even if it's offensive or hateful, they are allowed to say that because they have parliamentary immunity, unlike other citizens. They also have freedom of expression, but a common citizen, if they overreach in their speech. They can be sued for libel and slander and making threats, etc. A parliamentarian cannot. Their freedom is above that of a common citizen. They're not going to go to court and answer for crimes of word, as it were, or calumny or slander or threat. This is the constitutional text. It's not my opinion. And there was a constitutional reform to include the word any, qualquer. So it's like any word or thought. Does that mean I agree with what was said in the video? No, absolutely not. They went beyond. Their criticism was too heavy. It's not right, let's say, for a deputy to say that, and I don't agree with it. But what possible punishment could there be? If there was a breach of decorum, and I believe there was, the punishment has to do with an internal and in-house Chamber of Deputies punishment. They are neither penally nor civilly guilty of anything, but they breached a code of the Chamber of Deputies itself. And in fact, that procedure has begun. After 2 weeks, Daniel Silveira was arrested for supposedly committing an unbailable crime. And so my students must have thought I didn't know what I was talking about. It's very hard to understand and explain that to people, these arbitrary acts. So apart from the fact that he could not, he should not have been arrested at all, whatever we might think about what he said, a judge does not have to agree or disagree with the law. They have to apply the law. They're not a legislator. Even if you don't agree with the law, perhaps you can put in a bill to change the law, but it's not for the judge to say, I'm not going to apply that law because I don't like it. Let's set up a new penal code, etc. That is not allowed to happen. The principle of legality. Anyway, everything was disrespected. And another issue from Article 53 of the Constitution, a parliamentarian may only be arrested if the crime, if they're caught in flagrante delicto. They have to be in the act of committing or just immediately after committing the crime. And it has to be a crime that does not allow bail. Was this the case? Was he arrested just after his speech? No, the argument was that the offensive video was on air. That is simply something that doesn't exist legally. Just because it's on air doesn't mean that that person is in flagrante delicto. So if the video is there for 5 years on air, are they 5 years in flagrante delicto? No. And another thing is that the crime was not that somebody cannot be bailed from the crime. These are crimes in the Constitution, such as armed gangs and other serious crimes where preventive imprisonment is allowed for. A crime against honor is not one. And so he was imprisoned, he was arrested, and wasn't the bail set at 100,000 real? This was invented. It became a bailable offense. These are issues, and it's unintelligible. I can't understand how any jurist could defend these acts. Other irregularities after that were, for example, within 24 hours, the so-called custody hearing. It's in the law, I don't agree with it, but the law says that within 24 hours they have to be brought before a judge. And it went beyond that time. And another detail is that you can only be arrested in flagrante within 24 hours. You can't be arrested for more than 24 hours because either they will be released at the custody hearing, or if the crime is serious, then preventive arrest will be decreed. And what happens there? Neither one thing nor the other. He was neither released nor was his arrest converted into preventive arrest. because parliamentarians may not be preventively arrested, only in the case of a in flagrante delicto commitment of a non-bailable offense. And then the issue of the electronic anklet, that has no basis in law. No parliamentarians can be forced to wear the ankle bracelet. That is a precautionary measure which is other than imprisonment. It replaces preventive imprisonment. So somebody who's being investigated, if it's not a very serious crime, if they can be released into society, they can be made to wear an ankle bracelet. But it replaces the preventive imprisonment. And parliamentarians may not be arrested preventively. It's not allowed. So, there's more. The fines that Danilo Silveira had to pay, blockage of his equity, this has no basis in law. If somebody who's being investigated tries to take off the bracelet, the ankle bracelet, etc., what is the measure? What would Dr. Ludmila do that? Go back to prison. You'd have to declare preventive imprisonment, and you go back to the same problem. But can deputies, federal deputies, have this happen? No. So what was determined? The application of very high daily fines and blockage of goods. So the freedom of speech, which is guaranteed by the Constitution, the right to free movement, and also the right to personal assets, all of these were infringed. Just to end up, in the face of all these issues, the President gave the parliamentarian presidential pardon, which wipes out all of these penalties, plus the accessory punishments. This is the way I read it. The person is still eligible. They do not lose their mandate, but that's an issue for the General Attorney of the Republic. Law is not an exact science. There can be different understandings of the law. My time is running out, so I'd like just to end by saying two things about freedom. One's from George Orwell, who says, it's in the preface to Animal Farm, if freedom means anything, it means the right to tell people what they don't want to hear. And another phrase of his, George Washington, if freedom of expression is removed, then the dumb and the silent will be led like lambs to slaughter.
Muito obrigado, procuradora Tamea.
Thank you, Dr. Tamea. In this politically correct world, George Orwell's book is no longer Animal Farm. In Portuguese, the title is The Revolution of the Animals, and they've changed it to Animal Farm in Portuguese. This creativity in interpreting the law, this seems to be anchored in the ideological profile of the judges, and justice is much more than what's written in the Constitution. Well, good morning, everybody. Everybody. Good morning, everyone. A bit of grammatical play here on the feminine or masculine ending of everyone. So anyway, good morning, everyone. And I'd like to thank people for the invitation. Salim Matar, thank you for staging this event. It's excellent and necessary at this moment where we're living through a crisis of the liberties. What's happening here is necessary. Just as it's important to speak and write of this topic, we cannot go into a tailspin of silence, because then you lose and you cannot recover and get back to where we stopped. I was thinking while
doutora Tameia
Dr.
Professor Carvalhosa estavam falando.
Tameia and Professor Carvalhosa
were speaking.
There's a diversity between generations here, the old guard and the younger the new guard, let's say, the young guard. But we have things in common. More and less experienced people here, we all agree that a decline, perhaps more than a decline of liberties, perhaps it's free fall, perhaps it is the loss of liberties that is happening. It's a crisis situation. Whatever generation of the law may be speaking. It doesn't matter which year we were born in and whether you are male or female. This is a very empowered panel. There's 2 to 1. This is very empowered. And we're the majority here, we women. And so this is not really party-based or ideological. I think only those who are not seeing this, those who cannot see what's happening, are looking through rose-tinted ideological glasses. Nobody needs to invent anything here. As Dr. Danelon said, she identified many violations and breaches, and she quoted articles from the Constitution. You simply need to open your eyes and open your ears to hear and see and compare what is happening and what the Constitution says. You don't even need to be a jurist. You can see that it's a clear breach of the law. You don't need to have studied law. It's very clear.
Não simplesmente diz que está havendo a violação. A gente diz que está havendo a violação
e a gente mostra o artigo que está sendo violado. Então não existe nada aqui que esteja sendo inventado. Então quem não está enxergando isso só pode estar enxergando o mundo por meio de lentes ideológicas que embaçam a sua visão, ideological blinkers or lenses which have blurred their view, darkened their view. They cannot see what's happening right in front of their face. It's very serious, but just to piggyback on what Professor Carvalhosa said, when he talked about the legitimacy, the loss of legitimacy of authorities in power at the moment, they're losing face and legitimacy before the population, because legitimacy, the legitimacy of a power. When is a branch or a power legitimate? In the case of elected branches or powers, in Brazil, judges and ministers are not elected. It doesn't happen. But there are elections for the executive and legislative branches. They need to have legitimacy before their people. They will have to be legitimately elected, they win by vote, and during their mandate, provided that they stay faithful to what they promised in the run-up to the elections. So, for example, I might not agree with one legislator's position or the position of somebody who is in the legislative branch. If they were legitimately elected and they are doing what they really are, then they're legitimate, above all, before their own electorate or their own constituency, because they're promising and they're delivering what they promise. This is different from the judicial branch, which is not an elected branch, an elected power. The judicial branch is a power that exists to guarantee the enforcement and application of norms and standards that are made positive in the Constitution and the laws. That's their role, not to make the laws. They're not legislators. They're not lawmakers. So judges and justices need to know their place. They need to stay within their field, within their scope. They need to know what they're being paid their salaries for, to apply laws even if they don't
Eu
agree
sou
with them.
juíza de direito há 9
I've
anos.
been
Eu tenho 22
justice for 9
serviço
years,
público,
and
desses
also
22
I
anos,
worked in the
9
public service for
como
22
magistrada.
years, 9 of which
Vocês
were
acham
as a
que
magistrate.
eu
What do you think?
gosto
Do you think I like
todas as leis que eu estou
all
aplicando
the
ali no meu
laws
dia a
that I
dia?
have to
Vocês
apply
acham
on a
que
daily
eu
basis?
gosto
Do you think I
de
like
agredir um sujeito de regime, do regime fechado para o semiaberto?
making
Quando eu tô vendo
somebody's,
que
for
não
example,
é o caso ainda
imprisonment
desse cara
regime
ser solto
go
pro semiaberto
from
ou ir pro aberto.
enclosed to
Só que ali
semi-open
não é uma
when I
questão de
know
eu
that
gostar ou
they're
de não gostar.
dangerous?
Não importa o que
It's
eu,
not that I like doing
pessoalmente,
it,
Ludmilla,
and it's
penso
not
sobre
about
aquela
what
lei. O
Ludmilla
fato é que a
thinks
lei
about the
é
law. The fact
constitucional,
is
embora eu ache no
that the law is
mérito errada,
constitutional,
só que o fato é o
and
seguinte, eu me boto no meu lugar.
I occupy my place. I'm not there to create the laws. Is it a good law? Is it a bad law? It is. But I'm paid each month my salary. The people pay me this salary, not to say
se eu acho a lei boa ou ruim.
in my sentence,
Isso
I don't
o
like
povo
this law.
entregou nas mãos do
The
legislador e
people
não na
delivered
minha
that into the
mão.
hands of the
Eu não fui eleita para
legislative
nada.
branch, not my hands.
Então eu estou ali para aplicar a lei.
So I'm
Então
there
muitas
to
vezes eu
apply the
dou
law.
algumas decisões
Very
com o
often,
nariz
some of my
tapado.
decisions I have to pinch my
Eu tapo o
nose.
nariz,
I have to pinch
dou
my
a
nose
decisão,
and issue
porque
my
é isso que
decision
está na lei. Eu estou ali para garantir a
because I'm
segurança
there
jurídica.
to
Se eu não fizer
guarantee
isso,
legal
eu vou ser
security.
mais
If I don't, I'll just be yet
pessoa que está
another person
contribuindo para a insegurança jurídica do
helping
nosso país. Eu não
create
vou fazer
the
isso.
legal insecurity of Brazil, and I refuse to do that.
Então vocês pensam que é fácil? Então,
So,
além de eu
do you
atuar
think
na
it's
área
easy?
criminal,
For
eu também
example,
atuo na área da infância e juventude, só para vocês terem uma
I
ideia.
not only
Vocês
work in
acham que é
criminal
legal
law, but
aplicar o
also
Estatuto da Criança
childhood
e
and
do
adolescence. Do you
Adolescente?
think it's easy to
Não sei
apply
se
the
alguém aqui do
statute
direito conhece o
of
ECA.
children and
Aliás, a sigla
adolescents? Do you know
ECA
ECA
é
is
pertinente,
the
né?
acronym. ECA also means kind of ill in
Uma sigla
Portuguese.
pertinente, o ECA.
It's a really
Então,
great
sabe, o ECA
acronym for this
tem ali,
statute,
o sujeito
ECA,
hoje
ECA.
de 17 anos,
So it's
ainda não é um adulto,
now
não fez
17 years
18.
old.
Ele é um
The
adolescente.
law itself is an
Então, ele
adolescent.
está
It's not
sob a égide do ECA.
somebody who's 17
Então, qual que é a
is an
pena? A gente
adolescent,
pode falar
and
pena para adolescente.
you can't use the
O
word
adolescente não
punishment or
recebe uma
sentence.
pena.
Adolescents
Ele
don't
recebe uma
receive
medida
sentences.
socioeducativa.
They receive
Toda a
socio-educational
linguagem
measures.
é corrompida
The language has been corrupted.
ideologicamente,
It's
e
been
isso está
ideologically
presente
corrupted,
também
and
nas
this is
nossas leis. Essa
present
corrupção da
everywhere in
linguagem.
the laws.
Isso penetrou
The
no nosso
corruption
direito,
of
não só
language
por meio dos
itself,
juízes, das decisões,
not
mas por meio do
through
legislativo também. O ECA é
not through
cheio
the
dessas
judges and
corrupções da
justices, but from the
linguagem.
legislative
O ECA,
power.
quando chega, por
And
exemplo, um
ECA
auto de
is full
prisão
of that.
flagrante,
For example, when somebody is
pelo juiz,
arrested, red-handed, caught
quando
red-handed and
caso de
arrested,
adolescente, não
in the
se chama
case of
prisão.
an adolescent, it's
O
not called
adolescente
arrest.
não é preso.
They're not
O
arrested.
adolescente é apreendido.
They are apprehended, not arrested. You cannot use the word imprisonment or prison to apply it to an adolescent. They're apprehended, and they're not, for example, denounced. There's not a denouncement.
Ele sofre uma representação.
What they suffer is not a denouncement, it is a representation. Euphemisms after euphemisms.
Para manter aquela aura
to keep
politicamente
up
correta,
that
corrupção da
aura
linguagem,
of the
para que a
politically
gente não
correct.
diga que um adolescente cometeu um crime.
So that this and also adolescents don't actually commit crimes, do they? Yes, Dr. Tamea
É
said.
ato infracional.
They
Isso quando não chamam,
commit infractional
né,
acts.
em vez de
And sometimes they're not called
que já é
offenders,
agora nem isso
infractors.
está se falando, se
That's
usando,
not the
né?
word
Agora
that's
está
being
usando
used.
aquela expressão menor em conflito com a lei.
The word is now minor in conflict
É algo
with the law.
estarrecedor. É algo
It's
estarrecedor.
startling and
Você está
appalling.
parecendo sensacionalista, não está parecendo?
Don't you think you're being a bit sensationalist here?
É um
Yeah,
peso.
absolutely. Yes.
Quando eu faço
When
inspeção, presídio, hoje em dia não são mais
I
execução penal,
inspect
são criminal
prisons
só. Mas quando fazia
in the
execução
criminal
criminal,
area,
ia nos presídios, os próprios
in
presos,
some of the
eles
prisons,
se referem a si mesmos
the inmates
como,
themselves
sabe
call
como?
themselves, do you know what they call themselves?
Reeducandos.
They call themselves people being
Eu sou
re-educated.
reeducando
Doctor,
tal, tem como me dar um bonde do presídio tal, dar um bonde, conseguir uma
re-educated. Perhaps you
transferência.
could
Então,
transfer
essas
me
coisas
to
estão
another prison.
corrompendo
These things
a
corrupt
linguagem jurídica que estão
our
não
legal
apenas
language.
nas nossas leis, isso é transferido
Not only in the law,
para as
it's
decisões
transferred
judiciais.
into
Isso
legal
tudo
decisions and
vem
sentences, and
de
this
cima.
all comes from the
Isso
top
vem de cima.
downwards. It comes
O exemplo
top
vem
down.
de cima.
The example
Então,
is set at the
voltando
top.
aqui,
So,
fechando esse parênteses,
just to close this parenthesis that I opened about the corruption of language in law, but coming back to the main reason for this event, which is about freedoms, undoubtedly there are many entrepreneurs here, and many people for whom liberty is something which is very dear. We who work in the law, we sometimes are isolated in our tiny little universe and world of the courthouse, small events, small talks given by jurists, and it's a comfortable little world, little dinners, dinner parties. We don't know what's happening in the wide world. I always look out at what is happening in the big wide world. Dr. Tamer is always, like me, looking at that, because we know that law is not a watertight universe. It has to be two-way. It has to communicate with the other subjects and with the world. Otherwise, it's a bubble which is completely isolated from reality. Sometimes people say, this judge doesn't know what the real world is. And to be honest, I stay quiet because they're right to say that. We have to communicate this. It has its reflection in politics and also in the economy. Any investor, what investor, for example, overseas investor, would wish to invest in Brazil in this situation of extreme legal insecurity? We've gone beyond mere instability or legal insecurity. As Dr. Tamer Danelon said, the stage at which we are is absolute chaos. It's bad. It's shocking to hear this. Mere instability, that's way behind us now, in my view. This was 2016-17 when that happened. As of 2018, things began to consolidate in terms of legal chaos. And in 2019, while Dr. Carvalhosa was speaking, I went to the Oracle, and we saw that ordinance of Minister Toffoli is 2019, the end of the world inquiry. So it was institutionalized. Legal, juridical chaos was institutionalized. And that's our situation now. It's been very gradual, but at a certain moment, chaos took hold. And in fact, the name, the investigation or the inquiry, the fake news inquiry, the name fake news inquiry is fake news itself, because nobody's explained to me what fake news in fact was the basis of the inquiry. What was the item of fake news? It's a nice name, isn't it? Fake news inquiry. That's cool, isn't it? But what was the fake news that led to it? What was it? This inquiry has 70, is like an appendix, 70 appendices to it. 70 plus, we know there are 70, there might be more. The end of the world inquiry, I refuse to call it fake news inquiry, because really the name itself is fake news. I prefer the name used by Marco Aurelio Melo. The end of the world inquiry. That inquiry kicked off the installation of chaos. And many things are clear. In my own little jurisdiction in the heart of Brazil, if I did the same thing, had done the same thing as the justices had done in this inquiry, I would have lost my position immediately. I would have been fired with a stroke of the pen.
So it was an ordinance of the Justice of the Supreme Court, Professor Carvalhosa. He said it in Latin. We cannot start a legal proceeding, an inquiry, by the judge. No judge kicks off anything in the legal arena. So it's the principle of inertia. Well, this name is not good, inertia, judge that has inertia, but that's how it works. Jurisdiction inertia is a principle of the law. That means that the judge is inert. She or he stands still up until he or she is called upon, up until he or she files a legal proceeding, another party files a legal proceeding, but the judge cannot act on his own, on her own. He or she cannot kick off anything. This is in the framework of our law. It's 101 of legal principles. So introduction of the law, introduction to law, 101. So when you go as a freshman, as a freshwoman to college, you're all painted up, you sit there to watch the class, and then the professor talks about the principle of the inertia of the judges. So it's a whole sequence of facts, violating acts of our constitutional order. And they are not violating, hidden norms of our legislation. No, it's the violation of the Constitution per se. So it violates the principle of constitutional inertia. The inquiry should not be handled by a judge, initiated by a judge. But then you may say, well, this inquiry, it may be established because Article 43 of the internal regulations of the Supreme Court says that the Supreme Court may file a legal proceeding to survey crimes. Okay, let us look into Article 43 of the internal regulations of the Supreme Court to see if that's what it says. And the first thing that we have to see, the internal regulations, it dates from a date before the 1988 Constitution that foresees the judge inertia. It foresees that there are other agencies that have to kick off the legal proceeding. The police, the Attorney General's office, or the citizen, never the judge. So what happened with Article 43 of the internal regulations of the Supreme Court? Because it establishes that the Supreme Court may file a legal proceeding, an inquiry, but this was not accepted by our 1988 Constitution. It is the phenomenon of non-acceptance. So it's an article that was not accepted by our Constitution. Very well. It was not accepted. Then what happens with the article? It establishes that an inquiry should be established if the crime were practiced in the premises of the Supreme Court. What are the premises? A premise is a physical building. So if the crime was done in the building of the Supreme Court, in the physical venue, then a proceeding could be filed. So in addition to not considering the non-acceptance of this internal regulation and the issue regarding the physical premises of the Supreme Court, they extended, this concept of a premises to the entire national territory in Brazil. That is, it's an inquiry that drags it all. It encompasses it all. It's like a black hole that contaminates everything that is around it, including people with no privileged jurisdiction. Alan dos Santos, the journalist, is he a privileged person to be judged by the Supreme Court only? And so many others that followed the same path. So why is that? They are not privileged enough to be judged by the Supreme Court only. So there have been so many violations, and time's up, and I could spend hours talking about this, So I wrote with other authors the inquiry of the end of the world after the arrest of Assemblyman Daniel de Silveira. It was the top-ranking selling book at Amazon. So it's a law book, and law is boring. Nobody likes it, but it was the most sold book for a while. So it's a phenomenon. This really proves that people are truly in tune with what's happening. They are highly interested in what's happening. And perhaps that's the only hope that we have, people's interest. So people are not shunning away as much as we think. So events like this really prove that alienation can happen for most people, but there is a seed that has been planted, and we do have hope for the future. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado, juíza.
Thank you, Ms. Judge. Ludmila.
Aqui as perguntas, começando com o professor
Questions, beginning with Professor Modesto Carvalhosa. Legitimacy and respect. You spoke about this.
Na sua palestra.
You spoke about this in your intervention.
Itens, eles não
so legitimacy and respect, are they reduced
do STF, por exemplo?
When we have the leading role taken by the Supreme Court, for example? Or protagonism of the Supreme Court? Well, this is something that is hard to say. Of course, there's nothing else other than the protagonism of the Supreme Court. Everything they do has to do with playing the leading role.
Nada que não seja alguma coisa que tenha viés político.
Of course, there is effective political bias.
Por exemplo, STF também no seu
the Supreme Court,
sua filial que é o TSE, né?
It has its branches, that is the electoral Supreme
Court.
Agora
na campanha para regimentar
in the campaign to engage voters, the youth can register as voters. So they made two quite interesting pieces of advertising on TV. First, saying that Brazil is a country that has just, 1,500,000 kilometers of roads. The government doesn't build roads. What does it have to do with the elections? So there are no roads for the voters to ride on, perhaps. So there was another electoral campaign, 15 days later, saying that there is only favelas in this country, which is true. Half of the Brazilian population lives in communities like this, in favelas. But they show poverty, they show, favelas. Why are they doing this, telling people that they need to vote? What does poverty have to do with voting? So it's all about electoral campaigns. It all has an electoral bias. So, of course, they are protagonists in this. And now, speaking about legitimacy, this is clear that protagonism leads to complete disrespect to the authority of the Supreme Court. I'm old school. I'm very old school, actually. Not only old school, very, very old school. Outdated. Well, in my time, the justice of the Supreme Court was a fully respected person. Fully respected person, because everybody was respectable. Today, the justices of the Supreme Court, they cannot go out in the streets, they cannot use commercial airlines. Not only are they illegitimate, but it's highly socially incompatible. They have to be isolated. They cannot coexist in society. So lack of legitimacy has reached the ultimate point. So that's why they behave like this. Those who attack me will be arrested. So in addition to respectability, nobody knew the name of the Supreme Court justices at the time back then. And today, virtually everybody knows the names of all of the justices of the Supreme Court. That's a quite interesting phenomenon. Yes, it's true. Tameia, the Attorney General, fake news is not a crime. In your opinion, can we fight against this issue without affecting the liberty of speech, or should we not fight against it? Let it roll. Well, I understand that we have to enable liberty. It's a possibility. People are free to say whatever they want to say. But of course, no right is absolute. Not even the right to life is an absolute right. Legislation permits one person to kill the other if this person is defending herself. So not even the right to life is an absolute right. It may be reduced. Likewise, the liberty of speech. It is enshrined in the Constitution, but by using liberty, we cannot be racist. We cannot, practice Nazist acts. We cannot, practice crimes against the owner. We cannot penalize somebody financially or morally. So the pre-existing law is satisfactory, in my opinion. And going back to the end of the world inquiry, as we call it, so if the justices believe that they were harmed, that their honor was tarnished, because they speak about the honorability of the Supreme Court, there is no such thing as honor. They are a legal entity. They are not an individual, so they have no honor. Well, anyhow, if they think they were threatened and tarnished, they may take their legal measures. Of course they can do that. They can file a legal proceeding vis-à-vis the Attorney General's office using the right panel of judges. So their lawyer can submit, a legal proceeding filing at the first level of the courts, not they themselves willing to investigate as justices, because as Ludmila said, only those who are privileged can be judged by the Supreme Court. So liberty has to be ensured. People may say whatever they want to say. If there is the practice of a crime, if there is damage to third parties, people may, undergo a lawsuit for slander, for example, but before a competent judge and before the General Attorney's Office. The Attorney General office, better saying. She was speaking about the inquiry on the fake news, and everything was so absurd ever since the day was filed. It's all absurd. And the former Attorney General, Dr. Raquel Dodge, she had no access to such investigation. I've never seen that, a police investigation without the involvement of the Attorney General. So she requested to see the file, but she was not granted to see. So the Attorney General office is filing this lawsuit. They have to know what's happening. They have to follow up on the investigation. And she was denied to see the files. It's even a violation. So the inquiry of the fake news was put away. It was put away, and it was fully disconsidered. So that's what I think. We must ensure the liberty of freedom. I'm against the inquiry of fake news trying to control expression and speech. They want to control social media. They want to curb the rights of the population. But if there are, excessive acts, we do have the law to punish people. Dr. Ludmila, as the representative of the new generation of judges, I would like to know your opinion on how we may fight against this legitimacy crisis that is affecting the judiciary branch. So how can we fight against the legitimacy crisis? Oh, well, I don't know the number of judges that we have in Brazil. Last time I heard, it was 15,000, I guess. Labor judges, federal and state judges, your military justice judges. Let's say 15,000 judges we have in Brazil. And in my opinion, they each, in their jurisdiction, in the countryside, in their cities throughout Brazil. So I've met some of the judges, of course, and I realized that they're good judges. They really enforce the laws. But sometimes there's no use doing that because there are the appeals. So if the judge rules a sentence and it's a good sentence, but then there is the appeal, they go to the second court level, and then if that reaches the Supreme Court, and then things get sour. So you might be following some of the rulings of the Supreme Court, especially regarding public security. Military police officers, for example, are permanently under surveillance, as if they were criminals. Even the custody hearing, in my opinion, that's very harmful to the legal system because it's based on the assumption that there was a violation done by the police officer and not the other way around. So the principle of the legitimacy of the administrative agents, that's 101, the assumption of legitimacy. And this is violated. It's actually reversed when we see the custody hearing, and the assumption is that the violation was committed.
tudo isso contribui para que a legitimidade do Poder Judiciário seja solapada de princípio. Como que resolve isso? Bom, primeira coisa, o juiz não pode jamais deixar de dar uma decisão porque ele acha que a decisão dele vai cair na segunda instância. E acreditem vocês, pasmem, excelências, mas isso acontece. Eu já vi acontecer. Não, eu não vou dar essa decisão assim, não, sabe por quê? Porque o advogado vai recorrer da minha decisão e ela vai cair mesmo. A segunda instância vai derrubar, a Câmara tal, o desembargador tal vai derrubar a minha decisão. Então, eu já vou aplicar aqui, na base, a jurisprudência do STF para não ter erro. Isso é coisa de juiz soberbo, que não quer ter a sua decisão reformada por questão de soberba, de vaidade. Não me importa, eu tenho que fazer o certo, mesmo que eu tenha certeza de que a minha decisão vai ser derrubada na segunda instância. A partir do momento que você joga a toalha imediatamente e já adota já de antemão o posicionamento dos tribunais com o qual você não concorda, só para não ter uma decisão sua reformada, é só para manter a sua vaidade em dia, você está contribuindo, você é mais um agente do caos. Então, a primeira coisa é a conscientização dos demais agentes para que jamais se curvem imediatamente a decisões equivocadas por motivo de vaidade, por não querer ter uma decisão reformada. Acreditem, isso é motivo de proferimento de decisões X ou Y, para que não seja reformada. Eu já vi isso acontecer, estou cansada de ver isso acontecer. Então, isso é algo que viola. Então, assim, da parte, pelo menos, dos magistrados, cada um precisa se conscientizar disso. Aplicar a lei do jeito que ela é, a Constituição do jeito que ela é, mesmo sabendo que futuramente sua decisão pode ser reformada. E por isso, sim, gera a legitimidade. Aquela legitimidade que é criada no âmbito local, o juiz que faz aquilo naquela cidade, ele é respeitado. E aquilo, claro, se muitos fizerem a mesma coisa nos 5.000 municípios espalhados pelo Brasil, isso vai gerar pelo menos uma legitimidade na base, que por enquanto eu acho que ainda até está sendo mantida razoavelmente, e vai deixar a ilegitimidade para quem está deslegitimando, que no caso, atualmente, está vindo de cima, essa deslegitimação, não está vindo de baixo. Então, não ser mais um agente contribuidor do caos. E conforme você insiste, você mantém o seu posicionamento, apesar do mundo estar tentando te modificar, tentando fazer você curvar aos posicionamentos errados, você manter isso e manter até o final, mesmo que o mundo desabe contra você, mesmo que você responda processos disciplinares. Eu, por exemplo, vou ser julgada agora no dia 22 pela minha corregedoria. Sabe por quê? Porque eu fiz um tweet com os seguintes dizeres. Vou dizer ipsis literis o que eu falei. Mas esse caso do Johnny Depp agora, que veio em ótimo momento. Eu falei o seguinte, isso no ano de 2020. Um juiz prender um homem com base apenas na palavra da vítima, mulher, é uma baita irresponsabilidade, é uma das coisas mais irresponsáveis que ele pode fazer. Porque a gente sabe que está tendo uma grande tendência de mulheres mentirem para prejudicar marido. Às vezes a mulher foi traída e inventa uma história, inventa que o cara estuprou a filha, não sei o que, essa coisa toda. E isso está acontecendo. Eu fiz um tweet com esse teor. Mandar prender um sujeito com base apenas na palavra da vítima, sem que haja nenhuma outra prova a corroborar o que ela está falando, é uma das coisas mais irresponsáveis que o juiz pode fazer. Não mencionei caso nenhum, não mencionei decisão nenhuma, falei isso genericamente. Dia 22 eu vou estar sendo julgada por este tweet. Acreditem se quiser. Então, estamos nesse nível de verdade no Brasil. Mas o que eu fiz até agora? Se defenda no processo administrativo. A minha defesa, sabe o que foi? Ratifico integralmente as minhas palavras.
That was my defense. I fully ratify my words.
O mundo vai tentar te calar.
The whole world will try to silence you, will try to grind you down, and most people will bow down. But there are some people who won't be ground down. So answering your question, we need some agents of the law
a essa
to stand up
tentativa
and not bow
de
down
acabar com as
to
nossas
this
liberdades.
attempt to put an end to our freedoms.
Isso me lembra aquela frase, eu esqueci,
Reminds me
infelizmente, o autor,
of the
certo é o
saying,
certo, mesmo que ninguém esteja fazendo o errado.
right is
errado
right,
mesmo que todos estejam
even if
fazendo.
nobody is practicing it. Wrong is wrong, even if everybody is doing wrong. Thank you for this opportunity. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. Rui Barbosa warned us that it's more dangerous than dictatorships. But anyway, my question here, can you stop a member of Congress who, for example, denies that the Holocaust existed? Or, for example, somebody like Slobodan Milosevic. So how can you stop that? I didn't really understand the question. How can we prevent, how could Brazilian society prevent a member of Congress, since we don't have impeachments, rapid impeachments for everybody in a public position, to defend or to state in the National Congress that the Holocaust took place? Or, for example, the Scorpions Battalion under Milosevic in Srebrenica. Brazil's legal system and the working of the legislative branch has some classic solutions for this. For example, if somebody defends a crime, and the Holocaust was a crime against mankind, against humanity, perhaps the worst crime against humanity ever, that person should be impeached by means of the political cancellation laws. And also, for example, other crimes such as slander and insults to the affected communities and other crimes which are associated with that. I don't see this being too difficult, to be honest, should that ever happen. Everything we see today, for example, a federal congressman who insulted those girls who were involved. He was basically dismissed from politics. I don't see it as being difficult at all. What needs to happen is to act, because it goes beyond the issue of decorum. And it is an apology for a crime against civilization. So I don't see that as being a challenge. That is definitely allowed for in the Brazilian legal system. We have time for one more question. Federal Deputy Alexandre Freitas. I'm a lawyer who discovered that the law is just a detail. What rules in Brazil is politics. In the state of Rio de Janeiro, I'm a state-level deputy. I was involved in the Alexandre Moraes impeachment case, the so-called fake news investigation. First of all, I would like to say that every 4 years, a parliamentarian should be basically voted out of office because of ridiculous things they say. So I disagree with Tameia. I think that they should be sued for a breach of decorum, because if parliamentarians are involved in underhand activities, they should be censured. I think a parliamentarian should be able to censure another one. And basically, they say it was stupid, as it was in the case of Arthur. I disagree with both impeachments or both disenfranchisements. So, but I agree that they have the right to say stupid things. My question is, though, how can we
dar uma resposta ao STF,
give an answer to the Federal Supreme in a scenario where the Senate is browbeaten and most of them are actually under investigation from the STF? And do you agree with the current means of appointing the ministers of the STF? Do you think that there could be a better system for this? To bring someone before the court, somebody who ought to be a guardian of the Constitution, but well, I'd like to answer that one. About the last part of what you're saying, we cannot continue with the STF as it exists today. The appointment of ministers and judges to the STF by the President is an imitation by Rui Barbosa, who's been mentioned here, as it were the father of the Brazilian legal system, of the American system for appointment. But the American historical context is different from ours. The US had independent republics at the time that came together, and there were great populational differences among them, economic conditions. They had their own legislation, and this required their conflicts to be solved by a Supreme Court, which could encompass all the legislation of all of these states. So the President of the Republic would carry out the appointment so that there would not be influence. This is an 18th century solution to a problem of that time. It has nothing to do with our situation. When the ministers or justices of the Supreme Court are appointed by the President, this leads to a distortion. In the US today there are distortions similar to ours, perhaps not as severe as ours, but what you have is that civil society, you touched on an important thing, civil society must mobilize to perform a wide-ranging discussion of a proposal whereby ministers of the Supreme are appointed by seniority of the underlying courts, STJ, the military justice system, STE, the electoral court, so that the most senior judges will exercise the task for an 8-year mandate, and after 8 years they're out. They can't stay there. Like, for example, Gilmar Mendes, 50 years in there, making up his own wonderful jurisdiction. We need to have 8-year mandates appointed by, according to seniority, which is a fundamental principle of the judicial branch. People progress by seniority and merit, of course, but seniority. So appointment by seniority, the most senior members for an 8-year mandate. That's the solution. And another thing, to make it vote in a constitutional. So you have to declare whether a law is or is not constitutional, as well as the other normative and administrative acts. Apart from some other topics such as extradition and things like that. Other than that, no power. Today, it's become a habeas corpus factory, and the defamation of the Supreme Court throughout Brazil is the result of volumes of this. So people might say this is not going to pass through the Congress, but civil society, when it's united in its purpose of improving the company, perhaps a plebiscite, not only this matter, but other matters such as, for example, non-re-election, other issues, a plebiscite, so that the Brazilian people can manifest its will to correct the power of political castes which are there, including the Federal Supreme Court.
A procuradora também quer se manifestar.
Dr. Tomei, about this issue, it is in fact for the Senate to come up with a measure, and the ministers of the STF will be judged if they've carried out high crimes and misdemeanors. But it is for the President of the Senate to open an impeachment suit. There are a number of requests. For example, Davi Alcolumbre, for example, in the last days of his mandate, there were 36 requests for impeachment against the ministers of the STF. With a single pen stroke, he shelved all of them. He didn't analyze them or examine them in any way. And then other requests were placed. For example, the fake news inquest against Minister Moraes. So why does the President of the Senate not do this? Why doesn't he put this on his docket? Because the senators, if they commit crimes, I'm not saying that they do, should they, were they to commit crimes, who is going to try them? It's the STF. So on the one hand, you have the Senate, which will judge the STF ministers and justices, and vice versa. They say, I'm not saying this, that there's an exchange of favors, one hand washing the other. And the suggestion, I was going to mention the book, The New Constitution by Professor Carvalhosa. In Brazil, for example, it's impossible to have someone imprisoned after their first appeal. After they've been condemned, in Brazil you have to go through 2 or 3 appeal processes, and then the existence of 4 levels for appeals. It's the only place in the world with 4 different strata. We have the first so-called instance, then the courts, and eventually up to the STF. And then another lemon, which exists only in Brazil, about the competence. Our Supreme Court is the only one which can judge habeas corpus and has criminal, and is the only one that can say whether goalkeeper Bruno, who allegedly killed his wife, will be released or not. This is only in Brazil. What ought to happen? A constitutional reform so that the STF has only constitutional competencies. The STF judges 15,000 habeas corpuses. The role of a Supreme Court is to be the guardian of the Constitution, but our Constitution is so big, everything's in this Constitution. There's, for example, labor standards, taxation standards, even, for example, the right of neighborhoods. Domestic rows end up there because it's all rights and rights and rights. It's an unwieldy work of fiction. It needs to be more succinct and lean. So if these competencies, especially the criminal competency of the STF, could be reduced, and then the senators would not have a privileged rights in the STF, and then perhaps it could judge STFs. And I absolutely undersign what Professor Carvalhosa says. The way in which they're appointed should be reformed. So they have to have been 35 years. They have to have so-called unblemished reputations, and also so-called well-known expertise. So I think in most cases of the 11 of them, at least 9 of them should be career judges. It makes no sense that, for example, the top echelons of a party or a political institution should be judged by people who are not career judges. So the appointment should be changed. The 8-year mandate, I agree with that. There's actually an amendment which has come to a halt in the Congress to change this, and it says it's a 10-year mandate. Well, that's better than nothing. It's better than 35 years. And change that way of appointing them and remove the competency in criminal issues.
Temos agora a última pergunta mesmo, o empresário José Galo, por favor.
José Galo, who's an entrepreneur, has the last question. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. The greatest enemy to freedom in this country is our constitution. It's not my specialty, but it's what I've been hearing. I'm a startled, terrified Brazilian citizen. I think that many entrepreneurial leaders are also terrified. The issue of fake news and the so-called militia, it does exist. There are structured, well-structured groups, and if you say one thing, you'll be attacked in the media, your honor will be impugned and your family attacked. So what do we do? What are we going to do? Appeal to the judiciary branch? We know that it's a slow-moving branch. What's your suggestion? Should I accept my liberty to be attacked and my family? What can I do to be free? I can answer that. You have experience on the social media, which qualifies you to answer.
Então a pergunta dele, o que ele pode fazer? Ele está se vendo atacado.
So he sees that he's attacked as a citizen from all sides. What can I do?
E essa pergunta, acho que é uma das perguntas que mais nos fazem, né?
This is one of the most frequently asked questions. What can we do? I'm an ordinary citizen. My children, I'm being attacked. On the internet, I can't say anything. The school is obliging us to vaccinate our children, etc. Ideology of gender. My daughter, who's 12 years old, has to study gender ideology. What can I do?
Procuro enxergar tudo como se fosse grande tabuleiro de xadrez.
It's like a chessboard.
Fazer uma jogada diferente.
Each person is allowed to play a different move. Let's say there are certain moves that politicians can play that I can't, and there are certain moves that I can. For example, I'm well known on the internet. I can make some plays. For example, I know the mass narratives, each one within their own square, within their own scope or milieu. Can carry out a certain move. Not everyone can take the same actions because not everyone has the same means for acting. You have one means, other people have others. A digital influencer with millions of followers can perform one move, a politician another, but an ordinary citizen who does not have the mass discourse necessary, basically living for their family, to get their kids through school, perhaps their local parish. Is it impossible for them to do anything? Can they do nothing? Yes, they can do things. But it's very low level and repetitive. That idea of Gramsci's social hegemony, whereby all spaces should be occupied, this happens not based on mass discourse or on political action from above. The Gramscian political hegemony is grassroots level. Somebody in your parish who sets up an event and starts to say things based on, say, theory of liberty, or somebody, for example, the small-level teacher who puts ideas into children's heads. This happens on a micro level, and in many cities this happens by many individuals, and this leads to a cultural hegemony. This has happened over years, and when we woke up, it was already too late. The environment has been ideologically contaminated. What to do about it now? So just as a politician can play their move by speaking and, as it were, parlaying in the parliament. We have too many laws. In fact, many of them ought to be repealed and not new ones made. But a parliamentarian can speak in parliament, parlare, and not just making up rules and regulations. We need to deregulate and give more freedom and not more regulation.
O parlamentar ele
So
pode falar, pode
parliamentarians
chegar, subir na
can
tribuna
speak
e influenciar dessa
and
forma.
influence
Cada
people
influenciador digital,
from the
milhões de
pulpit.
seguidores, pode fazer lá o papel
They have
dele,
millions of
fazendo
followers.
discurso
They
dele, fazendo
can
live,
carry out a
fazendo
speech,
publicação,
give
esclarecendo
a
o público
speech.
sobre
They
essas coisas. É
can
uma
give
outra jogada
public
no
clarification. It's
tabuleiro.
another
Quem joga xadrez sabe.
move.
A torre corre para frente e para trás. O
If you
cavalo
play chess, you know what the castle does, the rook does, you know what the knight's move is, what the pawn's move is. Each one is different. The bishop, the queen, whatever. Each one is different.
Que está na base, ele também tem a sua jogada para fazer.
Everyday commonplace citizen, even if you see them as a pawn, you can see them hopping from one square to another, many of them together. We cannot scorn this. And this is what has led to the left-wing, communist, progressive cultural hegemony that we have today. So now to answer your question, what can a common citizen do?
Informar ali no seu grupo de Zap.
In your WhatsApp group, for example, WhatsApp aunties do fantastic work. So your little WhatsApp group, work in your church. People are talking about, say, the liberation theory, or theology, for example. In the evening, kids come back and say, my auntie told me to research gender ideology. There's no such thing as a man, there's no such thing as a woman. Each one decides what they want to be. And the next day, the mother was knocking on the director's door and said, what are you doing here? What are you talking about here?
Esse tipo de atitude,
This type of
é a
act,
atitude da formiguinha. Isso feito em grande escala.
If they swarm together, leads to a large scale everybody. You don't need to be a major influencer or a politician. Anyone can do that. Don't just be browbeaten and remain silent. Once you realize this is happening, act immediately to remove the enemy. Anyone can do that. And you can improvise with different chess moves in accordance with your position.
Eu queria agradecer a presença de todos os nossos
I would like to thank
debatedores e
the
dizer também que a
panelists
Conferência
and
Liberdade quer
the Conference on Liberty would like to pay tribute to everybody. First, Dr. Modesto Carvalhosa. Thank you so much.
A Procuradora Tameia, por favor.
Attorney General Tameia.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
E, last but not least,
And last but not least, Judge Ludmila.
Obrigada, querida.
Thank you.
Bom, nós vamos fazer agora um intervalo, estaremos de volta
So
aqui
we
às
have the
14h30
lunch
com
break. We
o
resume at
painel
2:30
de liberdade de
with the
expressão,
panel
que vai ser
on
moderado
freedom
por Hélio
of
Beltrão e
speech,
conta com
moderated
o
by
Fernando Schuller,
Hélio
cientista político,
Beltrão,
e Leandro
Schurer,
Nardoc, jornalista.
political
Muito obrigado e até daqui a
scientist,
pouco.
and Leandro Nardoc, our political scientist. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Nós vamos então dar prosseguimento
Let
à
us
segunda parte
follow through with the
da
second
nossa
half
conferência.
of our
O
conference.
próximo painel
And the next
se
panel
chama
is
sugestivamente liberdade de expressão.
freedom
E acho
of
que, de uma certa forma, a
speech,
gente consegue
liberty of speech,
fazer
and I believe
uma boa
that
transição com o que foi
we'll be
discutido
transitioning
anteriormente.
from what was
Queria
discussed
chamar,
in the
então,
morning.
os
So I would like to invite our
palestrantes.
panelists
Primeiro
on
eu vou chamar o
stage.
Hélio Beltrão,
First,
que é
Hélio
fundador e foi
Beltrão,
membro do
the
Conselho
founder
Consultivo
and
do
member
Instituto
of the
Millennium,
advising board
fundador
of
e
the
presidente
Millennium
do Instituto
Institute,
Mises Brasil,
founder
da
of the
LVM,
Mises Institute and LVM Publishing
LVM,
House.
para quem não ligou
So LVM Publishing
a
House,
sigla, a pessoa é Ludwig von Mises.
Ludwig
Ele também é
von
colunista da
Mises.
Folha de São Paulo
He's
e
also a
dos
writer
grandes
for the newspaper Folha de São Paulo
da causa liberal
and
aqui no
one
Brasil.
of the
Cadê o Hélio?
disseminators of the liberal cause
Salva de
here in
palmas pro
Brazil. Let's welcome Hélio. Let's give him a hand.
Nós temos também a
So
presença
we
de
also have
Leandro
here
Narlock, que é
Leandro
jornalista,
Narlock,
repórter e colunista
journalist,
da
a columnist
jornal
of Veja
Gazeta do Povo e de
Magazine,
todas as revistas
Gazeta
que
do
estavam
Povo
incluídas na
newspaper,
história, e super
and other
interessante.
magazines.
Ele é autor da série de
He's the
livros,
author of the series
best-seller
of
chamado Guia Politicamente
books,
Correto.
Politically Right Guide. That's the name of the series of books that he wrote.
Nós temos também a presença do Fernando
So we
Schuller,
also
que
have
acaba de
Fernando Schuller. He's just arrived to join
Fernando
us
Schuller é
here.
doutor em filosofia,
He has a
mestre em
PhD in
ciências
philosophy,
políticas, é titular da
master in
cátedra,
political sciences.
Palavra
He's a
Aberta na
professor
voltada ao estudo
at
e à defesa da
INSPER,
liberdade de expressão.
addressing
Ele é
the
colunista da revista Veja
defense
e também
and
do grupo
upholding
Bandeirantes.
of
Fernando, por favor.
liberty. He's also a reporter for the Bandeirantes Broadcasting Network.
Bom, nossa ideia aqui é que cada de nós tenhamos, melhor, deles, né?
So each of the
cada
panelists
dos nossos palestrantes
will
tenha
have
tempo entre 10 e 15 minutos
between
para
10 and
falar,
15
e depois a
minutes
gente
to
faz
use the floor,
mesa
and then
redonda,
we'll
mesa
have the
quadrada, enfim,
round
mesa
table,
oval.
oval
A gente vai
table,
ter aqui
square
bate-papo
table. So we're going to be
sobre esse tema
talking
tão
here
importante
about
para
this
todos.
very important
Começando,
topic
então,
to everyone,
pelo Hélio Beltrão.
beginning with Hélio Beltrão. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank Aloysio and my dear friends, Leandro Narlock and Fernando Schuller. So it's very nice to be here discussing this topic. We wrote for the press about this. We wrote a lot for the press about this topic. We four, actually. Yeah, Aloysio as well. So that would be unthinkable, right? 15 years ago. It would not be a priority. We've always had liberty of speech ever since, the dictatorship came to an end and the new constitution was passed. This was not an issue. Now we have to keep writing about liberty. That's one of the greatest threats to our democracy, unfortunately. So we have to pay attention to that. Well, I absolutely uphold the liberty of expression, the liberty of speech. What do I mean that I absolutely uphold? You cannot incite an impending threat, of course not. But all of the other manifestations, I think we all think that people can say whatever they want to, absurd things that we do not agree to, the hyperbolic discourses, the terrible discourses. This may be said, this may be expressed, because the law establishes that when you slander, when you have to respond to that, but you are entitled as a Brazilian citizen to say whatever you think, especially in this context of the political scenario. Johnny Depp trial really depicted that. Johnny Depp, I don't know if you saw his trial. So he filed a slander lawsuit against his ex-wife. She wrote 2 articles without nominating them specifically, but she was accusing Johnny Depp, her former husband, of, being violent. New York Times and another article that she wrote. I don't know where, I don't recall. A Washington Post. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Ele teve a sua vida gravemente afetado.
So his life was severely affected.
Perdeu contratos milionários.
He had to terminate millionaire contracts, but then he filed a lawsuit against her. Slander was proven, and then he received $10 million. So if you take, the ruling, because his lawyer said a nonsense against the ex-wife, so there was a sort of a deduction, but Johnny Depp won the lawsuit. So the Brazilian legal system and the American legal system overall speaking, so there is the proper defense when people exaggerate. Whether this should be a crime or not, that's a whole different thing to be discussed. So it could be, criminal or civil. Well, if you spoke the truth, it's not slander, right? And I think this could be mitigated, but it really doesn't matter. But nobody should stop speaking, because that's censorship, and that's what happened yesterday. Yesterday, the Labour Party, they seem to be more liberal than many people around this country. So this party, and we disagree with them in 90% of the cases because they are socialists. They want to do this and that. For example, they want to implement the dictatorship of the workers, toppling democracy violently. Nobody discusses whether this can be said or not. Oh, yes, they may. They may speak up. That's okay. But if you frowned at a skinhead, if you said a bad thing about a skinhead, that's a huge trouble. You cannot say bad things about a skinhead, for example. That's crazy, right? That's what we are living today. Private property, the social networks of a political party that is a legitimate party in Brazil. So this was closed down. As a liberal, we have to leave them speaking up whatever they want to say. Nonsense, but nonsense should come to the fore so that we can debate, as we are doing here. So nonsense is terrible, a misfortune, but they have to be fought against. And I'm hoarse. I think they've done something so that I got hoarse. I can't speak. My voice is terrible. So I'm losing my voice here. Anyhow.
Então, não pode fazer isso com partido político.
So this cannot be done with a political party or with any Brazilian. Myself, Leandro. And I think that Schuller is more polite. He was not cancelled, right? But myself and Leandro, we've been cancelled and censored. YouTube censored me, Facebook censored me. I filed a lawsuit for slandering because people said that I was a medication drug dealer. And he was in the media, not, top-notch media, but I was there in the media. So we do have protections in the law, but it's crazy because you can no longer speak up, because then the social networks act against us.
Não chega nos liberais. Nós liberais fomos
this can affect the liberals as well. Since the very beginning, we were overseeing and we were against the actions of the Supreme Court. I know that Chile will talk about the inquiry of the end of the world. So that was in May 2019, after the censoring of Cruzoé because of the antagonist. They invaded computers, people were investigated, they didn't know that they were being investigated, they were summoned to witness, they didn't know whether they were witnesses or defendants. So the inquiry of the end of the world that was mentioned here in the earlier panel, that's where confusion lies, and everything has to do with this inquiry of the end of the world. And these wise men, they are the ones judging. They're going to say whether what you're saying is truth or not. They don't have the power. What is the criterion of absolute truth? It means that there should not be an opinion. So what is a fake news? Digital militia, as was said here. What is that? What the heck is that? Just because we are talking to each other here, we are militia, right? We are speaking bad things about the Supreme Court, so we can't do that. That's crazy. They are using hatred, they might say. So this behavior of the Supreme Court reminded me of a Frank Zappa's statement. A rock player in the U.S., he was summoned to go to the National Congress to do his deposition, and he went there. Zappa went there to talk about this initiative of the Assembly House to censure certain songs that contained some lyrics that could be considered, aggressive for some people. In the case of Frank Zappa, there are some that are quite offensive, I would say. Oh, yeah. But then the issue is, should society be managed based on the susceptibility of certain groups? That's the question that we pose. Are we going to manage society based on this? I don't like this. I frown at this. So Frank Zappa, going back to his example, he said, your attitude, the attitude that we are having in Brazil is analogous to, fighting against dandruff by beheading people. That's what they're doing. That's what the Supreme Court is doing. They are toppling things, toppling people. They are not saying, political party, please clarify who said that, why did you say that, perhaps there is slander, defamation. No, they're just censoring the party and removing them from social networks. And that's the Brazilian Public Audience Forum. They're simply censoring them, the political party. And we are defending them, although we do not agree with them. So we are liberals and we have to speak up because we have to uphold our families. We have to uphold everybody's words, even those that we don't like. And the left wing that has always preached, the toppling of democracy to establish the dictatorship of proletariat. They can say that. That's okay. That's cool. No problem. So I'm going to pass the floor to my colleagues here. It's very much dangerous, this kind of attack for the liberty of speech. It's very much dangerers because we can see that important people are being affected. And the people who usually say nonsense, well, that guy only says crap. That's okay. No, it's reaching out to us. It's reaching out to those who have common sense. I think it was Tamia that said, can we not criticize the technology of the electronic ballots? Why is this forbidden? Can't we criticize the system? So I should not exist because that's the only thing I do. I criticize the system. Basically, that's what I do. So I was improvising because I'm replacing Guso. They told me 5 minutes ago for me to come here and deliver a talk. So I said lots of nonsense, and I'll pass the floor to my friends. Thank you.
Vamos passar para o Leandro, então, por favor.
Leandro?
Eu vou apresentar.
I have a presentation and I need a clicker.
Não?
Okay, did it work?
Bem-vindo ao improviso.
So welcome to improvising.
Você vai exercer melhor a sua liberdade de expressão.
So you're going to exercise your freedom of speech. Thank you for the invitation. It's always very nice to participate. And I always tell that story of the first Liberty meeting that I went to in 2010. So I am a journalist, so I spent 4 years playing cards, and then they gave me a certificate in the end of 4 years. Nobody's perfect, right? So it's a left-wing background. I was there in Belo Horizonte at the hotel, and I bought the 6-lesson book. And then I thought, well, this is the opposite of what I thought. And I had written my first book. So I owe a lot to you because of this movement. And I would like to explore a point on freedom of speech. Today, we see opposition, we see tension between minorities minorities, activists in this case,
da causa negra, uma
of
causa
the black cause,
importante,
which is
do
such an
movimento
important
gay,
cause, the gay movement
ambientalistas e
cause,
tal,
the
contra
environmentalists,
defensores da liberdade de
against
expressão,
the
que seriam
upholders
mais ou
of
menos
freedom
nós,
of
assim,
speech, us,
os
the
heterossexuais
heterosexuals,
brancos, né, e toda
the
aquela
white
história.
men and all of
Então a
that
gente
that you
tem
know.
visto isso, né?
So
A
we
gente,
have
na
seen
Folha de São
that.
Paulo, por exemplo,
At the
em
newspaper
janeiro,
Folha de São Paulo, in
200
January,
jornalistas
there were
fizeram um
200 journalists that made a petition against Antônio Rizero, mentioning myself and Demetrio Magnoli, saying that they were concerned with the attacks that deny the racism, the systemic racism in society. So they made a whole committee about this. But my point is,
essa oposição que
the
a gente vê, as
opposition that we
minorias,
see,
que tem muitas causas legítimas,
there are many
muitas
minorities
bandeiras
that have, legitimate
que se
causes.
opõem, na verdade, quem mais
And
se
they
opõe à
oppose,
liberdade de
but
expressão hoje
actually
é
those who
quem
oppose
mais
the freedom
precisa
of speech are
de
those who
liberdade de
most
pensamento e
need
de liberdade de expressão.
freedom of thinking and freedom of
Né?
expression.
Então é o contrário do que a gente
So
está
it's
vendo.
the
Por que
opposite
isso?
of what we should see.
Problemas de
And why
desigualdade
is that?
racial,
We have
desigualdade de
racial
gênero e tantos
inequality,
outros são,
gender
isso
inequality
é uma
issues,
platitude,
and
são
that's a
problemas
platitude.
complexos.
These are complex
Né?
issues,
Todos nós
though.
sabemos, a gente,
We all
quer dizer, a gente
know.
não sabe direito qual a causa,
We are not
né?
sure what's
qual a
the
solução,
cause,
será que
what's
essa
the
solução dá
solution,
certo?
will the solution
Então,
work
no meio
out?
desse debate, o
So
que a gente faz?
amidst the
A gente
debate,
discute.
what should
Né?
we
Você
do?
tem
We
a ciência,
discuss.
tem uma
You
roda
have
ali de
science,
conjecturas e
you have
reputações,
a
a gente
certain
oferece
set of
ideias e
suppositions,
filtra as melhores.
you offer ideas, and then
Então,
you sort out and
é
get the
assim que as
best
coisas vão
ideas.
evoluindo, né?
This
Assim que
is
a gente
how
espera
things
que os
develop.
debates evoluam.
We hope the
Mas
debates
hoje em
evolve
dia está
like
tão
this. But today,
perigoso, é
it's
tão
so
socialmente
dangerous.
desvantajoso
Socially, it's
você
actually
propor
a
certas ideias.
disadvantage to propose
Por exemplo, o
certain
Jonathan
ideas.
Haidt, né, o grande
Jonathan
psicólogo, acho que o
the
grande intelectual
psychologist,
americano hoje,
the American
ele fala o seguinte,
intellectual,
olha, existem algumas
he
ideias
said, well, there
tabus,
are some
dogmas, né? Por exemplo,
taboo ideas,
100%
dogmas.
das diferenças estatísticas entre gêneros têm que ser
100%
causadas
of
por
the
discriminação.
statistical differences
Se você
between
discorda,
gender has
talvez
to
não
be
seja
caused by
todas, em grande
discrimination.
maioria,
Well,
sim,
perhaps
né?
it's not
Racismo,
all of them,
preconceito é uma
but we
coisa
have
presente na
racism and
sociedade.
prejudice, which is
Então,
something
boa
that
parte
is,
delas pode ser,
present in
dessas
society.
desigualdades podem ser causadas
So
por
the
discriminação.
inequalities may be
Mas
caused,
não
yes,
todas.
by discrimination, but
Se
not
você
all of
discorda
them.
disso,
And
opa,
if you
isso é um campo
disagree from
minado,
that, well,
vem toda uma
that's a
avalanche, vai ser um
minefield.
tiroteio,
There is a
cancelamento
whole
e tudo
shooting
isso.
against you, people
Mas
cancel you and all of
esse
that.
debate, esse campo minado,
But this
ele acaba
minefield,
que faz as pessoas não, essa roda de conjecturas e
this
reputações,
round of
ele
assumptions,
trava, né? Essa
locks you
perseguição
up.
toda trava
This,
essa roda de conjecturas e reputações.
persecution puts
E
an
assim a
end
gente
to
não
the
fica sabendo
assumptions.
causas, muitas
So
soluções
we
que são
don't
muito
learn about the
vantajosas de
causes.
repetir, né? Meu professor vai me dar 10 na banca,
Well, for
os
example,
avaliadores vão adorar se
you're
eu
going to
falar
be
isso.
assessed by a bench
Essas
and you
ideias
want to
ruins,
say
elas
something
prosperam,
that the
viram
bench
políticas
member will
públicas,
like,
muitas vezes
and this may,
equivocadas, porque elas não
may
passaram
result
por
in
reputação.
wrong public policies.
Isso é terrível para a minoria.
And that's terrible for
Para
minorities.
a gente está tentando estudar preconceito, isso
So
é
we are
muito
trying to
ruim.
study prejudice, and that's terrible for minorities. The best example is the Moynihan report. I spoke about this in the south of Brazil, but it's worth readdressing this. In 1963, Daniel Moynihan, a sociologist, he worked for the Department of Labor in the United States. He had to understand why the social assistance request from the black families was going up, while the unemployment of black people was going down. It was like the Moynihan scissor graph. So he went out into the field to survey the communities, and then he realized black families are dismembered, the number of single mothers is increasing, skyrocketing, and he made a report about this. So there's a whole set of pathologies. The fact that the child is born without a paternal figure. He didn't quite explain why, but he said this is related to a whole set of social pathologies. Fewer educational achievements, for example, more unemployment, more drug abuse, many social pathologies, he said. It is a confidential report, but it leaked to the press. It was 1964 at the time. Counterculture. Families were not, the trend of the moment, and everybody accused Moynihan of being a racist person. He was softening the effects of unslavery, the feminists would say, how come you are saying that we cannot take care of our children by ourselves? And blaming the victim expression, this emerged from a book against the Moynihan Report. So he was cancelled. As we say today, nobody paid attention to Moynihan, and then 20 years later, it is consensus that the lack of a paternal figure, children that are raised by single mothers, they had fewer educational achievements, and all of that I said. Some people will discuss why. It's a quite complex issue, of course, but this does exist. That is the minefield, intolerance, closed our eyes to this social issue and to this social cause. Who was affected? The white rich men? No. Who was mostly affected? The discriminated groups were affected. So it's a very complex issue, and precisely because of that, we need freedom of expression, freedom of speech. The activists that pollute the debate, that make the debate dangerous, they are acting against the cause itself. And then in this talk, I would like to mention something. Well, it's a supposition, it's not an opinion, he says. So let us say that a journalist writes an article saying, scientists discover that one of the factors that lead women to earning less is the fear of asking for a raise. So what would be an immature reaction to that? That's absurd. You are blaming the victim. You are soothing the macho culture. You are saying that women are to blame for earning less. Oh, that's disgusting. So the rope of pluralism is going to be stretched. So what would be a mature reaction to that? That would be, well, you may disagree from the study and say it's wrong. I don't know if it's true or not, it's just a supposition, right? So, or you may say, well, if this is true, that there is a natural trend of women to have aversion to risk, we have to create programs, you know, for the society, for women, to be aware of this, you know, bias and deal with that. So that's a mature way of responding. But which of the two reactions would make people more successful in the social networks? The first, right? The hysterical reaction. So, well, the loyalty championship, people win by reacting like this. So it's social psychology, and it's quite interesting creating this minefield. And that has to do with the social networks. And finally, there is this book whose name is Irreversible Damage, by Abigail Schreiber. She is a physician, and she catalogs hundreds and hundreds of cases of young people and children that had hormone blocking in puberty, so they wouldn't, you know, see themselves in their gender, but then they regretted, and then they couldn't go back to their origin, or they underwent like 160 surgery for a sexual redesignation to change their sexual organs, and then it didn't work out, and then they had to go surgery again to surgery again. So this book was cancelled, highly criticized. Amazon for a while, you know, forbade the publicizing of the book on its platform. But once again, I pose the question, who is going to be mostly harmed if this book is, you know, removed? Children that suffer from sexual indefinition, lack of identity. We cannot say that it's a problem, but, you know, children that suffer because of this. So that's my point. The left wing today, brick by brick, they are building a justification against liberty of speech, but the left wing should be the most interested in this kind of liberty. Thank you. Thank you, Leandro.
Vamos agora então.
So now, Sheila.
Tá ligado. Bom,
It's a great joy to be here with you, my dear friends.
Eu confesso que eu me sinto pouco até constrangido, pouco na linha do
Yeah, I feel a little bit embarrassed. I'm debating this topic that seems to be, it seemed to be perfectly consolidated in Brazil, this culture of, liberty of speech. I've been working for entities and organizations that work in this area. So we wrote a lot about this. We had some seminars, and they were boring seminars because everybody agreed with liberty of speech. Everybody agreed to that. But in recent years, it became one of the key topics here in a democratic country like Brazil. And then when we put this topic back on the agenda in Brazil and in the world, but let us talk about Brazil here. So I don't know if you felt like that. Many of you might have felt like that. So you have to start using arguments in favor of liberty of speech, going back to the old 101 about the rule of law, the state of democracy. So you go back to basics. And it's embarrassing, having to do that. I'm not going to do this here. I'm not going to do this here in this forum. I feel embarrassed. We have to go back to square one, to square zero, that the state should not regulate opinion. So these are not crimes. We cannot criminalize people or arrest people because of their opinions. It's not possible to control individual rights. For 400 years, this topic has been discussed. We developed quite a lot, and we forgot that in Brazil. So it's quite embarrassing to say that. Anyhow, we'll have to propose a discussion here. And deep down, there is a question that I'm going to leave for the panel. I don't know if we're going to answer, but what are we going to do with all of that? I'm interviewed everywhere. I participate in shows. I work for the Bandeirantes Broadcasting Network. And the question that people ask me is, how can we solve that? How can we sort it out, Fernando? Where are we heading towards in Brazil? So are we taking the wrong path, terrible path in Brazil? We know that we are taking the wrong path in Brazil. The fact of the political party yesterday, PCO, it's regrettable, it's pathetic. I have no words to describe it. But educationally and pedagogically, it has meaning. I saw a lot of people in the last 24 hours, and they couldn't care less about this. They thought it was just about persecution and fascists. They're destroying democracy, they would say. I have a friend, he says he's a liberal, I'm not going to name names, and one day I told him, a month ago more or less, we were talking over the phone, and then he said, and I remember actually that I mentioned as a professor of philosophy, because the philosophy professor, they tried to reverse the idea to see whether we can promote something different, right? So, left-wing militant that was doing the same accusations to the Supreme Court as the right-wing militants. And then I asked him, shouldn't we apply the same criteria here and there? Of course, I'm against, any kind of censorship. But then he said this left-wing militant, well, he's not part of a group that threatens democracy. He used this kind of criteria. And then today I called him. So I couldn't miss out on this opportunity. And then I said, and then he said, well, I have to rethink my values. Let me think here how I can reply to you. Well, in the First Amendment in the U.S., they questioned the relevance. Rui Costa Pimenta, if he's a threat to the Brazilian democracy, if the political party PCO is a threat to the Brazilian democracy, so we are very close to ridiculous in Brazil, very close to being ridiculous. This has become, permeated in Brazil. If it's just being ridiculous, that's okay. It's good humor. We laugh at it, and that's okay. But it's become serious. It has become a state matter in Brazil. And I confess to you, I don't know the way out from this. And without further ado, I would like to propose a distinction between what Hélio said and what Leandro said. These are two different matters. Educationally speaking, two different matters. Leandro talks about about this culture. We live this culture of intolerance in the cultural wars. And this is based on identity, the identity essentialism, for example, the cultural wars, the cancellation. I'm cataloging cases of cancellation. I've written about this. The American sites that catalog, the cancellation cases of intellectuals and artists. But once I had this conversation with Roberto about this, but it's totally different from something else, which is what Hélio addressed. We have the coercion of the state in what he mentioned. Because cancellation expresses the intolerance culture, for example. It's regrettable, it's wrong, and so on and so forth. So we all participate in the public debate, so we were criticized, we know how this feels. I was checking on this tweet by Tiago, and people were calling him names. And Marcel is here, he's an expert in public cursing, right? I think we are all experts. He's the greatest expert in dealing with public cursing. Anyhow, it is regrettable, it is obnoxious, it is a culture of intolerance, but deep down it's an exercise of liberty of speech, a bad exercise. I think that it's a poor exercise of the liberty of speech, but people can do that. But the problem is when this culture of intolerance, this dogmatic culture of intolerance, anti-pluralistic culture of intolerance that goes back to the 17th, 16th centuries, that's when it's instilled in the state agencies, the state institutions. Then you have state institutions. You have the power as Max Weber, the monopoly of the legal use of violence against people. Public authorities, the Brazilian state. So they start acting based on the very same pattern of intolerance that is disseminated throughout society. Then we have a serious problem. This inquiry of the fake news, with all due respect, we always say that with all due respect, or they arrest us. So with all due respect, we may disagree. And there are some people that are afraid in Brazil, a lot of people actually that are afraid. I work at the press and I see that every day. People are afraid. The inquiry of the fake news that we had in Brazil, it stopped being an inquiry a long time ago. It became a state policy, a permanent state policy to control opinion in Brazil. This is what we are living in Brazil right now. So yesterday was about the party, tomorrow it's going to be another entity. So what's the inquiry? What are they analyzing? What is the term? Well, the inquiry doesn't have an object matter. It's based on opinions and interpretations of the state authorities. So it could encompass anything under any pretext. And it's permanent. There is no term. It's no longer an inquiry. It's a state policy then. So 35 years after the passing of the Brazilian Constitution, we have this control structure that controls opinions in Brazil. This is what we are living in Brazil. So the Federal Supreme Court is now monitoring Twitter by Rui Costa Pimenta. What are they doing so? They're monitoring what Costa Pimenta says. I saw this tweet. I saw Costa Pimenta by random. He's quite funny, by the way. And then he said, well, the party always upheld this. That's their theory. Well, the judges have to be elected. There should be no Senate. So he wrote that. So we defend the dictatorship of the proletariat. We have to put an end to this Supreme Court. We have to create a whole different model. And this happened in Brazil in 1947. It was even worse at the time. They extinguished, the Communist Party in 1947 in Brazil. And one of the arguments in 1947 was that, they were receiving, foreign reserves, and the other fact is that they were against democracy. So we went back to the 40s in Brazil. And I studied history, and Leandro did as well. So we've been studying that there was a symbol of a sad moment in the Brazilian history with repression. Now we are going back exactly to that time, and the left wing is applauding that, and the liberals are applauding that as well.
Onde ficaram um pouquinho com as barbas de molho, dizendo, opa,
So
então, do outro
yesterday
lado
they
também
were kind of
Mas do
holding
outro lado
back,
pequenininho,
they
né?
didn't
Então
know what
tudo
to
bem, bota
say.
embaixo do tapete e deixa assim, mas
But
eu acho que tem
they're
muita
trying
gente
to
hoje
hide the
com
dirt
as barbas
under
de
the
molho
mat,
sobre
but
isso,
there's much to be
Eu
said
queria,
about
eu queria
this.
dizer para vocês, eu acho
And
que
I would like to
eu
tell
teria
you,
várias coisas para dizer, mas
and I have many things to tell you, it's infinite.
A minha impressão
It's
é
infinite
que
discussion, right?
a liberdade de expressão,
But the freedom
eu
of
acabei indo
speech, in
estudar
my
história,
opinion,
aliás,
and I
eu não vou
studied
dar uma
history and
aula
freedom
para
of
concluir,
speech. I'm
para
not
dizer,
going to be
a liberdade de
teaching
expressão
here
ela
for
foi,
you, but to conclude,
ela é o
the
resultado
liberty
de
of
longo
speech
aprendizado,
results
do
from a
próprio aprendizado da
long learning
modernidade,
process,
do
the learning
liberalismo da
of
modernidade.
modernity and the
Não
learning
foi
of
aprendizado
liberalism.
simples. A
And it was
Europa,
not simple learning.
quer dizer, a ideia da liberdade de
The
expressão, uma vez
idea
há
of
uns
liberty of
meses atrás,
speech, and a few months
ano atrás,
ago, about a year
eu
ago,
dia me parei para me perguntar assim, onde é
I
que eu queria
stopped
entender,
to
Leandro,
wonder,
de onde é que surgiu esta ideia?
where did this idea come
Esta
from?
ideia é uma ideia,
This
talvez uma
idea-
das ideias mais, digamos assim, não vou dizer desafiadoras,
One
mas
of the
ideias mais
most
iconoclastas,
challenging
mas a
ideas,
ideia de que eu tenho que tolerar o outro.
the idea that we have to
Que o
tolerate
outro
others,
pensa algo que eu considero
the
abjeto,
idea that the other
que o outro
thinks
pensa algo que eu
something
considero
that I
bárbaro,
think is
que o
obnoxious,
outro pensa
barbaric,
algo que eu
the
considero
other
que vai levar à
thinks
ruína da civilização, mas eu
something
tenho
that
que
will
tolerar o
take
outro.
it to the ruin of civilization, but I
Quando o
have
outro
to
fala, me
tolerate
causa
the other.
uma dor física.
It causes
mas eu
me,
tenho que tolerar o
physical
outro.
pain when the other speaks
Onde
up,
é
but
que
I have
surgiu
to
esta ideia?
tolerate
E
the
esta
other. Where
ideia
did
surgiu
this
no
idea
momento
come from?
mais tristes
This
da
idea
história,
emerged
mais
in a
duros, mais
very
difíceis
sad
da história
moment of
moderna, que
history,
foi
of
exatamente o
modern
momento
history. That was
do nascimento
precisely
das dores do
the
parto da liberdade
birth
de expressão, que foi no século XVI, no século XVII, nas guerras
of
de
the
religião,
freedom of
na época da
speech
noite de
when
São
we had,
Bartolomeu,
religious
na época
wars.
quando
Bartholomew,
quando explode a
when we
divergência
had
na
the
Europa em
waging
função
of
da reforma
divergences
protestante,
in Europe
e a
because of the
divergência explode na
Protestant
Europa
reform. And
quando
divergence
há uma
explodes
revolução
in Europe
tecnológica,
because there is
que
technological
foi uma
revolution
revolução
at the
tecnológica,
time
a revolução
in the
tecnológica da prensa do
16th
Gutenberg.
century because of Gutenberg's
Lutero foi um
press.
dos grandes
So
primeiros
Luther
best-sellers
was one of the first modern
outros grandes
bestsellers,
líderes
and there have been
reformistas
so
na
many other reformist
E é
leaders at the
interessante quando
time.
aquilo explode na
So that
Europa,
explodes in
se
Europe.
cria uma sensação de caos.
So there is
E
this
os europeus
sensation
não
of
sabiam lidar com
chaos,
isso, não
and
tinham valores para
Europeans
lidar com
didn't
isso.
know how to deal with that.
O
They had no
liberalismo foi uma
values to deal with that.
resposta
Liberalism
histórica
was a historical
como a gente podia
response
construir uma
on how
base
we could build,
sólida de valores para
a
lidar com
solid base of values to handle all
uma
of
base
that.
abstrata,
An
sólida,
abstract but solid
Não-
base of values.
de valores que não deveriam ser
Of values that
flexibilizados à
should
luz da
not be
opinião, à
made
luz dos sentimentos, à
flexible
luz das paixões,
in the
à
light
luz
of
do
passions, in the
momento,
light of
do
sentiments,
contexto, das
in the light of the
interpretações,
scenarios, in the light
das
of the
visões de mundo,
interpretations
das
and the
palavras
perspectives on the
bonitas,
world, the beautiful
do que eu
words,
acho, do que eu deixo de achar,
what
ou
people
do que o
think,
ministro acha,
what
ou
they
deixa de
don't
achar,
think, what the minister thinks,
para lidar com este problema, que
to
é o
be able to
problema,
handle
que é o
this
grande
issue,
problema
which is
moderno,
the
e no
key
fundo é o grande
modern
problema
issue,
humano.
and
O
it's a
fato de que a
human
verdade
issue
está
deep
espalhada
down.
no mundo. O fato que ninguém domina a verdade.
Nobody
O grande,
has
talvez
the
o grande,
truth, the actual
grande
truth
mestre
in
disso foi
hand.
Friedrich von Hayek. A ideia é que o conhecimento está espalhado.
Well,
O
the
Hayek está usando
knowledge
um outro
is
jeito isso, mas
spread out.
essa é a grande verdade.
That's
Isso
the
está lá
key
na
truth.
carta, na grande carta
And it
do
lies in the
Milton ao Parlamento
Magnum
inglês da
letter
Europa.
by John
Ele
Milton
diz a
to the
verdade,
European Parliament.
ele
He
menciona o mito
says,
egípcio,
and
para dizer, a
he
verdade
mentions
explodiu.
the Egyptian
ela
myth.
ela só vai
The
ser
truth
reencontrada,
has
rejuntada no
exploded.
juízo final.
It's going to be put together in the
Enquanto nós
final
existirmos nesse
judgment
mundo, nessa terra,
day.
enquanto nós
While
estivermos
we
jogados no
exist
tempo,
here on
a
earth,
verdade vai estar
while we
dilacerada,
live through
espalhada,
time,
fragmentada
truth
por aí.
will be fragmented,
Cada um tem pedaço dela.
dilacerated. We
E é
all
pedaço
have a
móvel.
piece of truth, and it's a mobile piece, a liquid piece.
Então a ideia de que
So,
como é que a gente lida com isso?
how do we handle
Como é que a gente
that?
lida com isso? Só tem um jeito. E aí
There's
vem
a
um
single
longo
way of
aprendizado.
handling that,
É
and it's a
aprendizado. Eu
long
fiz
learning
texto sobre
curve.
isso, acabei de
And
fazer
I
texto.
wrote a text about this, boring text, I would say, about this.
Então, dizer assim, quais eram os argumentos
I
centrais?
was trying to address the
Primeiro
core
argumento básico,
arguments.
nós não
The
somos
first
infalíveis.
basic argument is
Quem fará
that
esses
we are
elementos
fallible.
Coisa básica.
It's basic, right?
O ministro acha que o
So
Rui Costa Pimenta
the
é uma
minister
ameaça à
thinks
democracia,
that
ameaça
Rui
às
Costa
instituições. Ele
Pimenta
acha
is a
isso. Eu não
threat
acho
to
isso.
democracy. He thinks that. I
Alguém acha
don't.
isso aqui?
Do you agree with the
Alguém no
judge? Does anybody in Brazil agree with the judge? But he does, because he has the power of the state. So he's now censuring Rui Costa Pimenta from the political party, PCO. That's a simple example. It's trivial. It's kind of ridiculous. Wellington Macedo, have you heard about Wellington Macedo? The journalist that was arrested in Brazil. He was arrested in Brazil. He was in prison for 3 months because he made a video speaking about the acts of September the 7th. So he made a video disseminating that, saying nonsense. What's the importance of that? Come on. What's the relevance? What's the severity of that? So the minister himself recently, he censured Claudio Lessa. Have you heard about Claudio Lessa?
Você nunca deve ter lido, você pode não concordar com nada que ele escreva, mas vale a pena ver.
Censura prévia.
So prior censorship, Tiago, in Brazil, it's no longer prior censorship. Carmen Lúcia said we can no longer censor people before they express themselves. He said that somebody said there should be a limit to self-expression, and he said, well, self-expression is a problem. So I remember George Orwell, which I read when I was a teenager. Newspeak. It's pure truth what happened. You send, for example, the minister sends out an order by telegram and take Claudia Lessa off air. That's prior censorship in my view. When he says, take this off all social networks, it's not about, for example, suing Rui Costa or anything like that. Maybe I feel extremely insulted in my, my assets, my equity, my hair, my look. But it's a question of right. If I feel basically insulted in my honor, for example, then I can sue somebody. It's an issue of actually defending your own equity. I can process, I can enter into or I can sue people, and an impartial, independent judge will judge the case. Is there any novelty in that? It's very, very old, but prior censorship. If you ask people, they say it doesn't exist in Brazil, there's no such thing, but it's like an Orwellian world. The panopticon that we have created in the bosom of the Brazilian state. And what they say is that, well, there is no prior censorship, I'm against it. I feel extremely constrained by this moment in Brazilian history. I hardly know what to say exactly. The history of freedom of expression was built in order to solve problems. I'm not going to go into too great detail, but there's another argument I like. In a very diverse society where everyone diverges because this is good, each one is different, and the use of human reason exists, there's only one way to produce social peace and stability, that is, where people can live together as in the social contract and don't kill each other in the street. It's where freedom of expression is guaranteed. James Madison, John Locke. But over time, there's been a growing conviction in this process. That is, that people's freedom, their individual rights, cannot depend on anyone's subjective decision. Nobody should have their rights or their freedom in a position where they depend on some other human being's subjective opinion. That's why we talk about the rule of law rather than the rule of men. When there's a minister who arbitrates on my liberty, my freedom, based on what he thinks, then that is government by man rather than the rule of law. And that's a risk here in Brazil. Thank you.
It's
a very important point because when we talk about a lack of, or the non-existence of prior censorship, we need to remember the military government, and there's a basic difference here. At that time, censorship was the the content and the outlet, not the person, but with social networks, any individual can express themselves freely, and so the censorship today is worse, because it's censorship or cancellation of a person, of an individual, not an outlet, and that's very bad. The problem is that if you want to attack an individual, in the past, to attack a journalist, you had to attack the outlet. Today, it's direct. I think that's very bad, in my opinion. I agree. As Schiller was telling us, speaking of fear, the fear that many people feel, for example, before I hit send, it's like the chilling effect, as they say in the US. It's this effect of making you stop and halt because of fear. Today, although we are public figures, we have a little bit more protection than ordinary people, but we're still affected. And when we speak of politics, Leandro speaks not quite so much about politics, but I talk about politics a lot, and it is chilling, because what is the effect of that, Fernando? On expression as defined by Hayek. If people, can't you say what you think? For example, I don't know anything about, for example, the electronic eye, as it were, the technological issue. I don't know whether it's relevant or not, because it's against democracy. And you were talking about the 16th century when the concept arose. There's a legal construct today, which is before that, which is treason. You cannot criticize the person of the Supreme. It's like treason against the king. You simply cannot criticize it. There will be an inquiry against you. That's like high treason crime, which is not actually in our constitution, that you cannot speak ill of the sovereign. We also mentioned the issue of tolerance. People might think Popper, who was deemed to be liberal, and he talked about the paradox of tolerance. If you allow tolerance, who was part of this this group here, if society allows this tolerance, then you put an end to the tolerance, because the intolerant come to an end. People haven't read the text, because what Popper meant was that an intolerant person incites violence, and they carry out an imminent threat against third parties. This is what we say. This is not freedom of expression. That's a crime. An imminent threat is a crime. So in this is what Popper was talking about. If you allow it to be legal for people who are inciting violence to get away with it, then we're finished. But if you're against freedom of expression, people who are against freedom of expression take Popper's phrase to mean we must silence the other. I wrote a column about a year ago. Fernando and I are rivals in terms of how many columns we write about freedom of speech. But we were talking about the US doctrine about the imminent threat. The Brandenburg Doctrine, somebody who was a member of the KKK, that abject group, and he said at a rally with his group of insane followers, and he said terrible things about going to Washington and invading and storming, very similar to the 6th of January. There was a weird hat as well. Trump has a bit more elaborate. His is more like a turban. A bit like a JK of Jamiroquai. Anyway, the point is, the US is very mature in this evolution. The Supreme Court, the person was condemned for inciting violence. I can't remember exactly. the exact legal terminology, but we're against the system, let's march on Washington. And he was condemned, but the Supreme Court said if he wants to defend his crazy KKK ideas, let him do it. We have to deal with that. We have to deal with it. And there's a great deal of intelligence in that, to allow that is on the surface, because then we know who are the fools who are saying these things. We can work against that. Hang on, let me just interrupt you. John Stuart Mill on liberty, he has the justification of foolish ideas. However foolish an idea is, it makes us better. And it's easy to say, let's silence that guy, shut him up. Everybody else who's watching will say, there's no argument against what we're saying. Perhaps our argument is good. Ideas that were banned are extremely charming, are very attractive. Everything which was forbidden and censored, it gained strength and body. So if you say, let's shut up this group of people who say stupid things, this is what will happen. This will all thrive in a kind of underworld. Hélio, I can see some things happening in the 21st century, and I think, I wonder whether it was impossible to predict this in the past. When we think of the censorship under the AI5 law in the military government, it made the left indignant. Therefore, they defended freedom of expression. Now we see freedom of expression, which is criticized by certain segments of the left who work against it. If I had, in '68, if someone had said to me, in 50 or so years' time, the left will be against freedom of speech, I'd say, you're crazy. It was completely paradoxical. Popper was wrong with his paradox. Can I ask Leandro a question? Are there mechanisms today, theoretically, on social media, for example, Twitter and Facebook, to control this type of hate speech? For example, there are these ideas that perhaps affront democracy, etc., other types of expression. So we have these devices, but on social networks we see that there's it's biased in terms of who is censored. They're rather censorious of the right and a little bit free and easy with those on the left. Yes, I think that does happen. With regard to the ban on the PCO party and the Brazilian Communist Party, and so you can take certain networks off air, and I think it'll be the case of a number of ideas. Sorry, I'm just joking in certain cases. The PCO became a far-left party. In the press, it's like the extreme left is out there. The Alexandre de Moraes banned a far-left party. Yeah, but he's a fanatic. Why are you defending him? I'm not defending him. I'm defending their right, the right of Brazilian institutions. They should not depend on an individual subjective decision. With regard to the STF, recently people were criticizing the Supreme Court, and people were saying, far be it from me to disrespect the Supreme Court, but ... that doesn't happen with the legislative branch. There are songs about them, for example, 300 Fools in the Congress by a group called Paralamas, but it's curious. The global news network regretted its editorial which supported the '68 coup d'etat. Perhaps it regrets that. Perhaps in a few decades' time it will regret its regrets. So if you have a president of the republic, later on, British journalism is like that. The goal of that is to make somebody so ashamed that they will admit that they should stand down. But suddenly what seems to happen on Brazilian media is that all of a sudden you start hearing, oh, the president of the STF has a week in which to speak. There are many criticisms. Why can't we explore them, these critiques? It's weird, isn't it? It's noticeable. The PCO, which was basically a kind of dead and dying party, suddenly is going to gain a lot of votes, perhaps millions, perhaps only because of this decision. I'll invite you to the next forum. I used to take part in a group rather against my will, grudgingly. There was a rule that you could not speak badly of anyone in the Supreme Court because it was an affront against democracy, but you could speak badly of Bolsonaro. And one person said, I don't understand this. You can't speak badly of a minister of justice, but you can speak badly of you can badmouth the president. The result, he was expelled from the group. One last point is people say, no, your discourse is against the democratic institutions. But I have the right to write against them. Marcos Lisboa, for example. He's not far-right, but he's against he argues for the extinction of the accounting court. Somebody was saying that, for example, the procurator's office or the prosecutor's office shouldn't exist. There should be a court which is a constitutional court, an appeals court. Why can't I say that? There's a technical point. It's not a court as such. It's part of the legislative branch, the general accounting office. That's why you say that. Fernando, in this scenario you portrayed, this has been happening in other countries. Cancel culture is very strong in Europe and the US. But you don't have the fact of somebody from the judicial branch directly acting against people on the basis of that this is, for example, an attempt against democracy. Yes, it's interesting for a whole range of reasons. But in the contemporary world, it has to do with the technological revolution, of course. We're very, very good in terms of the technological revolution, but, for example, I saw some data that there are more than 500,000 influencers in Brazil. It was in the newspaper. Some of them, an influencer is anyone with more than 10,000 followers. And we've got millions of people in this democracy. In the past, we were just thousands in democracy. 30 years ago, 35, 40 years ago, there were a few score people who commanded the public debate, if that many. The first time I wanted to take part in a public debate, I was like 19 years old. I sent a letter to Zero Hora newspaper in Porto Alegre. The editor said, and he would decide, who's the gatekeeper, will I publish this reader's letter or not? That was your access to the public space. Yeah, this based on as much as you had that access. So we used to print, we used to write and then print and photocopy I think it's the Labour Party or the Workers' Party, PT, that you're talking about, right? Let's leave that past. But I was in the queue or the line at health station or post early in the morning. It was a lot of work to be up early to do all that preparation. And I think this is the basic fact of democracy now. But now, with the option that you have for democracy, there's been hyper-polarization. We see this in the US and everywhere else in the world, to be honest. And Pippa Norris wrote a few years back a book called The Great Backlash, which was that on one side you had progressive movements which were proliferating, and you had a conservative movement on the other hand. And I don't know if that was actually a backlash per se, but people putting their points of view forwards. And these were not the hegemonic points of view of the institutions. This was about what it was. But you have a kind of mainstream thought out on the social networks, and then above that you have a hegemonic thinking. It's clear in Brazil. You've got the whole chaotic world on the internet, rather wild world. Telegram, that particular platform was so disruptive. It's like, how can Bolsonaro have a million followers on Telegram? And then you have the world of institutions like editorials in the Folha, Globo, etc., the other Brazilian major newspapers. And civil society in Brazil, I remember, was always invited to come onto the stage, for example, various Brazilian associations to come up onto the stage. And then this kind of exploded and took off, and this led to a certain level of radicalization in democracy that it'll take us a long time to understand. In the New York Times, there was an interesting article about the change in the American Union of Civil Liberties. It's a very, very old union or association which led to the defense of the First Amendment. The culture and the practice, the very important case. Many of us have written about this. The famous Skalki case, when you had the Nazi march in a Jewish neighborhood. So the people who defended the rights of that half a dozen or so Nazis were Jewish lawyers representing the AUCL. And Louis Nassif said to the New York Times, the AUCL has changed. After Trump came to power, it's changed. They no longer talk about the First Amendment. Their issue now is the anti-Trump struggle. It's a bit like this in Brazil. The liberals in Brazil, many liberals have abandoned liberalism because of hatred for Brazil's Trump. Political party passionate hatred is much more powerful in the human heart than abstract principles. Liberalism only can survive through storms and difficult times if we defend these abstract principles, if we allow ourselves to be blown here and there by the winds of passion. And I think this is what's happening. Yesterday, it was sad what happened, but it was very pedagogic. It was a learning experience. I'd like to remind some of you of something that happened a few years back, when some artists got together to avoid or prevent biographies being published. There were some biographies. It was Roberto Carlos was one, and there were some other popular artists. At the time, the justifications were that it should happen in order to avoid lies being published. Kind of like an ancestor of fake news, if you think about it. But I see it's the opposite. I think it was to avoid truths coming out, inconvenient truths. Is there any parallel between what's recently happened and what happened then?
Parecido, sim.
I think they're similar.
Nós não somos exatamente
we're not
da nossa reputação, porque a nossa reputação
the owners of our reputation. Our reputation exists in somebody else's head. You don't have the right to oblige society to maintain your reputation unblemished, because it's not yours, really. So I'm against this ban on writing the biography. If there's a slander or a libel in it, then you can address that. But to ban the publication of a book, do you remember another time? There was a book about Safra, the banker here in Brazil, and the murder that happened in Paris, and the book was recalled. They had a kind of recall of the book, and the book circulated in a sort of telegram. So one solution, Fernando, is cryptography. If people are trying to silence us and knock down our platforms whenever they can, because they believe they are the owners, the state that manipulates everything in society, and no unwanted opinions can be allowed, then we have to hide from the state. So cryptography would be good, then you can say whatever you like, and nobody can discover it was you. I think anonymity has a value for society, because if you can be persecuted today, anything you say can be used against you. So the metaverse could be a solution, you think? I don't know really about the metaverse, but just to perhaps change this idea, when we compare ourselves with other countries, it's shameful to compare our Supreme Court with the Supreme Court of the United States. A recent case where there was a leak of a decision, which was a secret decision about, for example, whether abortion should be, basically the Roe versus Wade issue in the US. Somebody working inside there managed to leak that to inform society. You see what they're up to, these guys in here? The US Supreme Court did not persecute anyone, did not violate anyone's rights. They basically gave a written declaration. There was no political agents coming onto TV and saying, and it says, we'll investigate what happened, how this leak occurred, and we'll try to see what happened, and we'll see if they violated their duty.
It's totally different from what we see in Brazil here, Fernando. It's terrible. There, judging something that has to do with another branch, monocratically speaking, that's unthinkable. It has to be the entire Supreme Court. So here we are doing absurd things. Modesto, correct me if I am wrong, but I think that even our Constitution will not allow for that, and we are doing that.
Deixa eu só responder essa pergunta também.
So let me answer the question as well.
Eu acredito que a lei brasileira,
I believe that the Brazilian law
em relação a isso, ela é boa.
Is good about this topic. So you have freedom of speech, there is no prior censorship, but liberty has to do with responsibility, comes along with a responsibility. So if you slander, you may, be sued and penalized by that. That's great. And nobody here would tolerate, an environmental full freedom of expression, pedophilia, for example. Imagine if this were to be allowed. Yeah, just a minute. I'll finish my point here. So, the limit of the liberty of speech is defined by private entities. I define who enters in my house. And if they start preaching communism, I'll say, okay, go away. I don't want to hear. So in my home, I define the limits for liberty of speech. It's not the minister or the state. So we have to make it clear. So, Fernando, would you like to say anything? So let me finish. An observation about this. So you have the inquiry of fake news in Brazil. How come we have that if fake news is not a crime? There is no such legislation criminalizing fake news in Brazil.
Pois é, o Congresso aprovou uma
Yes,
legislação
the
no passado
National
que fala em
Congress passed
desinformação
this
no período
legislation
eleitoral.
speaking about misinformation in the electoral period. But the fake news crime doesn't exist in Brazil. People are arrested and punished and censured for something that doesn't exist. So it's just open interpretation. And I was, obsessed by such topics, and I was studying about the inmates, the persecuted, and then I checked the rulings of the Supreme Court on such crimes. I was obsessed about asking, what is the crime? What is the crime? And the crime is always a set of interpretations of the interpretations, interpreting sentences and words. Alan dos Santos, for the sake of an example, he fled to the United States, and I listed all of the crimes ascribed to him. The most material one is that he showed his finger to the building of the Supreme Court. That's what we read in the lawsuit. We read in the rulings. It goes to the proceedings of the history of the jurisprudence in Brazil, lifting the finger because he took a picture, by showing his finger to the building of the Supreme Court. That's one of the reasons for his arrest. But basically, the imprisonment has to do with the variations of the same sentence, a threat to the rule of law of the institutions. So if you take a sentence and you transform in 14 variations, it reminded me of Mozart with the variations, and then you have a crime according to the interpretation of the justice. So we don't want to see that happening, and that's why they invented the First Amendment in the United States. The First Amendment was passed because they wanted to keep the liberty of speech. It shouldn't be subject to anyone, much less to those who have power. We're not afraid of the Congress because the Congress cannot arrest anyone there. But the justice here can. Okay, they issue the arrest order based on interpretations, on the suspicion of something. I believe that such and such happened, and they issue an arrest order. That's the level. This is what we have in the rule of law in Brazil. And in the United States, and I love telling this story, so a major master of the First Amendment. So in the United States, they also slipped early on in the story of the First Amendment. In 1798, we had John Adams, and it was approved by the American Congress. So back way then, and they learned, it was good it was back way then, because they learned. So there was this possibility of the war with France. And, offensive acts against the American president. But there were 20 journalists that were arrested together with an assemblyman. And I joked because now history repeats itself. First as a tragedy, then as a phony thing. Well, somehow in the historical moment we saw this. So what was the issue? It was the subjective interpretation of what a crime could be. What is an offense? What is a sedition act? What is a threat? If you open up this door, this space for subjective interpretation, the liberty of speech goes down the drain. Because when are we going to stop? What's the limit? Who is going to set the limit? The Supreme Court in Brazil will tell you what the limit is. Yeah. And that's an issue. It shouldn't be the Supreme Court. It shouldn't be the Supreme Court. It should be the law telling us what the limit is. Because the Supreme Court is not above the law. The Supreme Court is not above the Constitution. I was discussing this with him. Well, given what the Supreme Court said, it is the Constitution. But it's not true. It's not the case. The Constitution is above all of the other institutions, including the Supreme Court, including the National Congress. So when Madison saw what was happening, he made the Virginia Report, which is a great text, and I read it from the 1800s. He provides all of the arguments. We could summarize and apply it to Brazil today. So the abuse could be the use of something. Who's going to set the limit between use and abuse? Well, facts and opinions, they are blended in the public debate. The accounts were demonetized of bloggers in Brazil because they were defending the printed voting system. They said there was an issue with the electronic system. I don't think there's an issue with the electronic voting system, in my opinion, but that's my opinion, and my opinion is irrelevant. So there was this voting at the National Congress. So the person is upholding printed voting. It's a right to defend printed voting. So it's his right to think that the electronic ballots are vulnerable. So in this case, it was not the Supreme Court, it was the Electoral Court. So they thought that was not the case, so they sent a letter to the YouTubers, so they demonetized their YouTube accounts. It's an economic censorship. It's now the fad of the moment in Brazil. It's a coward kind of censorship against people in Brazil. So at the Virginia Report, we can read about this. Madsen says it all. And he talks about this idea. That's why the spirit of the First Amendment is that the National Congress will not legislate limiting the liberty. Because if we admit this assumption that this could be done by any state institution, then we'll never know what's the limit of that. So I'm going to use their expression. So either we have a very strict approach, either we have this quite strict approach, but any agency, they will not legislate. So there is no room for doing that. Because if we open up such form, such space, we eventually, lose our child, so to speak. Beginning by Professor Modesto, we have a question here.
Acho que tem.
Oi, oi.
Foi.
It's not a question, it's just a remark about the tyranny of the Supreme Court. It's not about oppression, it's tyranny. And tyranny is establishing a regime of men oppressing and promoting terror. So, in the judgment of Daniel Silveira, the assemblyman, the Supreme Court condemned Daniel Silveira and his lawyer as well. So it's the absolute toppling of the democratic system in all senses. So you can no longer defend anyone. It's the terror of the French Revolution. Marzab, the lawyer, decided to defend Louis XVI in the People's Tribunal. And the People's Tribunal did the following: condemned Louis XVI to be beheaded because he committed the treason to the nation, and also the lawyer because he was defending somebody who had practiced, treason to the nation. And the Supreme Court condemned, and he had to pay a hefty penalty. That's the lawyer who defended Daniel Silveira, our assemblyman. So this has to be remembered, so that we can really show the toppling of democracy and the rule of law in Brazil. When Modesto speaks, I listen. So if we are living this situation in which this expert says that we are living tyranny by the Supreme Court, we should be concerned. This is what Fernando is saying. It's embarrassing, but at the same time, the society has not mobilized yet. We do not envisage a solution for that. So it's much easier to ask the question after Professor Cavalhosa said something. It's much clearer now. We know that people will understand better what I'm going to say now. My opinion is that we are all here upholding fake news, that Brazil is a democracy. That's fake news.
No,
Brazil is not a democracy. And if it is a democracy, it is the democracy that was established to defend certain groups with a certain privileges. So it is a perverse system, and the groups that hold coercion power at the highest levels, before the army, that's the Federal Supreme Court, and they precisely use their power to do what we are condemning here. So when the Supreme Court says that a certain assemblyman is threatening democracy and they censure the assemblyman, they are simply destroying democracy. What was a threat, virtually speaking, became a concrete fact by their hand. So I may deduce the following. As Professor Cavalhosa said, we no longer have a state in Brazil. We don't have laws that are enforced in Brazil. We are living under tyranny, which was established by those that should, uphold our rights that have been violated. So Brazil lacks administration, Brazil lacks the figure of the state, Brazil lacks laws. And my question to you is, what should we do to re-establish the rule of law? I don't like saying democratic rule of law. I don't like saying that. Our rights are not at the mercy of the majority. I remove the word democratic and I uphold the rule of law. So how can we resume, reinstitute in Brazil the rule of law and a good administration? Yeah, we are running a little bit late, so you could answer this one. Let me add on to what he's saying, and he's right. What really makes, things complicated is what Juvenal explained in the 2nd century. And then, who will oversee the overseers? So the issue lies in the Supreme Court. So if the issue lies in the Supreme Court, who will oversee the Supreme Court? It's much more complicated than the political issue of voting in a better candidate, for example, because they hold the power. It says Supreme. The name says it all, Supreme Court. And according to Juvenal, he was talking about the woman of the protagonist, and she was betraying the husband. That was his suspicion. And a friend said, why don't you oversee her to make sure that she's not going to betray you? And then he answered, who is going to oversee the overseer?
Who watches the watchman?
Who watches the watchman?
Marina Helena, por favor.
So Marina Helena? So I have a question for you, and I've been thinking about this quite often. So all in all, what we see in the Supreme Court, is it a symptom for the entire judiciary branch in Brazil? Because we have judges unilaterally going against, the opinion of panels, for example. So we have the slowest judiciary system in the world, because we lack the proper interpretation of the law. So it's kind of a lottery. It becomes lottery. So what kind of law is that? Nobody respects the jurisprudence. Perhaps that's precisely the flaw that we have today in the judiciary branch. For example, if you show the finger, if that's an issue, so any person that does that should go to jail. Perhaps they would think twice before arresting somebody for this cause. Or what they did against the political party, PCO, if this could be applicable to any other political party based on the same jurisprudence, So perhaps they would not incur in such ruling. It's a quite personal ruling, right? Does the law exist when there's so many interpretations to it?
Quem vai responder?
Eu queria juntar a pergunta da Marina e do
So
Roberto.
Marina and Roberto's
vocês que a
question,
gente
and I'm
vive
going
numa
to
ditadura.
answer
Existe
them.
país
Let's
que tem uma
say that we
ditadura.
live in this
Então, quem
dictatorship.
governa, quem decide
So
tudo nesse
those who
país
decide everything in the
grupo,
country
né?
are a
grupo
group
de
of people,
ilustres e tal.
a group
E
of
eles falam, não,
renowned
mas a gente tem
people.
que parecer
And
uma
they say, but we
democracia.
have to
Então,
look
vamos
like a
fazer as pessoas
democracy.
votarem
So
cada 2
let us
anos,
make
a gente
people
elege
vote
lá
every 2 years.
algum
We are going
representante
to
deles, deputados,
elect
né,
representatives,
mas
a
eles não vão fazer
president,
nada.
but
Eles
they're
não
not
vão ter
going to
poder
do
nenhum.
anything. They have no power.
A gente vai poder culpar todos
So
os
we
problemas
can
do
blame
país deles, falar, não, vocês são
them
culpados,
for the
vocês
issues of the country.
E
You are the
eles
ones
não vão ter
because
nenhum
you are
poder de
in
decisão.
charge, so you are the culprits, but they have
Esse país
no
imaginário,
decision-making
ele
power.
reflete o Brasil.
So this imaginary country, to what extent does it
não sei se
reflect
100%, mas, por
Brazil?
exemplo, ontem o
Not
Salim estava contando pra
100%,
gente,
but Salim,
quando ele estava no
yesterday,
governo,
he was telling us
teve uma
that when he
estatal
worked
dessas
for
estatais
the
bizarras
ministry,
do Brasil,
there was, you know,
cujo
this
conselho,
state-owned company,
ele venceu o
and
prazo.
the
Tinha que renovar o
board
conselho, deu 2 anos
expired.
de
They
conselho
had
e
to
tinha que se
renew
renovar.
the members of the
Eles falaram,
board,
não, então tá, vamos
and
lá,
then they
vamos
said,
renovar esse
okay,
conselho.
let's renew
De
the
repente
members of
surgiu
the
o Ministério
board.
Público,
And then
desses,
the Attorney General's office
ilustres,
came
desse
with
nosso país
a
fictício,
recommendation
e
with
falou,
a
não,
renowned
não,
person, and they
vamos deixar
said,
o conselho, a
no,
gente decidiu
we leave
aqui,
it
o
as
juiz
it
também
is.
acionou,
We
o
decided to
Ministério
do
Público
like
acionou o
this.
juiz, tal,
So
decidiu,
the
e o
Attorney
conselho
General's
parece
office
que
told
tá
this
lá
to
até
the
hoje.
judge, and the judge decided, and the board is still in force
o
to this
representante
day.
eleito pelo povo
So
não
the
consegue,
representative that is elected by the people cannot manage, cannot administer, because the ones that are above the law behave like this. In São Paulo, there was this ruling, absurd ruling. A construction company built a building. They got the permit to build the building. Everything was in accordance with the law. The zoning was appropriate for that building. But then, after they were halfway through the construction, the dwellers said, we don't want to have a building here. And then they filed a lawsuit, and then the judge made it clear. The zoning law of the municipality allows for this. She admitted the law permits, but I don't want it. And then the Constitution comes into play. Our Constitution is a catalog of utopias, like a letter to Santa Claus, quite good expressions he used. So the judges have all the powers. So perhaps it's too easy to blame the judiciary system. They do that because they're evil, but we started believing in democracy as of the 60s. We said, well, democracy will sort out things. And as Hashevsky said, democracy is becoming a government of organized minorities. And we support the branches. We know it's kind of dysfunctional, but then we support the judiciary branch. Gilmar Mendes, when he canceled the appointment of Lula as a minister, people supported, people took to the streets to support this decision. It's a matter of trusting on the institutions, but I don't think we believe in such institutions. Before closing, I would like to show the video of the Gazeta do Povo newspaper.
Em país onde grande parte da população não confia nos políticos, mas adora o Estado, existe jeito diferente de ver as coisas. A Gazeta do Povo tem certeza que essa é a maneira certa de fazer comunicação. Por isso, em nome de toda a Gazeta, eu tenho convite para você conhecer o nosso jornalismo único. Basta acessar o QR Code exibido aqui na tela e no folder que você recebeu como brinde. Assine a Gazeta do Povo e junte-se a nós. Comunidade de leitores.
Bom, antes de encerrar,
so before we close the panel, I would kindly ask our panelists to join us here to receive their token of our gratitude.
Obrigado, valeu.
Bom, uma salva de palmas para todos. E o nosso próximo painel é Liberdades Individuais em Risco.
Well, individual liberties at stake, and I would like to invite now the speaker, Professor Palmer, but before, let's watch the video with Brasil Paralelo. We are Brasil Paralelo. Welcome. Let's rescue the good values and ideas. This is our mission. Tonight, 8 p.m.
Muito bem. Eu queria chamar então Tom Palmer, que é o doutor em ciências políticas.
He has a PhD in political sciences. He came to the United States to speak to us. Welcome, Professor Palmer.
Muito obrigado. Foi fantástico ouvir a conversa bem robusta anterior sobre essa questão tão importante como a liberdade da expressão. Nesses últimos meses eu tenho viajado muito na Ucrânia. Por isso a bandeira da Ucrânia. 7 semanas eu passei entregando suprimentos e trabalhando com amigos e colegas e resgatando refugiados que estão fugindo de uma guerra genocida. Então, em 7 semanas eu dirigi mais do que nos 10 anos anteriores. É fantástico estar num único lugar durante uma semana e eu estou muito agradecido pelo convite de estar nessa cidade fantástica de indústria e comércio. Eu tenho muita gratidão para com o Lucas Belanza e também para o empresário Salim Matar, que me ajudou a vir, e as muitas organizações envolvidas na conferência e cada um do público. O tópico que eu recebi para falar é bastante amplo e que tem várias avenidas para abordá-la. A liberdade individual em risco. Eu vou examinar palavra por palavra. Individual. Individual é um adjetivo que se refere a cada pessoa, uma por uma. Então, estamos, por isso, interessados na liberdade de cada indivíduo. Esse modificador individual pode ser usado de outras maneiras também, esse adjetivo, mas aqui enfoca a liberdade de cada pessoa. Cada pessoa é uma entidade única. Antônimos da palavra individual, indivíduo, usando no contexto, incluem comum, combinado, juntos, compartilhados, coletivo. No contexto do pensamento moral e político, o antônimo relevante é coletivo, ou seja, individualismo contrasta com coletivismo. E cada filosofia propõe uma fundação diferente para a justiça moral e política e a ordem. Os individualistas acreditam que os seres humanos individuais são a fundação da justiça moral e política. Os grupos são reais e não são ficções meramente, como às vezes são descontados, e não são fontes de significância moral da mesma forma que os indivíduos. É uma distinção muito importante. Para os coletivistas, os seres humanos, um por um, individualmente, são análogos às células de um organismo. Cada um é uma parte orgânica e componente que serve o organismo, e cada um é subserviente ao florescimento de tudo. Os indivíduos, nessa mentalidade coletivista, são dispensáveis. E os coletivistas reais podem cometer genocídio e assassinato e não têm consciência pesada porque nada foi perdido, nada real foi destruído. Os indivíduos não são tão reais como as coletividades, no ponto de vista deles, porque acreditam que o verdadeiramente real não é a entidade individual, mas as forças como classes, raças, nações e assim por diante. Mas na formulação pós-moderna dessa mentalidade coletivista, o individual é um tipo de ponto de intersecção de forças que são mais reais do que o indivíduo concreto e real. Contrastando isso, para os individualistas, o grupo, quer seja Estado, nação, comunidade, sinagoga, igreja, sindicato ou clube, é composto de indivíduos e suas relações, inter-relações complexas. O grupo não é apenas uma coletividade aleatória, realmente são indivíduos e suas relações complexas. Então, isso distingue uma igreja de um sindicato, de uma empresa e outros tipos de associação humanas. Então, os indivíduos e suas relações constituem o grupo, são primários. É verdade, e nós devemos conceder a essa mentalidade coletivista que cada indivíduo, cada um de nós, é formado pelos grupos em que nascemos, os grupos com quem nós nos associamos. Por exemplo, quem nasce no Brasil provavelmente tem uma mentalidade diferente de alguém que nasceu na Coreia do Norte, por exemplo. Podemos reconhecer isso. Mas, e é um ponto muito importante, o grupo não é outro indivíduo com o mesmo protagonismo ou status ontológico como os membros que o constituem. Indivíduos e grupos são diferentes de maneiras importantes. Os coletivistas são ingênuos ontologicamente, nunca entendem isso. Por exemplo, um grupo de pessoas não tem a consciência de si e a agência ou protagonismo moral de um indivíduo. Por exemplo, às vezes os grupos são maneiras de fugir à nossa responsabilidade. Fugimos do nosso protagonismo dizendo que nós nos perdemos no grupo, foi o grupo que fez, não fui eu. Em muitos casos, crimes horrendos, crimes de guerra são cometidos assim, não fui eu. Eu não matei as pessoas, foi o exército, nós. Ou ninguém, nós fizemos, ou ninguém fez. Adicionalmente, um grupo pode viver, pode ser mais longevo que os indivíduos. Igrejas, nações, empresas, corporações, eles perduram gerações. Os membros individuais podem morrer, mas a empresa, a igreja, a associação continua. Mas isso não torna o grupo moralmente superior ao indivíduo. Nem o grupo constitui uma entidade que existe independentemente dos indivíduos. Uma pessoa que entendeu muito bem de sua experiência própria foi o romancista ucraniano Vassily Grossman, que passou a inteira vida adulta sob o regime coletivista da União Soviética. Ele nunca viveu em nenhuma sociedade livre. No romance Vida e Destino, que era o cerco a Stalingrad, um dos personagens, o coronel Piotr Novikov, inspeciona os soldados que ele comanda antes da batalha. Ele vai falar aos soldados e ele tem um entendimento súbito. Os agrupamentos humanos têm um único propósito principal: asseverar o direito de cada um de ser diferente, de ser especial, de pensar, sentir e viver de sua maneira. As pessoas se agrupam para ganhar ou defender o direito. Mas é aqui que um erro terrível, fatídico, nasce. Acreditar que os agrupamentos em nome de raça, Deus, partido ou Estado constituem a propósito o propósito da vida, são um meio de um fim, mas não. O único significado verdadeiro dessa luta pela vida está no indivíduo, nas suas peculiaridades modestas e seu direito a tê-las. Então, nossas peculiaridades modestas e nosso direito de tê-las, o que faz cada um de nós único e não apenas intercambiável, como, por exemplo, tijolos de Lego e brinquedos de crianças. Este é o foco do individualismo. Um dos grandes heróis nacionais do Brasil deixou claro, tanto no que fez e no que escreveu, é o poeta, diplomata e abolicionista Joaquim Nabuco, que nos instruiu como individualistas nessas palavras: eduquem os filhos, eduquem-se a si mesmos, no amor da liberdade alheia. O único meio de não ser a sua própria liberdade uma doação gratuita do destino e de adquirirem a consciência do que ela vale e a coragem para defendê-la. Ou seja, o individualismo não é egoísmo. E os coletivistas nos acusam disso. Vocês são individualistas, você acredita na significância do indivíduo, você, portanto, é egoísta. Mas é o oposto. O individualista que se preocupa com a liberdade dos outros, não apenas sua própria. Eu não preciso ser judeu para sentir horror pelos pogroms antissemíticos. Eu não preciso ser negro para me opor ao Ku Klux Klan. A lista continua. Qualquer uma dessas coisas, acreditar no direito da pessoa de viver sua vida sem medo de violência ou domínio. É o individualista que ama sua própria liberdade, mas ama tanto mais profundamente porque ela ama a liberdade dos outros. Pensemos na natureza humana. Nós temos, por assim dizer, duas naturezas. Uma natureza comum, todos nós compartilhamos. Para usar a frase do Aristóteles, nós somos zoon logon, que se traduz normalmente como animal racional. Mas a outra tradução melhor seria o animal que fala, o animal que possui o logos. Somos primatas sociais, somos mamíferos, entes vivos e assim por diante. É a nossa natureza compartilhada, a natureza comum. Cada um de nós tem sua natureza individual que nos distingue. Um grande teórico dessa questão foi o Marcus Tullius Cícero. No livro sobre o dever, ele escreveu quando sabia que seria morto, ele escreveu essa carta ao filho sobre como viver uma boa vida. Deve-se entender que fomos vestidos, digamos, pela natureza para dois papéis. Um é comum, que deriva do fato de que temos um quinhão da razão e na superioridade em que ultrapassamos as criaturas, os bichos brutos, mas o outro é especificamente assignado para individuais, porque há muitas diferenças corpóreas, uns são mais altos, mais baixos, de modo semelhante a diferenças tão grandes no espírito dos homens. O resultado dessa visão foi um entendimento universal dos direitos fundamentais. Ele concluiu, num trecho citado muitas vezes ao longo dos séculos, esse livro, na verdade, é um dos mais importantes na história mundial. Foi o livro mais impresso na Europa depois da Bíblia, depois do Gutenberg, e teve uma influência profunda. Todos os homens devem ter um único objetivo, que o benefício de cada indivíduo e o benefício de todos juntos deva ser exatamente a mesma. Então, não necessariamente temos interesses conflitantes. Podemos viver juntos, conviver em paz e harmonia. Se alguém se arroga Isso assim, todo o intercurso humano será dissolvido. Se a natureza prescreve que um homem deve considerar os interesses do outro, seja quem for, pela própria razão de ser um ser humano, é necessário, de acordo com a mesma natureza, que aquilo que é benéfico a todos seja comum. Claro, entendemos isso. O que é comum e o que é benéfico a todos é a liberdade. Continua. Se for assim, então somos limitados pela mesma lei da natureza. E se isso for verdade, então somos proibidos pela lei da natureza de agir com violência contra outro indivíduo. Esse trecho teve um grande impacto sobre aqueles que se opuseram à escravidão, violência e perseguição dos outros. Devemos ter liberdade para ser verdadeiros para as duas naturezas. A natureza comum, como animais falantes, podemos conversar, discutir, persuadir, convencer um ao outro e não apenas bater um no outro e usar a violência. Podemos dialogar, podemos aprender uns com os outros, mas precisamos ter a liberdade para cumprir com a nossa natureza única e individual e viver essa vida única. Devemos ser livres da violência dos outros e, para isso, nós somos proibidos de agir de forma violenta contra os outros. Aristóteles, no seu Política, discutindo a democracia, e quando se lê Aristóteles, nós temos que distinguir a visão dele e a visão que ele relata. Ele está falando sobre os defensores da democracia, o que eles acreditam, não é necessariamente ele. Ele observa que a democracia é o regime em que falamos sobre coisas antes de tomar uma decisão. Existe discurso. E há um direito protetor ao discurso. Então, as reformas da Atenas estabeleceram isogeria, que é a igualdade da fala, como a fundação da ordem. Aqueles que acreditam na democracia acreditam na liberdade. É a premissa do regime democrático, eleutéria. Somente nesse regime diz-se que os homens compartilham da liberdade, porque cada democracia tem isso como meta. Um aspecto é governar e ser governado, não agarrar todo o poder para si, reconhecendo que um sistema eleitoreiro você pode ganhar hoje e perder amanhã. Outra premissa é viver como você quer, como se quer. Este é o trabalho da liberdade, porque não viver como nós queremos é a característica de um escravo. É o segundo princípio definitivo da democracia, contribui para a liberdade baseada em igualdade. Nós, como individualistas, nos preocupamos com a liberdade de cada indivíduo, países, comunidades, sociedades. Nós portamos uma natureza comum, como animais racionais, e cada um tem nossas peculiaridades modestas, como diz Groisman, ou diferenças de espírito, como diz Cícero. Mas liberdade, o que significa liberdade? É um conceito contestado que os defensores de várias filosofias querem ter para si. Outros conceitos são justiça, igualdade, lei e até mesmo a palavra paz. Os marxistas, teócratas, fascistas, socialistas, os populistas, nacionalistas e todas as combinações dos anteriores, por exemplo, nacionalistas, socialistas, populistas, fascistas, etc., todos alegam ser os defensores da liberdade. Mas, geralmente, para se distinguir da nossa liberdade, nós, como liberais, eles alegam que a liberdade deles é mais alta, é superior. Nós colocamos a liberdade no cerne, no coração das nossas ideias, porque o nosso nome é liberais, livres. E liberdade nessa tradição não significa fazer o que quiser, assim, num capricho, por exemplo, quebrar uma janela, quebrar um vidro e roubar alguma coisa. Isso não é o exercício da liberdade. O John Locke contribuiu para a tradição liberal chamando esse aspecto de licença, que é diferente da liberdade. A liberdade avançada pelos liberdades é uma condição de igualdade e status político e moral iguais. Então, cada um de nós é limitado, é constrangido igualmente no uso da violência contra os outros. Então, o gozo da liberdade que nós queremos não é liberação de todas as limitações, toda a moralidade, mas é o gozo mútuo da liberdade, que envolve uma limitação. John Locke disse, o propósito da lei não é abolir ou limitar, mas para conservar e alargar a liberdade. Onde não há lei, não há liberdade. Porque a liberdade não é estar livre de limitação ou... Aliás, me perdoem, liberdade significa estar livre das limitações dos outros. E isso não pode existir onde não há lei. A liberdade não é liberdade para cada um que faz o que quiser por capricho. Quem poderia ser livre quando o capricho de um outro pode subjugá-lo? Mas a liberdade de se dispor e de organizar sua pessoa, suas ações, suas posses e seus ativos dentro das leis. E agora, a palavra é importante, ele não vai ser sujeito à vontade arbitrária de um outro, mas que vai seguir seu próprio. Então, sem lei, não há liberdade. Eu li essas palavras há 50 anos como aluno. Naquela idade, não me impactaram. O que ele está falando? Eu pensei. Onde não há lei, não há liberdade. Mas, depois, com a experiência de passar tempo em países longe do Estado de Direito, isso me ensinou o que significava. Quando você é sujeito a um poder arbitrário dos outros, você não está livre, e a lei não deve ser tida como comando, ultimato, coerção por violência. Como se disse uma vez, aos amigos tudo, aos inimigos a lei. Nesse caso, a lei significa apenas violência, mas na tradição liberal, a lei significa regras aplicáveis a todos. Uma sociedade livre é uma em que todos os indivíduos gozam de uma liberdade igual, a lei se aplica igualmente e todas as políticas e todas as nações se aproximam mais ou menos a essa condição. Ninguém é perfeitamente livre, nenhuma nação é perfeitamente livre. Mas o princípio de igualdade abaixo da lei é uma norma, é um padrão para julgar qualquer sistema. E em risco, o que significa? Como a liberdade individual está em risco? Em risco significa que há uma ameaça, ou seja, neste momento, até algum grau, nós temos, mas no futuro podemos vir a perdê-lo. Existe agora, mas está em risco. Todas as ordens sociais são complexas e variegadas. Não é razoável usar esse conceito de liberdade de maneira binária ou num binômio. Você ou tem ou você não tem liberdade. As sociedades têm mais ou menos liberdade, mas é razoável estabelecer para fins taxonômicos, digamos, níveis básicos, ou seja, por exemplo, a República Democrática da Coreia, ou seja, a Coreia do Norte, obviamente é um país onde os indivíduos não têm, as pessoas não têm liberdade individual. Eu passei 10 dias lá, alguns anos atrás, e ficou claro que todos têm medo constantemente. Em cada momento da vida, você passa essa vida em um estado de medo. Por outro lado, a República Federativa do Brasil é um país onde os indivíduos têm muita liberdade, certamente comparando com a Coreia do Norte. Então, um dos países está livre, é um país livre, e o outro é um país não livre. Vocês podem achar que não é suficiente, mas o Brasil está muito mais para país livre do que não. Podemos perguntar se há uma erosão da liberdade nas beiradas ou sofre uma ameaça existencial. Alguns países veem sua liberdade perdida pouco a pouco, e outros países percebem, por exemplo, sob a conquista ou uma invasão de um Estado vizinho iliberal, essa liberdade é perdida de uma vez. Uma abordagem comum é identificar instâncias da liberdade. Chamemos-nas de liberdade econômica, religiosa, social, política. Podemos chamar de liberdades no plural e perguntar se essa ou outra liberdade está em risco. Os painéis anteriores foram de conversas muito profundas e inteligentes sobre riscos. Podemos distinguir liberdade moral, política, religiosa, etc., e perguntar qual risco cada uma tem. E podemos atingir mais granularidade e identificar vários atos ou ações, como, por exemplo, fumar marihuana, ou abrir um restaurante, ou vender criptomoeda, ou chamar uma guerra de operação especial e perguntar se essa liberdade está em risco. Se você usar a palavra guerra para descrever a invasão da Ucrânia, você vai preso durante 15 anos. Outra pergunta muito importante: como é que algumas liberdades se relacionam a outras? Algumas podem ser um fundamento das outras. Por exemplo, liberdade da imprensa. Pode existir isso se não há liberdade de comprar uma prensa ou de comprar papel para expressar suas ideias. Existe liberdade para seguir sua vontade quando você está sujeito à vontade arbitrária de outro. Então, por exemplo, falta de responsabilização. As liberdades democráticas são a fundação das econômicas ou vice-versa, ou se reforçam mutuamente. Geralmente, ao redor do mundo, elas existem em conjunto. Por exemplo, as liberdades democráticas e econômicas numa economia de mercado. Há um risco quando colocamos a pergunta dessa maneira, quando separamos uma multidão de liberdades distintas e organizamos por importância, o risco é enxergar cada uma como um tipo de permissão que as autoridades do Estado outorgam. Ou seja, essas autoridades teriam a autoridade de outorgar ou não essa permissão. É muito importante isto. Se enxergamos as liberdades desta forma, que a liberdade é composta de liberdades, cada uma, por exemplo, é uma questão moral, legal a ser respondida, talvez no nível individual, tem o risco de trazer uma premissa iliberal, não liberal, que é a premissa da autoridade suprema, das autoridades do Estado. Isso é fatal para a liberdade em geral e, portanto, a todas elas separadamente. Então, o cerne do liberalismo A liberdade emergiu das liberdades, o acúmulo de uma variedade delas. Direitos, privilégios e imunidades era o nome. Mas, se começarmos com direitos e privilégios e imunidades e perguntarmos quais são outorgados e quais são negados, então essa premissa por default pode ser a premissa do poder. Para abordar esse problema, os fundadores da nossa Constituição propuseram as primeiras 10 emendas. A 9ª e a 10ª são as mais importantes. Já discutimos a primeira emenda, por exemplo, liberdade da imprensa, da religião, etc. Mas a 9ª e a 10ª são a glória final e refletem a perspectiva liberal dessa relação entre liberdade e poder. A 9ª diz: a enumeração na Constituição de determinados direitos não será interpretados como negando ou desprezando outros retidos pelo povo. Ou seja, o fato de listar, de enumerar direitos e liberdades, não significa que seja restrito a essa lista. Há mais. E a 10ª emenda suplementa ou complementa isso. Os poderes não delegados aos Estados Unidos pela Constituição ou negados pelos Estados são reservados aos Estados ou ao povo. Isso quer dizer que o fato de enumerar os direitos do Estado significa que são só esses. Então, há uma distinção. Se enumeramos os direitos do povo, não é a lista completa. Existem mais. Você não pode fazer uma lista completa das liberdades do povo, mas você pode enumerar por completo os poderes do Estado. E se esse poder não estiver na lista, o Estado não tem. A linguagem é clara.
Portanto, a emenda número 14, que foi promulgada depois da Guerra Civil terrível, que culminou na abolição da escravidão, explicitamente proíbe os poderes arbitrários aos governos estatais. Eu cito: nenhum Estado deve promulgar ou fazer vigorar qualquer lei que possa afetar os privilégios ou imunidades dos cidadãos americanos, e nenhum Estado pode privar qualquer pessoa da vida, da liberdade, da propriedade sem o devido processo da lei. Também não pode negar a qualquer pessoa na sua jurisdição a proteção igualitária pelas leis. Olha, não estou fazendo uma publicidade da Constituição americana, que tem sim as suas falhas, e eu não ofereço como um modelo universal. Por um lado, eu considero que os sistemas presidenciais sólidos sejam bastante perigosos à liberdade, porque boa parte dos países não gozam desse benefício de ter George Washington como seu primeiro presidente. Washington foi famoso por renunciar os grandes momentos na vida política. Um deles foi sair do poder. No final da guerra, ele entregou a sua espada numa cerimônia e depois de 2 mandatos, eles pediram que ele ficasse. E ele disse: 8 anos é bastante suficiente para qualquer pessoa, não vou seguir adiante. Infelizmente, há outros países que não têm George Washington como presidente. Eles têm Saddam Hussein, ou Vladimir Putin, ou Hugo Chávez. E um sistema presidencial forte aí não dá tão certo nesse tipo de contexto. Entretanto, essas emendas acabam ilustrando a diferença subjacente entre o que é liberal e a abordagem iliberal. Nós temos as hierarquias de liberdades e poderes, mas existe a premissa fundamental com relação à liberdade e poder. Para os liberais, é uma presunção da liberdade. Para os iliberais, os antiliberais de todos os tipos, é uma presunção do poder, mesmo se houver uma diferença feroz entre eles sobre que partido ou que culto poderá exercer esse poder. Nós devemos entender a presunção da liberdade e distingui-la da presunção do poder. Pensem dessa forma. Portanto, nós tínhamos lá os medievais na Europa que exerciam a presunção do poder de maneira rotineira. Eles negavam a permissão de que qualquer pessoa comercializasse, ou seja, um trabalhador com aço, com couro. Eles tinham esse poder de negar a permissão de praticar o comércio. Então, alguém tinha essa autoridade de impedir que isso acontecesse. Os liberais aboliram isso. Eles disseram, se você quiser entrar num certo comércio, você deve ser capaz, livre para fazê-lo. E as pessoas estarão livres para comprar ou não de você. De maneira semelhante, pensamos sobre o ônus da prova. O ônus da prova cabe àquele que tem a liberdade restrita, não àquele que exerce a liberdade. E se você afetar os direitos de outros com externalidades negativas, por exemplo, com poluição, rapidamente são razões para limitar o exercício de liberdade de alguém, se for danoso para outro. John Stuart Mill explicou que não há direito de proteção à crítica ou de concorrência legal. Apenas há lei contra força e fraude. O economista e político Anthony DeJassé, e eu recomendo os livros dele, descreveu a presunção de liberdade significando qualquer ato de uma pessoa que deseja realizar e que é um ato permissível. Ele não é regulado, tributado ou punido, a menos que haja uma razão suficiente para demonstrar porque esse ato não deveria ser permitido. E Jassé explica que a presunção de liberdade é uma consequência da diferença entre o significado epistêmico, entre falsificação e verificação. É o contexto aí da ciência filosófica. Nós podemos, então, comparar a atitude aí nos tribunais. Nós temos a presunção da liberdade e da vida política e social e a presunção de inocência perante a lei. E são baseadas nos mesmos princípios de conhecimento humano. O ônus da prova cabe àquele que tem a liberdade negada, não aquele que exercita a liberdade. O ônus da prova cabe ao promotor para mostrar que a outra parte é culpada. O ônus da prova não cabe a você para provar que você é inocente. Em alguns casos, isso é praticamente impossível. Então, vamos pegar agora um exemplo simples aqui. Alguém que deseja cantar uma canção, ou assar um bolo, até vender uma flor. Essa pessoa não tem que começar implorando pela permissão de outros, do Ministério do Canto, do Ministério do Bolo, do Ministério das Flores. Infelizmente, isso acontece em vários países hoje. E essa pessoa não tem que refutar todas as razões possíveis contra o cantar, o produzir bolos ou vender flores. Se essa pessoa for proibida de cantar, vender, aquele que busca proibir é que tem o ônus da prova de demonstrar por que isso é proibido. E pode ser que isso seja refutado. Por exemplo, se a canção ocorre às 3 horas da manhã na frente da sua casa, e se for uma banda de rock num alto-falante, e aí isso vai manter os vizinhos acordados, não é? Ou o bolo pode gerar ali uma fumaça, e isso pode gerar um incêndio no bairro. Esses seriam bons motivos para não permitir que esses fatos acontecessem. Ou no caso da venda de flores, e serei honesto, nem consigo imaginar um exemplo aí para impedir alguém de vender flores, mas em boa parte dos estados americanos, se você não tem uma licença governamental para vender flores, você não pode fazê-lo. Por conta do poder da Associação de Floristas, estabelecendo limites estatais das florestas. Então, você tem que cumprir um curso para aprender ali a plantar as flores. E eu menciono isso porque houve um caso de uma mulher que foi presa em Louisiana porque vendeu 2 flores, em vez de vender apenas uma. Na verdade, ela era uma pessoa que trabalhava com arranjos de flores, trabalhando de forma ilegal, e ela sofreu as consequências. Ela não tinha frequentado um curso para saber que cores de flores deveriam ser combinadas ali no arranjo. Há bons motivos, então, para impedir a canção, o bolo, não tantas leis assim impedindo a venda de flores, mas o ônus da prova cabe àquele que quer restringir a liberdade, não àquele que quer executar a ação. O presidente Maurício Macri, nessa manhã, explicou de maneira bem eloquente, não é, a respeito dos perigos para a liberdade, a ascensão, mais uma vez, do populismo. E sim, é um grande risco a liberdade. O motivo não é por conta das políticas populistas de curto prazo, que foi o enfoque primário, e eu concordo plenamente com ele a propósito, mas um outro nível mais profundo, no qual o populismo pode ser danoso e apresenta riscos à liberdade. O populismo deliberadamente, sistematicamente, conscientemente polariza, divide as pessoas entre campos inimigos, ou seja, é o modus operandi do populismo. Ernesto Laclau, o teórico argentino, um peronista também, um marxista e um fascista também, ele se reinventou como um pós-marxista, mas em toda a sua vida ele foi um inimigo do liberalismo e um inimigo da democracia e inimigo também das liberdades individuais. Ele escreveu o livro por razões populistas. Se você tiver um estômago forte, pode ler o livro. E ele disse, no caso do populismo, existe uma fronteira de exclusão que divide a sociedade em dois campos. O povo, e nesse caso, é algo que é inferior à totalidade dos membros da comunidade. É um componente parcial que aspira a ser concebido como a única totalidade legítima. Concentrem-se nisso, por favor. É uma parte da população que é a única totalidade legítima. Isso significa que os outros são ilegítimos. Qualquer pessoa fora dessa compreensão, dessa arena, é considerado inimigo e são totalmente ilegítimos. Há um termo que é utilizado na Espanha por um dos alunos, Íñigo Errejón, fundador do Podemos, um partido populista, que usa o termo casta para descrever o inimigo, a casta. E perguntaram para ele numa entrevista, quem é a casta? E a resposta foi bem interessante. Olha, o termo vem precisamente da sua falta de definição. É como perguntar, quem é a oligarquia? Quem é o povo? Eles são indefiníveis. E eu acho que esses são os polos que têm uma capacidade de desempenho muito grande, ou seja, são excelentes para gerar poder, que é, claro, o objetivo dos populistas. Ele foi entrevistado por Chantal Mouffe, que é a esposa de Ernesto Laclau, que também é professor de ciências políticas e um populista. E ela, na resposta, diz que quando você designa quem é o inimigo, você acaba criando o tipo de pessoa que a gente quer desenvolver, o tipo de povo. Então, o povo não é todo o povo, não é uma entidade pré-existente. Você desenvolve o povo quando você designa quem é o inimigo. O 1%, aqueles judeus, os migrantes, os islâmicos, ou seja, você cria a identidade desse povo, identificando quem é o inimigo, aqueles que são não povo, que não têm legitimidade e, portanto, devem ser destruídos. Quando um grupo é designado como sendo o inimigo do povo, o próximo passo natural é negá-los o direito de existência, nulificar qualquer tipo de exercício da sua liberdade. De acordo com a frase de Karl Marx, eles devem ser tornados impossíveis. Vamos transformá-los em algo impossível. No Manifesto do Comunismo, a burguesia deve ser transformada em algo impossível, foi o que ele disse. E as pessoas inspiradas por sua ideologia produziram milhões de seguidores que foram impossibilizados. A polarização que é gerada pelo populismo afeta e coloca a liberdade em risco. Chamemos eles esquerdistas ou direitistas, são populistas. E eles negam a possibilidade do pluralismo, grupos diferentes vivendo em conjunto, diferentes grupos religiosos, eles atacam isso. Então, existem o povo verdadeiro e o inimigo desse povo. Ou seja, essa é a força mobilizadora da ideologia do populismo. Como foi dito, tem a capacidade performativa de transformá-los em poder. Populismo é uma ferramenta de ditadores, e aqueles que querem ser ditadores para que assumam o poder. Não é um tipo de ideologia popular, é uma ideologia do poder. E para voltar, então, à presunção de liberdade, existem palavras interessantes aqui a respeito do Brasil. No Brasil, as pessoas vivem aqui violações da liberdade, como eu ouvi aqui no dia de hoje, e a presunção do poder tem sido a mentalidade padrão dos líderes políticos e intelectuais. Mas, recentemente, houve aí um passo na direção da presunção da liberdade. A liberdade econômica, o dia 21 de setembro de 2019, estabeleceu pela lei uma presunção bastante importante e que gera uma série de atividades regulatórias. A presunção da liberdade das pessoas de inovar nos negócios, a presunção dos indivíduos de interagir com o Estado em boa-fé, isso não deve ser tratado como algo culposo, pessoas que têm que provar a sua inocência. Essa lei e a Declaração Associada dos Direitos de Liberdade Econômica foram etapas importantes para atingir a liberdade, não porque estão articulando uma lista de permissões específicas, mas porque mudaram o ônus da justificação. E, na verdade, isso age num nível mais profundo. Se sempre a gente tiver que provar que é inocente, a gente não pode dizer que vive numa sociedade livre. Se tivermos que provar por que a gente tem permissão de fazer certas coisas, igualmente não seríamos livres. E aí, na Índia, nós temos license Raj. Até 1991, se você tivesse uma pequenina loja e quisesse transferir uma máquina de um lado para o outro, você tinha que obter um alvará, uma permissão. Tudo exigia uma permissão. E eles aboliram boa parte disso, e aí nós vimos esse aumento tremendo na prosperidade lá na Índia. Uma outra etapa importante é o princípio de que o silêncio significa permissão. Se você não precisa solicitar a permissão e você, dentro de um certo período de tempo, não ouvir nada, você já recebeu a permissão. Cabe a eles responder a vocês e dizer por que não, em vez de esperar por meses e anos por uma permissão. Então, a aprovação de uma declaração em lei, uma declaração audaciosa, não é a mesma coisa que sua implementação. Isso tem significado, especialmente num país tão grande como o Brasil. E eu já expliquei aos amigos estrangeiros, eu sou estrangeiro aqui, não é? O Brasil, na verdade, não é o país, é como se fosse todo um mundo. O Brasil é gigantesco, um local complicado. E para, de fato, promover a implementação, isso vai exigir o esforço de muitos aqui no Brasil, em todo o território. A Aliança Liberal aqui em São Paulo, que está liderando esse projeto, mas todas as pessoas no país inteiro que precisam garantir que seja implementável. Então, o ônus cabe às empresas brasileiras. E vou concluir aqui com duas notas. Eu conheci um empreendedor aqui em São Paulo que me explicou quão difícil é ser um empreendedor aqui no Brasil. Ele disse, olha, no meu restaurante, eu tenho que ter ali a comida na cozinha, mas eu preciso ter a sopinha amarela, uma cor específica do amarelo na sopinha. Olha, eu nem sabia disso quando eu fundei o meu negócio. E, na verdade, há milhares dessas regras, não é? E elas não estão nesse livro aí sobre como dirigir um restaurante. Tudo isso faz parte do Código Regulatório local. Ele disse, eu tive que contratar um advogado que compreende tudo isso sempre que os inspetores fiscais venham ao meu restaurante. E é assim que funciona, né? Dirigir um Brasil aqui no Brasil e tantos outros países. Por que as pessoas fazem isso? Por que exercitam o seu poder dessa forma? Há muitos anos eu fiquei intrigado com essa pergunta e perguntei ao meu irmão, uma pessoa muito inteligente, eu perguntei por que eles fazem isso? Ele disse, olha, sabe a resposta para isso? É porque eles podem fazer isso. É por isso que fazem, que agem dessa forma, porque podem. E aí, para aproveitar a liberdade, nós temos que retirar esse poder deles e retirar o nosso poder e parar de negar permissão às pessoas. Eu mencionei Wassily Grossman, o escritor, no seu livro Forever Flowing, ele disse algo. Então, ele disse algo, tudo flui. Ele disse, eu achei que a liberdade era a liberdade de expressão, liberdade da imprensa, mas liberdade é toda a vida de todos. E vamos resumir aqui liberdade. Você tem que fazer o que quiser, produzir casacos, produzir bolos, semear, vender ou não vender, da maneira que desejar. E para o operador daquele torno, você tem que viver da forma que você desejar. desejar, viver do jeito que desejar e não seguir a ordem de outras pessoas. No nosso país, na União Soviética, não há liberdade, nem para aqueles que escrevem livros, nem para aqueles que semeiam grão, nem para aqueles que produzem sapatos. A liberdade é, assim como Salim Matar deixou claro nessa manhã, é a vida completa de todos. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, then.
Thank you so much.
Ok. Vamos agora para o próximo painel.
So let's go to the next
Perspectivas
panel.
da liberdade na América Latina.
Perspectives of liberty in Latin America. So I would like to invite Axel Kaiser, political scientist from Chile.
Gloria Alvarez,
political scientist from Guatemala. Roberto Rachevsky, articulist from Brazil.
E a nossa mediadora,
And our
Marisa Chons,
mediator,
que é socióloga.
Marisa Chons, she's a sociologist.
Todos aqui?
Are you all here?
This is for
Tem que chamar algum vídeo?
É melhor você chamar o vídeo, assim dá tempo de...
Pode ser o vídeo. Já teve.
Brasil para
Já teve.
Então chama do Mani para me chegar.
Vamos ver o vídeo Money Report, por favor.
Let's watch the video on the report. News portal, Money Report. Politics, economics. More than 29,000 articles.
Ok, vamos então, começando.
So
Marisa,
let
com
us
você,
begin.
se não me engano, a gente vai terminar...
So I think we'll close at, let me see what time we have to close.
18 horas, ok?
6 p.m., okay?
Boa tarde.
Good
Desde já
afternoon.
peço desculpas
I
pela minha
apologize
voz.
for my voice.
Pouco irritante essa rouquidão,
Yeah,
mas
I'm
ela
a bit
resolveu me
hoarse.
abandonar. essa semana.
So my voice left
Mas
me
nada
this
que vai
week.
impedir a gente ter uma excelente conversa
But this
aqui
will
com os
not
nossos
prevent us from
convidados.
having this very nice conversation with our
Meu nome é Marise
panelists. My name
eu
is
sou
Marise
professora de
Jones.
Relações
I am a
Internacionais
professor of international
no IBMEC
relations
Belo
at
Horizonte.
IBMEC at Belo
E a minha
Horizonte.
proposta hoje
And my proposition
é
here to you
especificamente
is
falarmos
to
sobre o
specifically speak
antiliberalismo.
about anti-liberalism.
A minha tentativa
So my
vai
attempt
ser
here
dar a oportunidade para
will,
os nossos
be giving the opportunity to the panelists so that they can map the key agendas in Latin America,
especialmente porque esse é um ano de
especially because
eleições
this
aqui no
is an
Brasil.
election year in Brazil.
E a gente conseguir também especular
We would like to
sobre os elementos
speculate on the
antiliberais
anti-liberal
que
elements
compõem muitas dessas
that really
agendas.
make up the agendas.
Exemplo de elemento antiliberal
An example of an anti-liberal element that is widely present here in Latin America, historically speaking, is the anti-capitalism, for example. So my proposition will be 3 rounds of questions. The first round speaking about the traditional left wing. Perhaps a few years ago, we thought here in Brazil that the traditional left wing, and especially the Labour Party here in Brazil, perhaps would not be running for the elections in 2022, and unfortunately the forecasts were wrong. The second round of questions here will be about the non-liberal right wing, a right wing that is operating here in Latin America. Not only that, it is actually a phenomenon that goes beyond our continent, and it can be seen in Poland, for example. A right wing that sees the role of the state, especially supporting the cultural struggle, and there are anti-capitalistic agendas in this case as well. And then finally, the third round, which is a highly controversial issue. The 3 rounds can be quite controversial, by the way. So we're going to talk about the woke agenda. Identitarism, taking into account how this agenda permeates not only the organizations, the liberal organizations, but also how it permeates the left-wing aesthetics, and how this agenda has been transforming constitutions in the world, as is the case of Canada and Chile. Perhaps Alex can better, actually can better speak about that. Let's begin. Speaking about the traditional left wing, one of the questions that seems to be obvious, but I would like you to comment on that, is first, why a left-wing political agenda that is radical, not the vegetarian left wing, the carnivore left wing. Why is there still room for that in Brazil and in Latin America? And this agenda, has it been growing outside Latin America, taking into account that it's possible to see some famous artists, international bloggers, and even Amy Hart, they are taking pictures with books on Stalin. It's a revisionism, neo-Stalinistic revisionism. So how do you see the possibility of still having to deal with this kind of enemy? Hashevsky, on to you.
Boa tarde, meus amigos. Eu queria, em primeiro lugar, agradecer ao Salim Matar pelo convite, também ao Lucas Berlanza, do Instituto Liberal, e cumprimentar pela organização e pela repercussão que provavelmente vai ter este evento. Eu não gostaria de falar de esquerda.
So I don't like speaking about the left wing. I don't know what the left wing is.
Eu conversando com a Marise no camarim, eu disse que eu vou tentar não responder a pergunta dela. Pelo menos da maneira como eu gostaria.
As I would like to, at least.
O que eu vejo na realidade
is that
a guerra, a luta, a batalha, a disputa entre os coletivistas, os místicos, os dogmáticos, os reacionários, os estatólatras, os altruístas,
the altruists,
e aqueles que defendem a liberdade individual, o direito de propriedade, o Estado de Direito e o livre mercado, é uma guerra, uma disputa, um jogo que sequer começou. Esses circulam por aí no vácuo, não têm tido, senão muito recentemente, qualquer tipo de oposição. O pensamento coletivista, estatista, ele advém basicamente de duas linhas de pensamento filosófico. Uma é o liberalismo francês, e ela é professora, pode me dizer melhor, fala para vocês melhor do que eu, mas eu entendo assim, o liberalismo francês e o idealismo alemão. São basicamente, para mim, as duas maiores escolas de formação do pensamento autoritário, se não totalitário. E não é à toa que a gente viu o comunismo e o nazismo florescerem a partir das ideias desses pensadores, tanto os franceses, a partir de Rousseau, quanto os alemães, a partir de Kant, Hegel, Nietzsche, Heidegger, Marx, etc. Eu até comentava com o nosso palestrante que virá depois, o Rainer Zittermann, que sim, há esperança, apesar desse quadro que eu estou defendendo agora aqui, há esperança para que nós, os capitalistas radicais, extremistas, defensores da justiça e da liberdade, possamos vencer essa luta. Por quê? Ainda que a gente tenha entrado nela muito tarde, e ainda que muitos dos que defendem a liberdade e a justiça não entendam exatamente o que significa capitalismo, é uma coisa que a gente vai precisar aprofundar. Quando vem um alemão herdeiro dessa corrente de pensamento, o idealismo germânico, vem ao Brasil defender que o capitalismo é a solução e não o problema, significa que nós temos esperança. Quer dizer, nós que sempre importamos o pensamento chamado de esquerda, o pensamento autoritário, totalitário, ou mesmo fascista, nazista, que é tido como de direita, costumeiramente, nós vemos que realmente esta ideia, esta semente que estamos aqui a plantar, e o Salim Matar é um dos primeiros a fazê-lo, ela tem perspectiva de germinar. Eu vejo a defesa do capitalismo sendo defendida cada dia mais numa progressão geométrica. Eu tenho viajado pelo Brasil, tenho participado de palestras e debates em vários grupos de jovens, principalmente, seja na universidade, ou seja em organizações não governamentais, onde essa bolha daqueles que trouxeram as ideias liberais, que no Brasil nunca prosperaram, as revoltas liberais no Brasil sempre foram eliminadas, aniquiladas na origem, na raiz. O pensamento liberal britânico, principalmente, do liberalismo britânico, o empirismo, enfim, o objetivismo, mais recentemente, sempre teve muita dificuldade de aportar no Brasil. Nós seguimos sempre a velha escola de pensamento coletivista e estatista, como enfatiza, que faz com que o Brasil seja um país não capitalista. Nós não somos um país capitalista. Quem acha que o Brasil é um país capitalista não sabe o que significa capitalismo, como já foi dito aqui pelos palestrantes anteriores. Nós somos um país socialista, no máximo uma sociedade de economia mista, onde os direitos individuais, que são o cerne numa sociedade, o cerne, a instituição primordial para a defesa da nossa vida, da nossa liberdade, da nossa propriedade, da busca da nossa felicidade, são muito pouco reconhecidos. Quando são reconhecidos, como acontece na nossa Constituição, em determinado nível, eles são também, pela mesma instituição que visa defendê-los, atacados, violados por esta Constituição e pelas instituições que foram estabelecidas para defender os nossos direitos. Então, nós somos um país de economia mista, temos uma Constituição esquizofrênica, onde os nossos direitos eles são ao mesmo tempo defendidos e violados, e independente disso, e não bastasse isso, aquela instituição que deveria proteger essa Constituição, que é esquizofrênica, ainda é psicopata, atuando de uma maneira violenta, a revelia e a despeito dessa instituição que embasa a nossa relação social, atacando os fundamentos daquilo que seria a vida de um indivíduo livre, independente em sociedade. Então, eu acho que a esquerda, os socialistas, a direita, os fascistas, eles continuam reinando. E é preciso que a sociedade entenda que nós precisamos compreender em abstrato o que é a liberdade, o que é uma sociedade livre, o que é viver sem medo, sabendo que há instituições escritas, instituições compostas por indivíduos que visam proteger o uso da coerção, a nossa liberdade, a nossa vida, a nossa propriedade, contra aqueles que procuram de alguma maneira usurpá-las. Então, hoje o que nós estamos vendo aqui, vocês imaginem que o Instituto Liberal foi criado há cerca de 40 anos. O ano passado nós tivemos a primeira conferência. Ano passado, não, faz 3 anos, nós tivemos a primeira conferência do Instituto Liberal no Rio de Janeiro. Hoje nós temos a primeira Conferência Internacional da Liberdade. Isso significa o quê? Apenas que nós estamos começando um processo de combate aquelas ideias que fazem que nós sejamos servos em vez de sermos indivíduos livres e independentes.
Obrigada.
Very well, thank you. Gloria, would you like to say anything? Why is the left wing, winning? That's the question. And not only the left wing, I mean, this entire orthodox agenda. It is the discourse of the youth. They are connected through the TikTok. They are, investing and voting in Lula, and Lula says that he is going to regulate the internet. There is a certain facade that is oriented to a more identity-based left wing. Since 2014, they have been trying to do that, because this kind of orthodox approach from the left wing still finds space in Latin America. Why is that?
First of all, thank you for having us here. It's a great pleasure to be here in Brazil. And the explanation was excellent. Tom gave us this excellent explanation of how individuals are disposable and any collective entity. This is not exclusive of the left. It's very, very natural in Latin America. For example, Simon Bolivar's charter, people don't want a republic. The collectivist mentality of Latin America is that liberty is below the order, the submission of altruism and so on. And when we want to understand why the left of Lula or Chavez or in Colombia, the left is going to win in Colombia, or what happens in Chile, how many answers would you like to have? Would you like to have macro answers? Because For example, Cuba is an extremely successful satellite of Russia, but it's also a copy-paste of all the that's the macro answer. And then, for example, in elections for democracy, and even socialism is nothing more than the difference between suicide and murder. So, for example, it's a macro answer. The left is being successful because at regional level it is doing very well, and it's inherited this from the Soviet Union, the Sao Paulo Forum. This is the macro answer. And then the left is being successful because psychologically in Latin America, we have this, we're convinced that individuals have no value. We are basically trained to victimize ourselves. We believe that we have life after death, and that, for example, poverty it's not only this that leads us to collectivist regimes. It's been decades where we've perpetuated the lack of the rule of law. When I say that I'm the people, this is because you identify the unpeople, which is, for example, Yankees, blacks, gays, whites, etc. Whatever I want, if I want to identify myself as the people and the other as the non-people, then I justify my reason for existing. And this is a reality which is repeated throughout Latin America again and again. People who support Lula think that they have the right to discriminate against those who support Bolsonaro, and people who support Bolsonaro discriminate against Lula's supporters. Each one wants to distinguish itself, and this psychologically reinforces the lack of the rule of law and the lack of equality, life and private property. And if you speak to young Latin Americans, they will say, give me the top 5 essential rights that a human has. They'll probably say, right to employment, right to internet, right to PlayStation, right to TikTok. And what least concerns them is that the right to life is fundamental, that nobody should kill you, the right to property so that nobody can steal from you, and the right to do what you want to do. In the macro answer of having, for example, politics, the Soviet Union, Cuba, etc. Which is why, for example, why does the Soviet Union, or why does Russia have more McDonald's restaurants than Brazil? Because of populations which are designed psychologically to scorn liberty, and they've been traumatized because when there is no rule of law, then you have, for example, abusive childhoods. The statistics in the US show that 1 in 8 children cuts themselves, or they bear a scar provoked by parents. I wouldn't want to even imagine this in Latin America. We don't even record the levels of psychological trauma or that are being caused by the 21st century Holocaust in Venezuela or North Korea, the oldest dictatorship, which is Cuba. So who is Vítor Franco, who is recording the atrophy that is being left in generations, future generations of children. For example, after the Holocaust, children understand that, for example, when you humiliate someone, you generate this trauma and you leave them in a hopeless state in poverty. They couldn't care about anything after that. I wonder about the hundreds of thousands of Latin Americans who, psychologically speaking, although we speak of liberty and freedom and the free economy, it doesn't work. That's why in Chile, what is happening is happening. It's the most successful country in Latin America, and the total ignorance of entrepreneurs, Chilean or Latin American entrepreneurs who don't do what should be done. So these psychological harms which exist, this tells the person that they have no worth. And it's not only on the left, it's on the right too. People's rights are disposed of because of the view of the nation which should be protected. And it's not just Latin America. This is happening worldwide. Are these the only answers? There are many, many other answers. Vargas Llosa wrote a book about the 5 principles of oppression in Latin America. Our victim complex, our obsession for democracy, this obsession that people, the majorities over the course of mankind's history have been liberticide. Most people believe that women were too stupid to vote, or it was okay to have black people as slaves, or that the indigenous populations could not own property. All of these things, that individuals had rights and deserved them, and when we wanted to be democracies, this wouldn't solve the problem, because they don't want more freedom, they don't want more liberty. I'd like to invite everyone to understand why collectivism wins. You need to look at the individual psychological damage which is left to us in a generation of young people who are unable to analyze, who believe that sentiment is above truth.
Sí. Muchas gracias por la invitación a este
for this invitation to the event. It's a spectacular event, and thank you very much for your generosity in supporting it, whereby liberty is the triumph of minorities. Salim Matar said that liberty has the ability to... I would like to draw attention to an aspect of the debate which I think is essential, and it explains why the left is so successful, not only in Latin America, because it's also successful in developed countries, more and more in the US. There has been and there is historically in Europe, and also a figure like Fidel was so fated in Europe. He was also applauded by left-wingers. I believe that the explanation has to do with the concept of utopia, utopianism. Utopianism is the idea that we can attain, or we can create a practically perfect world. The premise of the Marxist-socialist doctrine is that at some stage in the future we will achieve this, we'll arrive at this horizon where we will live in solidarity, and another very important thing above all in a Christian culture, in a world of fraternal love, brotherly love. It's a very powerful message for the human spirits. The first records of utopian thinking are very similar. They're not identical, but they're similar. We find them in
Entonces
Sumeria,
este es un tema que
2,000 years
atraviesa la
before
historia del
Christ.
pensamiento humano
It's a
y se puede
topic
encontrar
which has
registros de
run
distintas
through the
culturas
history of
a
human
través
thought,
del
and
planeta, en
marks
que
of
los
it
que
can be
eran
found in
pobres,
all
los que
sorts of
estaban
different
bajo
cultures
en
around the
la
world,
jerarquía
where
social,
those
en
who were
algún minuto
poor,
van a estar
who were
arriba. Todo ese
at the
tipo de
bottom
temas
of the
no son
social
nuevos.
hierarchy, and at a certain
Y lo
moment
que
will arrive on
hace
top.
Marx, el
These
gran
are
profeta,
not novelties, these are
¿cierto?,
old
de
issues.
el
The
socialismo
great
y el
prophet
resentimiento, que en parte motivó
of socialism,
sus
Marx,
escritos, pero es ofrecer
that
una
partially
utopía.
motivated
Fluirán
his
a chorro
writings is
lleno
the
los
idea
manantiales de
of
la
offering
riqueza
a utopia.
colectiva en la sociedad
This
comunista. Eso lo
will
dice Marx textual.
flow from the
Trotsky
springs of
decía
collective
que en la
wealth,
sociedad comunista
and
la inteligencia promedio
Trotsky,
iba a
his
ser la de un
marketeer, said
Aristóteles o de un
that
Goethe. Eso lo escribió
communist
Trotsky.
society,
Y la gente
the
creyó
average
estas
intelligence
estupideces.
would be the same as
Y
Aristotle
los
and
seres humanos
Goethe.
tenemos
And people believed
una
this.
inclinación a creer relatos que
Human
son
beings have
hermosos.
this
Y
inclination
estamos
to
dispuestos a
believe
tolerar
beautiful
crímenes
narratives and reports.
si
And
se hacen
we're
en nombre de buenas
predisposed to
intenciones.
tolerate crimes committed in the name of good
¿Ustedes se han
intentions.
preguntado alguna vez por qué, si el comunismo y el
You
nazismo
may have
son
wondered
prácticamente idénticos
why
desde el punto de vista de su inspiración y desde el punto de vista de sus
communism
efectos?
and Nazism
Ideologías
are
criminales,
virtually
genocidas.
identical from the point of view
El
of
nazismo tiene tan mala prensa y el comunismo tiene
indications
relativamente buena prensa. Al
and
punto
communism
que el Papa
has
Francisco
always had a good
dijo que
press.
los que piensan como los verdaderos cristianos son
Nazism
los
had a
comunistas.
bad press.
Porque eso lo dijo el Papa Francisco.
Pope Francisco said that those
Y la
who
respuesta me parece a mí
are the real
es
communists,
que
and the
el
answer is
comunismo
communism
busca totalmente lo contrario a lo que
totally
dice que quiere
seeks
alcanzar.
the opposite of what it actually says
Es
it
una
is seeking to achieve.
utopía genocida
It's
indirecta.
a genocidal, an indirect genocidal
El nazismo es un
utopia.
totalitarismo directo.
Nazism
Te dice
is
inmediatamente
direct
nosotros vamos a aplastar a todos
totalitarianism.
los
It
que
tells
son
you exactly what it's all about.
inferiores y vamos a hacer un
We're going
imperio para
to
nosotros.
crush
En la práctica producen lo mismo,
all
pero
our enemies
si
and
ustedes salen
build
a
an
caminar ahora a
empire.
San Pablo
In practical terms,
con
they
una
do the same
camiseta
thing, but
de Lenin, de
if
Stalin y
you
de Marx,
walk around
probablemente no les va a pasar nada.
São Paulo with a T-shirt
ustedes
which
intentan
has Lenin,
hacerlo
Marx, and Stalin
con
on
una
it, but if you
camiseta
try to do this with a
de
T-shirt
Hitler, los van a masacrar a la
showing
vuelta de la esquina.
Hitler, etc., they'll probably lynch you in the
Eso
street.
tiene que ver, me parece a mí,
And this,
con la
I
retórica
think, has
utópica,
to do with the
entre
utopian
comillas,
rhetoric,
humanista del socialismo.
the
Y lo que hacen
quote-unquote
Lula, lo que hacen
humanistic
Chávez, lo que hace Gabriel
rhetoric
Boric, lo que
of
hace Fidel Castro, lo
socialism.
que hacen
So what
todos
Fidel,
ellos es hablar en
Lula,
nombre
what they do
de
is that
la
they speak on behalf
unicidad del pueblo.
of the
El populismo
uniqueness
siempre
and the
apunta
oneness of
a
the
rescatar esta
people.
unidad perdida.
Populism always tries
Porque hay un
to
pueblo, no se
bring
hacen
back
diferencias.
this lost
Hay
unity
un pueblo, un
because the
pequeño grupo que lo usa lo
distinctions
oprime. Y el
are not
populista es el
made.
que los
For
va a
example, the
liberar
people is a
y
small
va
group
a proveer de nuevo
or which
esa
is
situación de sociedad
oppressed
de amor
group, but the
fraternal
populist
entre
will
todos y de
liberate them and
igualdad y
bring
también
them
de
back into
riqueza, porque ningún
society
populista dice
and
yo los voy a meter en la
equality
miseria a
of
ustedes.
everyone
No dicen eso.
and remove them
Prometen
from
todo lo
poverty.
contrario.
No
Prometen
populists
riqueza.
ever
Marx
say,
prometía riqueza.
I'm going to
Marx hubiera
drive you
prometido la
deeper
igualdad
into
en la miseria,
poverty.
nadie lo habría seguido.
They promise wealth.
Entonces, ese es un tema
Marx
que tenemos
promised
que
that.
tener presente.
If he
El
promised,
poder
had
del
promised
relato.
people
We are a
equality in
storytelling
poverty,
species.
he wouldn't
Human
have convinced anyone. So
Somos una
the
especie
power of the
contadora de
story that you
historias. Por eso nos
tell,
gustan las novelas, por eso nos gusta la música, por
we're a
eso nos gustan las
storytelling
películas,
species.
porque nos gustan las
That's why we
historias
love
y que nos hacen
films
sentir de
and
cierta manera.
telenovelas
Segundo
and
elemento,
songs because
y es
they
que lo que logran, y esto
they
conecta con lo
provoke
que decía
certain
Gloria,
sentiments in
las
ourselves, and
ideologías
as
socialistas
Gloria
es
was
explotar el
saying,
miedo
ideologies,
en la gente.
the socialist
¿Por qué?
ideologies, they exploit people's
Porque
fear as well.
El socialista los convence a ellos
Because
de que
socialists
sin su liderazgo
convince
no pueden
the
salir
people
adelante.
that without their leadership
Entonces,
we
las
cannot go
angustias existenciales de
ahead,
cómo voy a
we
alimentar a mi
cannot
familia,
progress. So
cómo voy a tener
existential
acceso a la
angst
salud,
and anguish, how am
cómo
I
voy a
going
tener una mejor
to care for my
vivienda.
family,
Todos esos
provide for my
miedos que
family,
son
how am I
propios de la
going to
existencia animal
build a better
sobre el
house and live in a
planeta,
better house? All of these are
los
sort of
socialistas
animal
los trabajan.
existential issues around the world, but socialists work strongly
La
on this.
verdad es que los que creemos
And in
en el
fact, Those who believe in individuals from a spiritual point of view liberals. I don't say spiritual from the point of view of, say, esoteric believers, but I mean belief and faith, and that people can go forward through their own efforts. But for you to believe in yourself, you cannot be afraid. If you're afraid, you cannot believe in yourself. You need to find someone who will solve your problem. And so they play on our fears. Those who wish to be our populist leaders, they say that we are really, if we want to have a society of love for our neighbor, then if that happened, you could help the other. And solidarity, which is a spontaneous act of the human spirit, it cannot be imposed by decree. And those who contribute to that always use that. Liberalism, from a deeper point of view, what it tries to do is restore people's belief in themselves, people's confidence. It's not a discussion of how many points, percentage points the GDP will rise or fall if we increase or decrease taxes, but it's for people to leave behind a position of poverty, to have a pathway out of poverty. So even if you're limited, you are an agent of your own progress. This is the message we need. We need to transmit, and we need to connect this in a way that will activate innate impulses in mankind, which is to be resilient and overcome, and to resolve your own life through your own efforts.
Yeah, perfect remarks. But I would like to speak about the epistemological aspect that has to do with the work that the collectivists do to try and embed in people's mind that the economic process, the cooperation are a game which sums zero. That is, if somebody is winning, it is because somebody else is losing. So the business community, when they are winners, when they achieve something, the self-employed people, the professionals, the business people, when they are successful, they will say, if I'm earning and if somebody else is losing, we should, feel guilty. I feel guilty about being a prosperous person, a person that is flourishing, a person that seeks, to meet his or her self-interests. So instead of feeling guilty, we need to promote self-confidence, self-esteem, the desire of defending one's own interests to live better, without, using this narrative, this discourse, which aims at creating disagreement in society, so that this genocidal ideology is imposed. Well, the summary of what you said, what you saw not only in Latin America, but at this current point in time, this can be seen as a collectivism, sentimentalism, and utopia. The key question is that these left-wing and right-wing ideological parameters do not limit the fact that these elements can be in any political arena, any political spectrum. So you told us here how the right wing may adopt such stance as well. So the other day I was faced with a posting from this right-wing person, and he was addressing this anti-capitalistic approach to promote redistribution as the right perspective of a large state. So this person used to be a liberal in the past. So I was trying to understand why right-wing people were upholding this kind of agenda. And the answer that I found by, doing a survey
há uma certa direita
is
entendendo ser
that
necessário
there is
Estado,
this right wing that
principalmente para
understands
atuar
that state
contra
is
a luta
needed
cultural,
to act against the cultural
especialmente, inclusive, a
struggle,
agenda identitária.
especially the
Esse agora é o
identity-based
inimigo,
agenda. So now this is the
a agenda
enemy.
identitária,
The
e o
identity-based
Estado é um
enemy,
instrumento
that's the enemy, and
para
the
tentar
state is an
conter
instrument
uma
to
hegemonia
try and curb
cultural.
cultural hegemony.
Como eu li essa
So
explicação?
what was my reading of this
Eu
explanation?
entendi essa explicação como
I got this
uma luta
explanation
entre
as a
duas
struggle
pessoas
between,
tentando
two
estabelecer
people
hegemonia.
who are trying to
O
establish
combate à hegemonia, a
hegemony.
suposta hegemonia cultural
Well,
hoje
fighting against
seria
cultural
com
hegemony
a
today
submissão,
would be
ou
like
melhor, tentar estabelecer uma outra
attempting to
hegemonia
establish a
a
whole
partir
different
dessa agenda
kind of
específica
hegemony
dessa direita.
based on the
O que eu
right-wing
queria saber de
agenda,
vocês é,
this specific
qual
right-wing
é o
agenda. So
diagnóstico
I would
que
like
vocês
to
têm
know what's
sobre
your
essa direita da
diagnosis
América
on the
Latina
right-wing that we see in Latin America,
do cenário internacional, se assim quiser.
or in the international
E qual
arena,
o diagnóstico
if
de
you will.
vocês
And what's
em
your
relação a essa
diagnosis
suposta
regarding
luta
this
cultural?
supposed
O que
cultural
o Estado,
strife?
no caso, pode fazer
What can the state do?
de mal ou de bem?
What are the
enfim,
good
deixar
things and the
aberto.
bad things that the state can
Quando a
do?
tentativa
It's
é
an open-ended
tentar
question.
Reformar principalmente a cultura.
When a culture should be reformed. The attempt is actually to promote a reform on culture. So, Gloria, can you talk about the right wing and the cultural struggle?
Yo creo que como explicó
So I believe, as Mr. Palmer explained, well, the key issue against the individual and liberty is collectivism, and I see in the Latin American right-wing collectivism, and I see the infusion of fear, the collectivist right wing. After I wrote,
se los juro, no había visto yo
as a
tan grandes
conservationist, I had not seen such turmoil. I had never seen such rebellion from the left wing. They were cursing me because I was upholding liberty. Well, as you do not belong to any of the two mobs, nobody defends you when that happens. But the right wing, in using nationalistic, fascist collectivism, they are convinced that strong men are strong, even if they do not defend the free markets.
Que nos va a venir a
If it is
salvar
a strong man
de
like
esta
Bolsonaro
pandilla
or
de
Putin
hippies
or
pederastas,
Bolsonaro that
porque
will
ya,
save us
la
from
comunidad
this
de
group
diversidad
of
sexual
hippies,
es sinónimo de pederasta.
because
Y ellos son los que vienen a proteger a la
diversity is a
humanidad
synonym
de esta
of being a
inmoralidad
pervert.
de hippies que quieren
But they
venir a
have come to
salvar
protect
árboles,
humankind
que
of
están
this
preocupados
immoral
por la
hippies that are here
contaminación
to
del
hug the
ambiente,
trees. They want to save the trees.
infunden
They're
el mismo
concerned
pánico
about
y
the
el mismo
pollution in the
miedo.
environment.
Y lo hacen
But they embed the
vendiendo
very
una
same
Venezuela
fear. They
que yo
disseminate
sí
the
conocí,
very same
porque
fear.
no sé cuántos
And they
aquí habrán
pitched
ido a
this
Caracas,
idea
pero
about
yo sí fui
Venezuela.
en
I
el
was
2015.
there. I don't know how many
Yo
of you
misma
have been
filmé
in
los
Caracas, but I
supermercados
was
en
there in
escasez
2015.
en Caracas. Yo vi
I
a la
was
gente
there,
en
I
miseria.
saw the supermarkets.
Nadie me lo contó.
And there was
El problema es que esa
scarcity.
Venezuela ya no
People,
existe.
lived
Y les
in
voy a explicar
poverty.
por qué. Porque
But this
Venezuela ya
Venezuela
mutó
doesn't exist anymore.
a una
And I'm
cosa
going
que
to
es el
explain why.
narcosocialismo
Because
dolarizado.
Venezuela is
Ya en Venezuela
the
no hay la escasez que
the
había. Todo el
dollarized
mundo está comerciando con
narco-socialism.
dólares en una
It's no
corrupción
longer the
galopante
scarcity of items
con el
that we have. They
narcotráfico,
all
que es la
trading in
vaca
dollars
sagrada
now.
de la cual la derecha
It's
no quiere hablar.
thriving
Porque en este continente queremos hablar de
trading with the
política transparente, pero
The
no nos metamos
narco-traffic is
con lo único que hace que
like
nuestra política
sacred.
no pueda ser transparente, que es el narcotráfico. El
We
ingreso
want
número
to
uno de
promote
dólares
transparent
de la mayoría de
policies,
nuestros países. Lo que
but
pasa
we
es que
don't
no
want to
entra dentro
discuss the
dentro
drug
del
trafficking that
PIB, pero
yields
igual
millions
entra.
of dollars in our countries.
El problema
They
de
are
la
not part
derecha
of the GDP, but
es
at
que
the same
está
time they
vendiendo
are.
Venezuela
The issue with the right wing
como
is
Juanito y
that
el lobo,
they're,
¿no? Ahí viene el
pitching
lobo, ahí viene el
Venezuela
lobo.
as being
Y
the bad
está vendiendo
wolf.
una Venezuela que ya no existe.
So,
Y cuando
red little hat
gobiernan,
and the bad wolf, and
no
there comes
hacen
the
lo
bad
que
wolf.
tienen que hacer.
So when
Sí.
they govern, when they
Mauricio Macri,
manage
que
the
estuvo hoy
country,
aquí
they
en la
don't do
mañana,
what they should
yo creo que si él
Mauricio
hubiera
Macri, who was here
liberalizado
this morning,
todo lo que
I think that
supuestamente
if he
prometió
had
liberalizar,
liberalized
hoy no
everything
estaría
that he
Argentina donde
promised,
está. Hace
wouldn't,
4
Argentina
años, cuando
wouldn't
los
stand it
mexicanos
as it
estaban en
is.
elecciones
2
con
years
AMLO
ago,
y los
when the
colombianos estaban en
Mexicans
elecciones
were
con Duque y
promoting their
Petro,
elections,
estaban
and
vendiendo
then
los
the
dos
Colombians
Venezuela,
had
¿no?
Duque
México se va a
and
volver
Petro.
Venezuela, Colombia se va a volver Venezuela, el
They
pánico,
were
el pánico, el
saying, they were
pánico.
saying, well,
En
Mexico
México ganó
will
AMLO,
become Venezuela,
en
Colombia will
Venezuela,
become
en Colombia
Venezuela.
ganó
That's
Duque.
panicking. So we had Duque in Colombia, and then the right wing was relieved. They earned a 4-year administration. They relaxed, and then after 4 years, they didn't do what they had to do. Duque left the administration with a terrible reputation. They wrote to me, Gloria, come to Colombia, please come and lecture to us. So am I going to throw, pixie dust on you and then magically you're going to switch opinions? Who are you going to vote for? Who defends liberty in Latin America? What I see in the right wing is the very same, panic and despair that we see in the left wing. And they talk about the 2030 agenda. The 2030 agenda, we're all going to turn into gay people,
comiendo vegano, ya no van a existir las vacas y va a ser horrible porque no va a haber familia y todos los niños van a ser infelices. Esa es la agenda 2030 desde el pánico que la derecha vende. Pero también la derecha tiene una agenda 2030. Y es una agenda evangelista que yo he visto puesta en mi país con la ley 5272, una ley que intentaron pasar que verdaderamente justificaba que tú fueras a los negocios de cualquier guatemalteco LGBT que sí paga impuestos, porque a la hora de cobrar impuestos, ¿qué importa tu sexualidad? Ahí sí vengan tus impuestos. Pero justificaba que tú pudieras atentar contra la propiedad privada de cualquier guatemalteco LGBT, discriminar. O sea, lo mismo que los nazis hicieron con los judíos. Ese tipo de leyes, nosotros como liberales tenemos que estar gastando el tiempo en que no pasen. Y eso no es la izquierda.
So
Esa es la derecha de este continente, vendiendo pánico. Entonces hay dos agendas liberticidas y colectivistas. La agenda 2030 de las Greta Thunberg, que nos quieren devolver a las cavernas. Yo no sé por qué no mejor se muda a Venezuela y nunca hay electricidad. Ahí puede vivir tranquila. Pero también está la agenda 2030, derecha, nacionalista, donde cuando los presionas, ni siquiera libertad económica te ofrecen. Suben impuestos, son proteccionistas, ponen privilegios, más monopolios. Ninguna de estas dos agendas está buscando un mundo más libre donde el individuo triunfe. Y cuando te opones, gracias. Y cuando te opones a esas dos agendas de manera directa, de verdad que te sientes Sócrates tomándote la cicuta. Y entonces, ¿quién va a querer defender la libertad? Yo me pongo a pensar en las mujeres de 19, 20, 21 años que se meten a ver las redes sociales mías o de Antonella Martí y que vean las cosas que nos dicen. ¿Quién va a querer meterse a defender la libertad cuando te tratan como te tratan? Y yo no es que soy una feministérica que está pidiendo que la ONU me venga a defender. No, no es eso. Solo les digo que el ataque es igual de irracional de los dos lados, porque lo que se vende es miedo. Y lo que no terminamos todos de entender es que en libertad todos podemos vivir. Los liberales no nos oponemos a tus creencias. Si tú en tu creencia estás convencido de que la homosexualidad es un pecado y de que ser vegano no sirve de nada, está bien. Cuando hay libertad, tú puedes tenerle una iglesia a Cristo, a Buda, a Alá, a los unicornios, a las sirenas, al capitán Jack Sparrow, hasta puede ser Jedi si tú quieres, no hay problema. Es tu creencia y es tu libertad. Y en libertad también, si tú estás convencido que el dinero es el origen de todos los males y que no hay que tener propiedad privada y tú quieres formar una comuna hippie para vivir contigo y tus amigos, lo puedes hacer. No hay ningún problema, pero hazlo con tus propios recursos, hazlo con tu propia plata. No le andes quitando a los otros para tú hacer tus proyectos. Y eso es lo que la derecha y la izquierda no terminan de entender, porque la derecha está convencida que si dejan avanzar las libertades individuales, todos nos vamos a volver gays. Están convencidos de esa vaina. Y la izquierda está convencida de que la derecha, si sigue avanzando, nos va a evangelizar a todos, teniendo unos ultra ricos y teniendo a toda la gente abajo. Ese es el pánico dinámico del cual las dos funcionan. Y las dos se mueven por utopías, como decía Axel. Y entonces estás tú, que eres liberal, a decir, yo no te vendo una utopía. O sea, imagínense lo difícil que es para nosotros, porque estás compitiendo contra el Edén socialista, ¿no? De la utopía donde todos vamos a ser felices y fraternales, pero también estás compitiendo con el Edén derechista que le ha prometido a la vida entera que las mujeres vamos a regresar a la cocina y que no va a haber diversidad sexual. Y ante esas utopías llegas tú y les dices, la libertad no te garantiza nada, ni siquiera que vas a tomar las mejores decisiones, solo te garantiza que nadie más las va a tomar por ti. ¿Y quién quiere ese discurso cuando todo el mundo tiene miedo de sí mismo? Es muy difícil. ¿Y saben qué es lo peor? Que no funciona. Entonces cuando como liberales te dicen, ay, Gloria, por favor, sé pragmática. Hay que apoyar a Trump. Hay que apoyar a Duque. Hay que apoyar a Piñera. Hay que apoyar a Macri. ¿Cómo para qué? Tú los apoyas. Ellos agarran la libertad. Se la meten por donde menos les conviene. Y a los 4 años estás de regreso con la izquierda. ¿No les parece patético? Si hiciera la derecha un buen trabajo, ¿cómo es que el socialismo ha triunfado en toda América Latina sin excepción? Ahorita solo falta Colombia. Que gane quien gane, va a haber o izquierda carnívora o izquierda vegetariana. Y esa misma derecha que ha montado la batalla cultural te dicen, no importa, vamos a votar por Rodolfo Hernández. Ay, el tipo es pro aborto, pro gays, pro marihuana. O sea, esa misma derecha que te acusa de progre a ti, a la hora de la hora igual vota progre, con tal de que no les caiga el comunismo encima. Entonces, no se combate miedo con miedo, no se combate colectivismo con más colectivismo, no se combate oscuridad con oscuridad, no. Y cada vez nos estamos quedando más solos y cada vez estamos perdiendo más territorio, al punto que yo le decía a Axel y le decía también a Tom Palmer, ¿no te parece que en lugar de estar rescatando países es que se vuelve cansado de verdad? Miren, y yo llevo poco, o sea, 2014 en esto, Axel lleva más y tú también, y mucha gente que está aquí, pero a mí ya me tiene harta este péndulo. ¿Y saben qué es lo que más cansada me tiene de este péndulo? La cantidad de gente inocente que ni siquiera tiene poder de decisión y que se les están arruinando las vidas. Entonces a veces me pongo a pensar, ¿no será más fácil en lugar de querer rescatar países que de todas maneras no estamos rescatando, pedir un territorio libre? Tal vez hablar con un jeque árabe y que nos tiren arena en el desierto y hacemos como un, no sé, como arena en el mar, perdón, hacer como una especie de isla de Dubái y mudarnos ahí los 4 salvadoreños, 5 guatemaltecos, 8 chilenos, 300,000 cubanos, 400,000 venezolanos que ya están hartos de este péndulo liberticida de la derecha y la izquierda y pedir un territorio donde nos dejen vivir en paz y donde solo tengamos que firmar así como sí, acepto que no le voy a joder la vida a ningún individuo ni voy a esperar que ningún individuo viva por mí. Punto. Y si no te parece, ahí está el resto de América Latina para que vayas a disfrutar de 50 sombras de socialismo, que es lo que tenemos en este continente. Pero ¿por qué sería tan utópico? ¿Por qué es tan utópico pensar en un territorio donde los latinos que queremos ser libres podamos vivir libres y en paz por una vez y que los demás sigan en sus países? Si hemos tenido una isla esclava durante 60 años, que es Cuba, y nadie dice ni pío. Pero pensar en un territorio con un Estado de Derecho, separación de economía, de Estado, de educación, de Estado, donde cada quien pueda ser libre, no, eso como que parece demasiado utópico. Entonces, ahí está tu respuesta. La derecha es igual de colectivista y los que somos liberales tenemos que ver ese colectivismo como uno solo. Y ya para terminar, ¿por qué pensamos en nazismo y en fascismo como algo de derecha y en comunismo como algo de izquierda cuando todo es un totalitarismo liberticida? Yo les tengo una posible idea de por qué. Porque Hitler traicionó a Stalin. Cuando iban a dividir Polonia, si Hitler no hubiera traicionado a Stalin y se hubieran quedado siendo amiguitos, muy probablemente hoy no pensaríamos en comunismo como algo de izquierda
y en fascismo, nazismo como algo de derecha, porque al fin y al cabo se llama nacionalsocialismo. Pero como hubo esa traición histórica, ahí hubo como una separación psicológica y se piensa en derecha o izquierda. No, es todo totalitarismo colectivista en contra de la minoría más pequeña que existe y más importante, que es el individuo.
Totalitarianism hindering the lives of minorities.
Para a gente conseguir completar nossa agenda, eu queria perguntar.
Well, in order to finish on time, I would like to ask you, what is the danger of the woke agenda? What are the risks? And I would like to hear from you about the process that is in place, the constitutional reform in Chile, and what are the possible influences of this kind of agenda, identity-based agenda?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Creo que es importante.
I believe that,
estando de acuerdo con Gloria,
and I agree with Gloria, by the way,
digo, en la izquierda también hay una izquierda
on
democrática.
the left wing, we have a democratic left wing that is relatively liberal, it's social democratic.
No estoy de acuerdo, pero
and
uno puede
I do not
conversar.
agree, but we can talk to this
Y en la
line
derecha
of movement.
también hay
And on the
un
right
sector
wing,
de la
we
derecha
also
que es
have an area of the
relativamente
right
liberal con
wing
la que se puede
that is
conversar.
relatively,
Digo,
stable, and we
no
can
es solamente
talk to
izquierda,
them.
derecha, son todos, no hay grado y hay diversidad.
There are
dentro.
degrees and
Y
diversities
lo que
within
tenemos
the
que
left
trabajar
and
en
right
estos países.
wings.
Si no,
So we have
realmente
to
no hay
work with
nada que
those
hacer
in
y
our
tenemos que ir
countries,
a
or
buscar
we
la
cannot
identidad.
do anything, and we have to
Entonces,
move to where you said,
bueno, eso es
Gloria,
lo primero. Sobre wokeism
about wokeism
y el identitarianismo.
and about identity-based
Bueno, yo creo
approaches.
que básicamente
I believe that
es un regreso
it
a lo que es
is
la política
going
tribal
back to tribal politics
la destrucción del
that is
individuo,
promoting the
¿cierto?
destruction
Del
of the
principio de
individual,
igualdad ante la ley,
promoting the destruction of the principle of equality before the law, because we have to promote equality before the law. And only then, if you consider that all of the individuals, regardless of their gender, sexual orientation, and race, and so on and so forth, they have identical dignity. So when you acknowledge that all individuals have the same level of dignity, then you accept that the same rules apply to them, right?
Ahora, nosotros podemos ver
But
diferencias
we can
superficiales
see
de
the
raza, de etnia, de todas
differences,
esas cosas.
race,
Pero
ethnicity,
en lo
and other
esencial
kinds
somos
of
todos
difference.
iguales.
But in the core, we are all the same, and we all live a dignified life. The identity politics has this issue because it destroys the notion of individuality. Pay attention to that. It denies that there is this individual that has individual consciousness with a moral agency that is unique, and that differentiates this individual from all of the others. But this person is equal to all of the others because they are seen as equals. So this is destroyed so that we can be reduced to our ethnicity, to our race, to our sexual conditions and gender, and so on and so forth. And
so
we have whites against blacks, men against women, heterosexuals against homosexuals, and so on. And the liberal Western construction of equality before the law is then presented as a pretext to simulate oppression, which is happening through, for example, language, symbols, architecture, aesthetic standards, and so on. To correct these oppressions, what we have to do is destructure or deconstruct equality before the law, and then what we do is you give privileges to groups that are declared as marginalized and so on, and this is done through the law, and then we build effectively today a society of castes with arbitrary privileges. For example, Chile's new constitution. This brings me to one point. Chile's lost We cannot go back now. Chile is lost. There's no point of return. On the 4th of September, we will have a referendum about a new constitution. There's going to be a Chavist or Chavista constitution in Chile, the most aggressively woke constitution. There'll be a standard, a norm, which will say that any part of the territory of Chile can be reclaimed as restored, to be restored to the original peoples, any part of the national territory. Another standard which is to be brought in is that any project for investment which, depending on their criteria, which affects or impacts the original peoples, there's a mixture. We need to have the approval of the original peoples, the original nations. Any investment needs this approval, which means that we can see 10% of people identify themselves as original people, but they have iPhones and they live in flats and own cars and so on. They're not in villages. It's different, and this is a facade. And what we have is an identity politics which is destroying equality before the law. And this constitution in Chile, if it's approved, we will have a great number of conflicts with everyone who enters into the groups, and they'll have their own justice system, and the rest of the Chileans. Imagine the hatred that this will generate, because we will destroy the idea of equal citizenship. The answer to that is very similar to communist and Nazi tactics to separate people into groups and play them off against each other. The answer is to be a citizen. We are equal before the law. We're citizens, all of us, and we're beneath a politics, and we all face the same rules. If we don't face up to this, then Chile will destroy the possibility of having peaceful coexistence. And in Chile, the reason why this agenda, this totalitarian agenda, is now being led by the left and has come forwards over a number of decades. The main people who are responsible for that are the entrepreneurs, because the media and the universities and the cultural centers have exclusively hired people from the far left who have basically poisoned the country with these ideas. And as you said, Roberto, the guilt they felt, self-flagellating, they have so much guilt that they basically have enabled everyone to destroy the foundations of our economic success in Brazil. Don't allow this to happen in Brazil.
Infelizmente, isso já acontece no Brasil, Axel.
This happens in Brazil too. We've been in this situation ourselves.
Tentar fazer uma perspectiva baseada numa retrospectiva.
Now I'd like to perhaps go to a retrospect of Salem Matar's speech when he was talking about man coming down from the trees millennia ago. He ceased to be just another animal, and using reason and intelligence managed to thrive and move forwards so that man's life could be worth living for those who can use reason.
Nós conseguimos isso exatamente por causa da linguagem.
And we've managed to do that through language. Language enables us to have this relationship with reality through concepts, so that we can think about reality and create everything that one day will be progress and prosperity. The integration of these concepts in ideas and abstractions and development through innovation and so on. What these agendas have, are these collectivist or statist or mystical or dogmatic agendas have, that you might call left or right wing, what they intend to do is to drive us back to a primitive state. Races like, or having breeds like dogs have different breeds. They're different in their appearance. And the only thing that they have in common is that they're irrational. We humans are different. So what's important in us is the rationality that we possess, the reason that we possess. And if we want to continue as rational beings and human beings who enjoy rights and can freely choose how we live, because each person's life is their own. Nobody else will give you meaning, your life meaning, except for yourself. You need to choose your purposes and do what's necessary by achieving your purposes, and by that means becoming happy. If they stop us using language or using reason properly, which is what capitalism actually allows you to do, there's no better way of destroying capitalism than destroying the formation of concepts and language and the integration of these concepts into ideas. If we don't prevent this happening, we will really go back to a primitive state, and perhaps in the next meeting we will have to actually go back into the trees. So we're coming to the end of our panel. I'd like to give each speaker to just sum up their ideas and perhaps leave us with one final thought. We've mapped out the enemies and the rivals of liberalism in a range of versions of illiberalism, but it's hard to avoid this question, all of them. Oh, well, there's a question, but let me finish my thought-provoking statement. So, about symmetry, if everybody has the same force or strength. For example, Lula and Bolsonaro, they're both united on behalf of collectivism, but one will be elected. Is one stronger than the other if they're elected? And I mean, for example, institutional strength to actually go ahead with and achieve their collectivist goal. And then finally, there's Congressman Fabio, who has a question. That'll be two questions, and then you can answer them, panelists. I think you can hear me, can't you? Yes, it's here now. It's a question, first of all, for Axel. Don't you think, perhaps, that the collapse that apparently is going to happen in Chile and will probably be finished off by the plebiscite, is this not the result of a lack of attention to inequality? We liberals have not paid enough attention to this. We don't think it's an economic issue. I don't think it's an economic issue, but it does generate a social and a political issue, because when you have excessive inequality, you generate resentment about populist groups. Which groups in the population profit from this, and they create narratives? Is this not what happened in Chile? Gloria, what is your view of the political phenomenon Javier Milei? I know that populism of the right is clear. Have you seen how he has been flirting with Bolsonaro and the son of Bolsonaro? What do you think about this? My friend Rashevsky, thank you simply for the work you've done defending liberalism in Brazil.
Yeah. So the inequality argument
Para español, presione dos. For English, press 1.
La traducción, perdón, en chileno. Sí, el argumento de
the argument about inequality is perhaps too far in the case of Chile, but when you look at the data for inequality from the 90s, for example, up until 2015, the index fell to, for example, 0.46. It's a reasonable fall. Chile is an average Latin American country. It's less unequal than Brazil, for example. And also, there's more social mobility than the other Latin American countries. When you look at this inequality over generations, for example, my parents' generation, my generation, we compare them. My generation has levels, for example, of revenue, which is similar to developed countries. I don't believe it is about inequality. What I do believe is that the narrative and the rhetoric about inequality, which is a discourse which is based on envy and jealousy, the discourse of equality when you want to take from those who have more, but for the sake of equality. This has been a very aggressive and very persistent, very systematic and so massive over 20 years in Chile that many people are convinced that they actually live in the worst country in history. I've seen this. I saw all this discussion. I discussed all of this with Michelle Bachelet's government, second administration. I was the only person there who would debate the inequality discourse. I said, if we follow this way, you will destroy the country because you're stimulating envy. And what happened when Bachelet's second administration came in and the whole discourse was equality? For example, the powers are the same. Many tax reforms, labor reforms, which actually destroyed Chile's economy's ability to recover and progress. And for 4 years, the country stagnated. Salaries didn't grow. Then President Piñera, center-right, his slogan was "Better Times," and he was voted in because they remembered his first government, which had been a prosperous time. But he made no reforms. He didn't solve any problems. And in 2019, remember the protests, burnings and demonstrations in Santiago. So Piñera himself, in his government of naive, cowardly and incompetent people, because that's not just cowardice is not just a problem of the center-right. That government gave the communist left what they wanted, and in order to leave behind the crisis, because it didn't work because of the pandemic, we're in a process where 3/4 of the Constituent Assembly are far left, whereas the Congress is 50-50. So the idea was that the members of the Constituent Assembly should be 50-50, but it's 3/4 far left. I think that it was the lack of progress which frustrated Chileans, and that was the result of state interventions. And it was a self-fulfilling prophecy, and the left controls the public discourse, schools and universities and means of communication. So when people felt that they no longer felt that they were progressing or earning more, then they put the blame on a neoliberal government, and people believed in that. when it's the opposite. They ceased to progress because they were attacking the center-right government. The recovery of the economy in Chile, where you refuse or reject the new constitution, touch wood, I hope they do reject it. They were 9 points ahead in terms of rejecting, hoping they will reject it. That will be a virtually impossible task. But if we don't reject it, well, watch a country implode. That's what's going to happen. And I think democracy is threatened. And those who are doing this are inspired by the formula, but I don't know if it'll happen. There will be, this is center-left people who are saying it, generally reasonable people, they're saying that if the new constitution is approved, then the survival of democracy is in doubt. I don't know, I could tell you why, but the center-left is saying that. Watch Chile. If Chile destroys itself, it can happen to any other Latin American country. Let me just add to what you said and to answer Fabio's question. Out of an issue of justice, I dedicated to the French and the Germans the philosophy that is the basis of our statist philosophy. But I forgot the English, Stuart Mill and Jeremy Bentham, who promote the utilitarianism, which, as Ayn Rand says, and our Gloria Alvarez, our Latin American Ayn Rand. Either you kill yourself with communism, or we are murdered by communism, or we are suicided by socialism. But utilitarianism can be a suicide, which is a doctrine whereby the greatest good for the greatest number, which is simply an attempt to eliminate inequalities through redistribution through the state. And that's so-called liberals like Hayek and Friedman defend that pragmatically. Departing from the principles and values of true liberalism. So Fabio, I think that the discussion, simply discussing social inequality in itself, is frustrating. In reality and in the abstract case, social inequality is metaphysical and cannot be cleared up or cured, truly cured, and it's poverty that we need to fight. And this is what humans need to face, not inequality, social inequality.
Well, yeah. That's a fantastic sentence. So it should be Coca-Cola's slogan. So what Javier Milei did, it's unprecedented. So when it's unprecedented, those who criticize him will do this based on lack of knowledge. So this is a process that is underway. So we are trailblazing as we go forward. But as it goes with any politician, instead of dogmatizing, I want to see Javier's administration. I want to see Javier's success. I want to see how much liberty he's going to be able to implement in Argentina. Javier Milei's success is going to be measured when we take into account how many Argentinians, because of Javier,
los ensayos increíbles de Lidia McCloskey
y todo lo que
el libertarianismo a nivel mundial tiene para ofrecer. Si Javier logra abrir esa puerta para otros latinoamericanos, la libertad va a avanzar. Pero si Javier es secuestrado por el colectivismo que a la hora de gobernar lo amarre y le
And
diga,
when he's
no
about
puedes
to govern,
liberalizar,
his
no
hands are
puedes
going to
bajar
be
impuestos,
tied,
no puedes abrir por
and then
acá.
he's not going to be
Si
able
eso
to
le
reduce
pasa a Javier
taxes.
Milei,
You cannot do
la
this, you
libertad
cannot do
no va a
this. If that
avanzar.
happens with
Y lo
Javier Milei,
triste
liberty will not
es que la gente
progress.
no va a culpar a
Liberty
Javier.
will not thrive.
Va a
And that's going
culpar
to
al
be very sad,
neoliberalismo,
because people will not
explotador,
blame Javier.
capitalista y salvaje.
People will
Estoy
blame
respondiendo a tu pregunta,
neoliberalism.
Fabio. No sé si
People
eso
will
es
blame
lo que la responda.
wild
Pero
capitalism.
el
I
punto
don't
es,
know if that's
hay
what
que
you wanted
medir
to hear.
a las
But the
personas
key
que
point
defienden la
is
libertad
we have
respecto de
to
cuánto avanza la
see who are
libertad.
those who
Y de verdad yo
defend
espero
liberty, and we
que
have
si
to see how
Javier
much we
llegue a
advance in
gobernar,
this agenda.
avance la
And I
libertad
truly have this
y no el
expectation.
colectivismo.
I
Porque
hope that
en mi
Javier
caso
may
personal,
promote the
si tú
advancement
analizas mi
of
proyecto
liberty, not
político,
collectivism.
las 15 propuestas
Because
que
if
yo
we
tengo,
analyze the
y te vas con
political
la derecha de
project,
Guatemala,
if we analyze the
te
propositions,
dicen
and
que
if we
no
take into
a la
account the
mitad.
right wing in Guatemala,
Y
they're
esa
going
es
to
la
say
razón
no to
por
half
la
of
que
these
yo mantengo mi
propositions.
proyecto sola.
And this
Porque
is
prefiero que sea un
why
proyecto
I keep
sola
up my project
a
on my
aliarme con
own.
personas que me empiecen
I
a
prefer
poner
that it's on
las
my own
cadenas
than,
que hagan que no avance la libertad.
working together with
Admiro
other
muchísimo a
people
Javier por lo que está
that
haciendo y
will
espero
make me get
que
stuck.
gobierne
People who are going
para que avance
to
la libertad,
handcuff me,
porque se lo
cut
merecen
me.
los
I
argentinos
hope
y
that
los
Javier
latinoamericanos en
may
general.
run his administration so that liberty advance. The Argentinians deserve that.
Quero agradecer a presença de todos vocês.
So I would like to thank you, and I'm going to close the panel, this wonderful panel. Thank you so much. See you in the next event. See you in the next panel. Thank you, Marise. I would like to invite all speakers to receive our tribute. And then I would like to remind you that we are giving away this book, The Society of the Pilgrimage. It's a think tank approach discussing liberty in the post-war period. We have Hayek, Mises, and Milton Friedman as the authors. The next panel is capitalism is not the issue, that's the solution. Historian Rainer Zitelmann here with us. He's a historian, and I read his book yesterday, a highly interesting book. It's worth our while. It's worth paying attention to this presentation. So, Mr. Zitelmann, you have the floor.
I love capitalism.
Eu adoro o capitalismo. E se vocês me perguntarem por quê, eu poderia falar horas por esse tópico. Às vezes falo horas assim, sobre esse tópico. E às vezes eu tenho apenas poucos segundos. Por exemplo, num filme televisivo, as pessoas me perguntam, você tem essa camisetinha, eu amo o capitalismo. Por que você usa essa camiseta, me perguntam. E se eu tiver 30 segundos apenas para responder, eu digo às pessoas, olha, 200 anos atrás, mais de 90% da população mundial vivia na pobreza extrema, 90% vivia na pobreza extrema. Hoje é menos de 10%. O que é ainda mais importante é que metade dessa redução aconteceu nos últimos 35 anos. Ótima notícia, não é? Para muitas pessoas, nem nunca ouviram falar disso. E eu sou grato a Stalin. Ele mencionou a palavra capitalismo na sua declaração de posse. Mencionou 10, 20 vezes, porque há 40 anos... Olha, eu era ali participante de uma conferência sobre liberdade. Durante todo esse dia, eu ouvi falar sobre capitalismo. A palavra capitalismo não apareceu só uma vez, não. Por quê? E isso é algo também que o Stalin mencionou. O capitalismo tem uma imagem negativa para muitas pessoas. Já sabem disso. Então, eu pedi ao Paul que trabalhássemos em 19 países, mas poderia ser mais. Vocês são os primeiros a exibir os resultados, vai ser o contexto do meu próximo livro, que vai ser publicado nos próximos meses. E eu vou apresentar aqui alguns resultados dessa pesquisa, dessa enquete. Houve outras pesquisas antes a respeito da imagem do capitalismo, mas em boa parte dos casos, uma única pergunta era feita. Por exemplo, você gosta do capitalismo ou não? Mas eu acho que não é suficiente. Até a palavra capitalismo tem uma conotação negativa. É uma palavra suja para eles. E eu queria descobrir o quanto isso está ligado com a palavra em si e o que essa palavra de fato significa para as pessoas. Nós apresentamos, então, para os entrevistados, não apenas uma única pergunta. Nós apresentamos 34 declarações. E aí eu fiz essa pesquisa, que foi conduzida por um dos principais institutos do mundo, o Ipsos. Então, fizemos a pesquisa nesses países aqui, mas haverá tantos outros mais. Então, as primeiras 6 declarações, sem usar a palavra capitalismo em si. Como eu mencionei antes, para muitas pessoas, capitalismo é uma palavra ruim. Não mencionamos, portanto, a palavra. Nós dizíamos declarações, por exemplo, olha, o Estado deve estabelecer os preços para o aluguel, para o alimento, deve estabelecer os salários máximo, o mínimo, senão as coisas ficam socialmente injustas. Seria anti-mercado livre. Uma outra declaração seria: eu apoio um sistema econômico no qual o Estado estabelece as regras, mas isso idealmente não interfere em outras áreas. Alguém que é pró-mercado. E o resultado, então, dessa pesquisa foi baseado no cálculo da porcentagem média daqueles que são pró-mercado e daqueles que são anti-mercado. Nós calculamos, portanto, o que chamamos de coeficiente pró e contra capitalismo. Vejam só os resultados, são interessantes. Quanto mais alto o número, mais pró-capitalismo no país. Nós temos Polônia aqui liderando, seguida, nesse caso, pelos Estados Unidos, República Tcheca, Coreia do Sul, Japão, e aí uma surpresa aqui para mim, seguida da Argentina. A Argentina é o 7º lugar aqui em termos de atitude pró-capitalista. Ótima notícia para mim, mas eu fiquei assim um pouquinho surpreso, tive lá minhas dúvidas, mas as perguntas e declarações eram as mesmas, aplicadas em todos os países. Estive por 10 dias na Argentina, foi ótimo recentemente. De um lado eu vi tanta pobreza, mas do outro lado eu vi pessoas pobres, jovens, que me diziam: capitalismo não é o problema, é a solução. Portanto, eu vi esse movimento de liberdade muito forte na Argentina. E eu entendo, portanto, porque a Argentina está em 7º lugar. Vocês veem o Chile aqui? Vejam só. Chile foi um dos países, um dos mais anticapitalistas da nossa pesquisa. Fizemos essa pesquisa 2 meses antes das eleições. Não fiquei surpreso com o desfecho, portanto, das eleições no Chile. Apesar do fato de que o Chile teve tanto êxito com o capitalismo nas últimas décadas, apesar disso, bom, as pessoas estão muito melhor no Chile do que em outros países latino-americanos, mas a atitude das pessoas hoje, como visto aqui na enquete, é anticapitalismo. Nós vemos aqui, portanto, no final, os países como a França. Esses foram, portanto, os resultados quando não usamos a palavra capitalismo. A gente só descrevia, né, pelas frases e declarações. E aí fizemos outras tantas perguntas. É um teste de associação que fizemos. Então, perguntamos às pessoas, quando você usa a palavra capitalismo, o que você pensa? Você pensa em prosperidade, pensa em corrupção? Você pensa sobre liberdade? São palavras positivas e negativas. E depois disso, mais uma vez, fizemos o cálculo da porcentagem média de respostas positivas e negativas. Então, chegamos aqui aos resultados do coeficiente de pró e anticapitalismo. Mas dessa vez usamos sim a palavra. E aí tínhamos 18 outras perguntas. Por exemplo, o capitalismo é culpado pela fome, pela pobreza, pela mudança climática, por coisas negativas que acontecem no mundo, até pelos meus problemas individuais. Capitalismo é culpado de tudo. E aí tínhamos declarações positivas. Capitalismo significa liberdade econômica. E, a propósito, No meu próximo livro, eu vou refutar a discriminação, o preconceito a respeito de capitalismo. Para cada uma das declarações negativas, eu vou escrever um capítulo dedicado ao capitalismo sendo culpado por fome e pobreza, ou culpado pela desigualdade. O capitalismo é culpado pela mudança climática, monopólios. Então, esse vai ser meu próprio livro. Tínhamos, portanto, 18 dessas declarações, e, mais uma vez, nós fizemos o cálculo do coeficiente pró e anticapitalismo. Vejam os resultados, que são semelhantes, mas não são idênticos. Agora, nós temos o coeficiente geral de atitudes para o capitalismo. Nesse caso, temos o resultado quando usamos e não usamos a palavra em si. Temos agora a Argentina, que fica aqui do lado neutro, os países que são neutros. E o Chile melhorou um pouquinho, mas também é anticapitalista. Vemos aqui, então, a esquerda e a direita. À esquerda nós temos os países pró-capitalista e as barras escuras são os países anticapitalistas. Nós pudemos até calcular aqui o que aconteceu quando usávamos a palavra capitalismo. Em boa parte dos países, como podemos ver, as pessoas são mais pró-capitalismo quando não usamos a palavra. Mas não se esqueçam que essa é uma boa notícia. Mas, por outro lado, se a gente não usasse a palavra, tínhamos lá o primeiro gráfico. Mesmo assim, a maioria das pessoas eram contra o capitalismo em boa parte dos países. E, infelizmente, não é só a palavra, é o que a palavra significa. Mas no Chile, como podem ver, não fez diferença, usando ou não usando a palavra capitalismo em si. As pessoas no Chile hoje, infelizmente, apesar das coisas boas da evolução que o capitalismo fez pelo Chile, as pessoas lá hoje são contra o capitalismo. Nós temos aqui, então, um dos gráficos favoritos. Durante a crise do coronavírus, muito se falou sobre teorias de conspiração. Algumas dessas teorias, todas elas, são bem doidas. Pessoas que são mortas de propósito. E, geralmente, isto fica atrelado com a direita. Eu vi vários livros da teoria de conspiração e tudo isso era ligado à direita. Mas eu tenho aqui uma outra hipótese para vocês. A minha hipótese é que os capitalistas são teóricos da conspiração. Então, como eu posso comprovar a minha hipótese? De maneira científica. Então, além de todas essas perguntas que nós fazemos a respeito do capitalismo em si, nós confrontamos os entrevistados com duas declarações para aqueles que gostam de conspiração. Bom, primeiro, os políticos não fazem nada, só são marionetes que ficam ali como pano de fundo. E a outra declaração é que você só consegue entender política se você sabe que tudo acontece de acordo com um plano secreto, assim. Aí nós descobrimos quem era um teórico da conspiração e quem não era. E aí nós pudemos ligar isso com as respostas às nossas perguntas sobre o capitalismo. Vejam só esse gráfico. Nós comparamos aqui os países. Isso não é muito importante, não. Não compare os países. Vocês têm que comparar o que está à esquerda, a barra esquerda com a barra direita, ou seja, a barra mais escura com a barra um pouco mais clara em cinza. Por exemplo, vamos pegar aqui o exemplo do Chile. Como podem ver, em cada um desses países, os anticapitalistas gostam mais dessas teorias de conspiração do que os pró-capitalistas. Ou seja, os anticapitalistas, na verdade, são conspiradores. E isso é verdade para todos os 19 países. Mesmo se tivéssemos 12 países apenas, isso comprovaria a minha hipótese, mas foi válido para os 19 países. Os anticapitalistas são aqueles que gostam das teorias de conspiração. Essa é uma outra pesquisa que eu fiz antes, escrevi um outro livro, Os Ricos mediante a Opinião Pública, foi publicado pelo Instituto Cato e foi publicado em vários idiomas, em espanhol também. Não foi publicado em português até os dias dia de hoje. Trata-se aqui do coeficiente de inveja social, ou seja, estereótipos e preconceito contra os ricos. Tem livros falando aí de discriminação contra os negros, contra os gays, discriminação contra os mais idosos, mas não tinha um único livro tratando aí do preconceito contra os ricos. Então, eu escrevi esse primeiro livro a respeito desse assunto. Isso foi baseado numa pesquisa também. Eu fiz a pesquisa em 11 países, vou estendê-la para outros países, e queríamos descobrir como as pessoas têm inveja nos países, o quanto elas invejam aí os mais ricos.
Não dá para perguntar para a pessoa, você tem inveja ou não? Não, eu não sou invejoso, são os outros. A pergunta tem que ser outra. Por exemplo, a afirmação, eu sou a favor de aumentar impostos para milionários, mesmo que não tenha vantagem pessoalmente. Ou eu sou contra a redução de salários, mesmo que todo mundo, redistribuindo, mesmo que todo mundo só receba $2 a mais. Então, por exemplo, se eu ouço que um bilionário perde muito dinheiro por causa de um risco, bem feito. A Alemanha foi o único país em que tinha tanta gente pró o que nós chamamos de Schadenfreude. Por isso que a palavra vem da Alemanha, quer dizer assim, você gosta do infortúnio do outro. França, depois Alemanha, mas diferente na Coreia do Sul, Japão, países do sul asiático. Eu visitei Coreia do Sul, China, Vietnã, e nesses países as pessoas pensam diferente dos ricos. Veem como um modelo e não, por exemplo, como um bode expiatório. Então, são os resultados para o próximo livro. Eu vou contar um pouquinho sobre esse livro, que está publicado em português. O capitalismo não é o problema, é a solução. Começa com um capítulo sobre a China, sobre Mao Zedong, com o grande salto adiante, que foi o maior experimento socialista da história. 45 milhões de pessoas morreram como resultado desse grande experimento socialista. Nas minhas palestras ao redor do mundo, eu pergunto, ouviram falar sobre isso na escola? O professor contou sobre isso, essa experiência socialista? Eu posso perguntar, ouviram na escola sobre o grande salto adiante em que 45 milhões de pessoas morreram? Ninguém levantou a mão. Eu acho que é uma vergonha que as pessoas ouvem sobre os malefícios do capitalismo na escola, mas ninguém nunca ouve sobre os crimes do comunismo e do socialismo. E depois da morte do Mao, entrou Deng Xiaoping, que começou com as reformas econômicas, introduzindo a propriedade privada, com elementos do mercado livre na China. E o resultado é incrível. É claro, eu não gosto do sistema político da China. É uma ditadura, não tem liberdade da imprensa ou de expressão. Não é um país capitalista puro, é um sistema misto, como todos os sistemas. Mas o que aconteceu? Apenas pela introdução de elementos do mercado livre e de propriedade privada. A porcentagem das pessoas vivendo em miséria em 1981 estava em 88,3%. E hoje é menos de 1%, de acordo com os dados oficiais do Banco Mundial. Foi o resultado do capitalismo. E o número de bilionários aumentou. Não houve nenhum, só talvez o próprio Mao, mas ele tenha sido talvez um milionário, mas não tinha bilionário. Hoje nós temos 700 bilionários, tanto quanto nos Estados Unidos. E temos mais bilionários vivendo, por exemplo, em Beijing. do que em Manhattan, por exemplo. Então, o pensar de soma zero, o pensamento em soma zero, é errado. Significa que os ricos só se tornam ricos porque privam os pobres. É a crença central dos socialistas, são pensadores da soma zero. E está totalmente equivocado esse pensamento. Se fosse correto, como explicar essas cifras aqui? Não é lógico. Então, podemos ver que o pensamento de soma zero é errado. Não preciso examinar só a China. No ano de 2000, tinha 500 bilionários. Hoje nós temos 2.800 e a taxa de pessoas em pobreza extrema era 24% em 2000, hoje é menos de 10%. Então, esse pensamento de soma zero está equivocado. Se eu quiser explicar o progresso ou declínio econômico de um país, eu uso essa teoria, que é, na verdade, uma metáfora de um tubo de ensaio. Nós temos dois ingredientes, o mercado e o Estado, capitalismo com socialismo. O que acontece se você colocar mais mercado no tubo de ensaio? Nós vimos isso na China, no Chile, na Polônia, na Coreia do Sul. Eu estive lá. Nos anos 60, a Coreia do Sul era um dos países mais pobres do mundo, tão pobre quanto os países africanos. E o sucesso, capitalismo. Isso é o que acontece se você colocar, por exemplo, mais mercado no seu tubo de ensaio. Por outro lado, você coloca mais Estado dentro do tubo de ensaio. Vimos na Venezuela. Nos anos 70, era um dos países, dos 20 países mais ricos do mundo, dos 20 mais ricos. Começaram, então, com regulamentação, eles tiveram os piores regulamentos do mercado trabalhista. E o que aconteceu em 1999? Eles votaram no Hugo Chávez. E todos os intelectuais esquerdistas do mundo ficaram tão entusiasmados. É socialismo do século XXI, falaram. Porque a Coreia do Norte não foi um bom exemplo para os socialistas, mas agora tinha um outro exemplo. No meu próprio país, a Alemanha, o líder do Partido da Esquerda recomendou que nós precisávamos aprender algo do Hugo Chávez. Felizmente, não aprendemos nada com ele. Mas, se quiserem entender o desenvolvimento de um país, é muito fácil. Não tem relação apenas com a relação entre mercado e Estado, mas é a mudança se colocar mais mercado ou mais Estado no tubo de ensaio. Para os socialistas, esse argumento não funciona. O que eles dizem quando o socialismo fracassa? Não foi o socialismo verdadeiro. Agora eu tenho a ideia como vai funcionar. Daqui a 100 anos, todos os experimentos, ou aliás, os últimos 100 anos, os experimentos fracassaram sem exceção. Todos os experimentos socialistas. Um exemplo. Vamos imaginar uma dona de casa que está assando um bolo e ela chama convidados no sábado. O que acontece? Eles realmente eles estão doentes e não podem vir, eles ficam vomitando depois de comer o bolo. Teve um problema com a receita, tive que fazer umas modificações, mas o que acontece? Mais uma vez, eles ficam com um envenenamento alimentício. E então tem que mudar novamente a receita. Pequenas modificações. E no próximo sábado eles ficam vomitando. ela faz isso 24 vezes, novamente mexendo na receita. Você vai dizer que nenhuma dona de casa é tão maluca no mundo. Não existe, nenhuma dona de casa faria isso. Mas os socialistas fazem, eles tentaram um experimento de tantas maneiras. A maneira chinesa, União Soviética, Coreia do Norte, Alemanha Oriental, e mesmo com o socialismo democrático, como no Reino Unido ou Suécia, eu tenho um capítulo sobre os socialistas democráticos, tentaram de 1000 maneiras e sempre há um fracasso, sem exceções. O truque deles, e Axel falou sobre isso, sobre o utopismo. No meu livro, eu comparo coisas possíveis de serem comparadas. Por exemplo, China na época do Mao e China hoje. Ou Chile contra Venezuela. Ou Alemanha Ocidental versus Oriental. Coreia do Norte e do Sul. E as pessoas fogem sempre do socialismo para o capitalismo, do norte para o sul na Coreia, do oriental para o ocidental na Alemanha. Ou ninguém foge de Miami para Cuba, talvez para umas férias de 2 semanas, mas não para viver. Ninguém fala assim, eu vou fugir da Coreia do Sul para a Coreia do Norte. Mas os socialistas e os capitalistas, o que fazem? Eles não comparam o capitalismo verdadeiro do mundo real contra o socialismo. Eles comparam com um livro, contra uma teoria, com uma utopia. O mesmo acontece. Você está casado? Casada? Ainda não. Ou eu já estive. Alguém aqui está casado? Está contente no casamento? Sim. Legal. Está contente. Você ficaria surpreso se chegasse em casa hoje, daqui a pouco, e encontrasse a sua mulher e ela começa dizendo assim, nós precisamos conversar. Temos que conversar. E, na verdade, o assunto é o divórcio. Por quê? Porque ela começou a ler romances sobre o amor verdadeiro, romances românticos. E ela compara o mundo real, o teu casamento real com o livro. Não é justo. Vamos comparar contra nossos amigos, não com o livro. Os socialistas comparam com a teoria. Eu não posso discutir sobre uma teoria. Eu sou um historiador, eu discuto a história. Capitalismo não é o problema, é a solução. Eu não comparo a teoria com a realidade. Eu comparo coisas comparáveis, passíveis de comparação. E o resultado é muito fácil. Eu amo o capitalismo. Não é o problema. Capitalismo é a solução. Muito obrigado. Temos tempo de pergunta ou vamos para o próximo? Temos tempo para uma pergunta. Quem é o audacioso que vai fazer uma pergunta? Cansado? A minha apresentação foi rápida. Como podem estar cansados? Eu tenho uma pergunta. Nós temos candidata. Curiosidade, você mesmo mudou. Como é que você mudou a sua opinião política? É verdade, eu era um socialista. Na verdade, eu fui um maoísta do núcleo duro, 50 anos atrás. Eu fundei uma célula vermelha na minha escola. Eu tive um jornal que eu publicava, eu lia Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin. Os meus pais eram, por exemplo, esquerdistas, mas não extremo esquerdistas. Mas eu tive, por exemplo, um pôster. Eu poderia ter sido da direita, mas eu pus, por exemplo, um pôster do Stalin. Vida longa ao proletariado. E era para chocar meus pais. Mas eu não acordei de uma noite para o dia. Eu levei 10 anos no início dos meus anos, na casa dos 20. Eu estudei história, política. Eu fiz 2 doutorados e o primeiro era sobre as teorias econômicas do Hitler. Eu vi que ele era totalmente equivocado. Agora o livro foi reeditado, se chama O Nacional-Socialismo do Hitler. Então, muito obrigado pela pergunta. Nós temos mais uma. Eu tenho 2 PhDs, mas não sou professor. Você nos trouxe teoria e dados e história e ciência. Por que tantos cientistas ou acadêmicos são da esquerda? Boa pergunta. O capítulo 10 do meu livro, que é o capítulo mais divertido. Por que os intelectuais não gostam de capitalismo? Eu teria mais meia hora. Tenho 2 minutos. 2 minutos, tá bom. É difícil explicar, porque é maluco. Mas a minha família era uma família acadêmica. E na nossa família era tipo superioridade de quem tivesse lido mais livros. Então, tipo, como se fosse uma escada intelectual da quantidade de livros. Então, os acadêmicos só entendem a sabedoria acadêmica. Os psicólogos distinguem entre aprendizagem explícito e implícito. Implícito é aprendendo fazendo, e o implícito, aliás, o explícito, que é aprendendo através de livros. Mais tarde na vida, eles entendem que não depende de quantos livros você leu seu salário. Eles dizem assim, nossa, o meu vizinho, que era meu colega de escola, ele ganha mais que eu, a casa dele é mais bonita, ele não leu tantos livros como eu. Ele tem um carro maior e a mulher dele é mais bonita. Então, eles dizem assim, o mercado fracassou. Porque se o mercado fosse correto, eu estaria no lugar dele com uma mulher uma esposa mais bonita e um carro mais rápido. Eu simplifiquei, mas o capítulo 10 é sobre por que os intelectuais não gostam de capitalismo. Obrigado mais uma vez.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A nossa plaquinha para o tutor. Bom, antes de passar para o Lucas
So before I pass the floor to Lucas Berlanza, who is going to close out our event, I'd like to provoke some thought.
Por que a esquerda
tem
tanto apelo junto ao jovem?
Why is the left so appealing to young people? It's a question we need to answer and ask ourselves. The obvious answer is that the left talks of social justice. Who could be against social justice?
E nós podemos ver aqui no livro do Dr. Rainer Zitelmann,
in Dr. Rainer Zitelmann's book, that capitalism, in fact, is a great source of social justice. Throughout the book, you can see that whenever a country reduces its taxes, reduces the size, downsizes the state, its economic growth is huge, and everyone benefits from that, not just the richest, but the poorest as well. We saw a graph here. The more billionaires in the country, the lower the rate of poverty in China. It's very important. Except that, unfortunately, we defend capitalism and liberalism from a rational point of view. And young people don't want that. They don't want to have a rational conversation with us. And the left, on the other hand, has this ability to enchant young people with discourse, films and songs. Virtually all the major artists in Brazil are leftist. In the US, it's different. We have, among artists, Democrats and Republicans, but the major talents in Brazil are left-wingers, and you can't compare them.
Nós estamos agora numa fase de transição.
But it's a transition phase now. The major names of Brazilian music are kind of retiring. This perhaps would be the time to sensitize talented musicians and artists, people who are going to, as it were, convince the coming generations of the importance of liberty for these new generations. So that's a thought-provoking comment I wanted to leave with you. There's no point sticking with our rational discourse. We have to win over minds, but also the hearts of the young.
I would like to invite Lucas on stage now.
Saudações,
my greetings,
senhoras e senhores,
ladies and gentlemen,
amigos e amigas,
my dear friends,
homo sapiens e mulheres sapiens.
Homo sapiens, women sapiens.
Eu acho que se nós estivéssemos
numa
competição
if we were in this competition of politically correct, I would be the winner because I mentioned the Brazilian philosopher. Our foreign guests perhaps will not understand my joke here. Fortunate to them, actually.
Enquanto presidente da diretoria executiva
I am the president of the executive board of the Liberal Institute, so we hope that at this point I will, promote some remarks, supposedly interesting remarks to close up our event. So I'm going to give you 2 or 3 remarks. I may promise that if they are going to be interesting, feel free to consider that. But I have my sense of duty, my sense of justice, and the obedience to the ceremony that obliges me to, as briefly as possible, I should thank those who made this event possible, those who made this wonderful initiative possible. Initially, I would like to thank all of you, the attendees. I would like to thank our audience, our public, those who are here with us today, those who are still here with us, those who were watching us through the internet. So thank you for paying a tribute to the work that we develop. I would like to thank the administrators and the board members of the Instituto Liberal, especially Dr. Salim Mata, the president of the board, without whom this event would not be remotely possible. And I would like to thank the institutes that are part of the Liberty Network, because it's an event for all of us. And I would like to thank the younger institutes, but they're also thriving, sisterhoods. And then I would like to thank you for your cooperation in the last months, our meetings, Saturday mornings, right, to be able to conceive this event, this project. I would like to thank those of you who were participating as shadows. You were tagging along our speakers. And I would like to thank you for the work that you do on a daily basis for the liberty in this country. I would like to thank the speakers, the panel members, for shedding light to this day with their reflections and considerations. And I would like to thank the designers, Diego Reis and Margarete Marinho, for the work they developed. And I would like to thank Igor Moreira as well, who participated in the design of the event. Karine Amorim as well, thank you for supporting the legal aspects of this event. And finally, I would like to thank Fernanda for her cooperation in terms of documentation
necessários para que esse evento acontecesse, e muito especialmente uma homenagem mais do que merecida à assessora Ana Carolina Oliveira, pela sua dedicação incessante, sacrificante, diria eu até, que com certeza fez muito mais do que a sua obrigação para que cada peça deste evento estivesse nos trinques como acabou estando.
Could,
então, fica aqui a minha especialíssima homenagem ao trabalho que ela realizou, não só hoje, como ao longo de todo esse processo.
Not only today, but throughout the entire process of organizing this event. So after here, thanking all of these people, so my pretensely interesting words are.
Evento, assim como
quase todos os eventos just like any other event organized by liberal institutes, are events about liberty, right?
Liberdade. A palavra,
liberty,
por óbvio, assemelha-se ao rótulo liberal.
Of course, has to do with our institute, the Liberal Institute. We call ourselves
dizendo que
liberals,
isto significa que somos os defensores
meaning
da
that we are
liberdade.
the defenders of liberty.
Será esta definição equivocada?
Well, is this the right definition? I don't think this is wrong, or I wouldn't be here speaking to you in this event held by the Liberal Institute.
Por outro lado, suficiente?
This definition, is it enough?
De muitas maneiras,
on the other hand,
penso que não.
Well, I don't think it's sufficient, and let me explain, because the word liberty,
tantas vezes laureada,
well, it has been acclaimed by so many theoretical experts, the activists from all times, even before the existence of liberalism itself in the last 2 or 3 centuries, embellished by the arts, by the poets of all kinds, of all walks of life. So it's a word that is usually hijacked by all of the political streams. The Marxists, our opponents, well, they could say that they uphold liberty, and they truly say so. All they have to say is that the bourgeois democracy, or any other word that they use, is a way of enslaving people. And then we are going to be free of that by the winning of the proletariat in the struggle of classes, of course, following the trail of dictatorship. That is liberty that would be reached by tyranny, the fascists. And I'm talking about truly fascists. I'm not speaking about all of those who disagree from the left, as we usually say today. Well, the fascists, they, affirmed that they defended liberty. That's what Mussolini said. But liberty only comes to fruition when humankind is totally subjected to the power of the state, the leader, the Ducha, the National Socialism, the Führer, when people are integrated to the major purpose, to the major gear of the state, well, subject to the state, imposed by the state. So to them, that's liberty, because the bourgeois liberty lacks spirit and it's void. So the reactionary, they were, discussed in the panel when we had Gloria and Marise Schons and Axel Kaiser and Roberto. So the reactionary, the anti-liberal and traditionalists, they say they defend liberty, but liberty to them cannot coexist with mistakes. And then this leads them to, for example, banning the religious places from religions that are different from theirs. So what makes our liberty stand out? What turns it into something special? Well, liberty as we see it, it's linked to a being, to a subject that may enjoy such liberty, and that can be made accountable for the use of such liberty. That's the individual. So this liberty results from the long evolution of the Western individualism. This dignifies liberty, this specifies liberty, this wonderful idea that acknowledges
this liberty
passível
as
de ser
frail.
dominado por forças
Well, this
conjuntas que
individual
esmaguem
can be,
este ser que chamamos de
dominated by
indivíduo.
joint forces, this being
Esta
that we
maravilha
call
que o liberalismo
individual.
preconiza
So this
é uma
wonderful
ideia
thing that
profundamente
liberalism
sublime,
defends, it's a
a melhor
sublime
novidade
idea.
dos últimos
It's the
séculos, diria
greatest
Ortega y Gasset.
novelty in the last centuries, according
Mas
to
por isto mesmo,
Ortega
uma
and
ideia que
Gasset.
se confronta
But it's also an
com
idea
inúmeros
that is,
atavismos e arcaísmos que
confronted
atravancam o seu
with
desenvolvimento.
primitive
E por
thoughts
isto foi
that
questionada e
block its
alvejada
development. That's why
na
it's
primeira
wished
metade do
for
século XX,
in the
por
first
exemplo,
half of the
por todos os
20th
tipos de
century
inimigos,
by
os
all
fascistas,
sorts
os
of
comunistas,
foes,
os
the
bolcheviques,
fascists,
os
the
varguistas, os
communists,
peronistas,
the Bolsheviks,
etc.,
the
etc.,
Peronists, and so on
Mesmo
and so
dentro do
forth.
Partido Liberal,
Even within the
o
Liberal
estatismo
Party,
cresceu a tal ponto
the state
que o
grew
Partido
so
Liberal
much that
britânico
the
colapsou,
British Liberal
cedendo lugar
Party
ao Partido
collapsed,
Trabalhista,
giving
porque
way
numa
to the
disputa de
Labour
esquerdismo,
Party,
o
because
mais
in the
esquerdista acaba
left-wing
vencendo.
struggle, the most left
Então,
wins.
sofremos
So we
na defesa das nossas
suffered in
ideias.
defending our
Mas neste
ideas.
período
But
tempestuoso,
in this turmoil,
nebuloso do
in
começo do
this
século XX,
shadowy
grandes
times,
homens se
early in the
ergueram para
20th
desfraudar a
century,
defesa das nossas ideias.
mankind
Foram citados aqui
defended our
na
ideas.
Sociedade Montpellier
So in
em
the Montpellier Society
1947,
in
reuniram-se
1847,
nomes como os
there were
austríacos,
names like the Austrian
Mises e
Hayek,
companhia,
Mises,
os
and others,
chicaguistas, como
the
Milton Friedman,
Chicagistas as
se somam
Milton
a esse
Friedman.
esforço.
They also
Os
joined the
ordoliberais
effort.
alemães e tantos
The
outros grandes
German
pensadores
liberals
que
and the
defenderam
other
que aquelas
thinkers
ideias
that defended
dos chamados
that the
liberais da velha
ideas
escola
of the old school
eram a
liberals,
garantia da
they
nossa
were the
prosperidade.
insurance of our prosperity,
Infelizmente,
the
dizia
guarantee of our
Hayek, os
prosperity. As
adversários e
Hayek
inimigos
said,
do nosso
the
liberalismo
opponents, the foes of our
conseguiram convencer a
liberalism,
muitos
they were able to
de que
convince
as grandes
many
conquistas
that
que o
the
liberalismo
major
proporcionou não
achievements
eram
of
de sua
liberalism,
responsabilidade,
they were not
não eram seu
actually
mérito.
to be ascribed
E
to
os problemas
liberalism. It was not the merit of
longevos,
liberalism.
que ele ainda não havia
And
tido
the
tempo de equacionar,
problems that they
estes
didn't
sim
have time
seriam
to
sua
sort
culpa,
out,
seriam sua
these were to
responsabilidade.
blame on liberalism.
Contra este equívoco grave,
So against
esses
this
homens se
serious
levantaram,
mistake, this
entendendo,
man
como dizia
uprose,
Hayek,
and
que
as Hayek
precisamos de
said, they
agitadores
understood
no
that they
campo das
needed
ideias para
rebels in
fortalecer
the
esses
field of
valores tão
ideas to
importantes.
strengthen such
Esse
important
modelo
values. So
foi
this
sugerido
model
também por
was
Hayek
suggested by
ao
Hayek
empresário Anthony Fisher,
to the Anthony
quando Fischer
Fisher
lhe
businessman
perguntou
when Fisher asked him,
o que acha
so
de
Hayek,
lançar a
what do you
política
think
partidária?
about, belonging to a party?
retrucou,
And Hayek
em vez
replied,
disso,
instead of doing
funde
that,
instituto.
you found an
Funde
institute,
com a missão de
please found
produzir,
an institute with the
pesquisar,
mission
difundir
of
conhecimento sobre as
disseminating,
ideias liberais.
producing knowledge on the
É
liberal
isto que vai
ideas.
levar ao
This
sucesso.
is what's going to make
A
us
política partidária
successful.
está na ponta,
Political
mas
party
toda uma
is out there
estrutura
in the
precisa ser
edge, but we need an
montada para
entire
abastecê-la e esta
framework.
estrutura parte das ideias.
And this
Anthony
structure
Fisher
should
seguiu o
be based on
conselho
the
de Hayek
ideas. So Anthony
e
Fisher
fundou o
followed
Institute
Hayek's
of Economic
advice,
Affairs.
and then he founded his
Gradualmente, os seus efeitos se
Institute
fizeram sentir,
of Economic
a ponto
Affairs.
de uma Margaret Thatcher
So
ascender ao
we
poder.
saw Margaret Thatcher
Esse modelo
taking
também
office.
inspirou o Brasil.
This model
O
inspired
intrépido
Brazil
empresário
with
brasileiro
the
de origem
fearless
canadense Donald
Brazilian
Stewart Jr. na
entrepreneur
fundação em
Donald Stewart
1983
Jr. in
do nosso Instituto
1983.
Liberal.
He founded our Liberal
Seguindo essa
Institute.
vocação de
So
difusão das
following this
ideias,
vocation to
o
disseminate
Instituto Liberal
ideas,
estimulou a
the
fundação de
Liberal
tantos outros
Institute
institutos similares,
encouraged the
publicou
foundation of
tantas
so many
obras
other institutes.
que
We published
influenciaram
so many
gerações,
works
entre elas a
that
minha,
influenced generations, among them myself,
promovendo
my
eventos,
generation,
colóquios e estimulando a
promoting
reflexão sobre esses temas tão
events and
fundamentais.
stimulating reflection on
Infelizmente,
such fundamental
mesmo
topics.
com uma instituição tão
Unfortunately,
nobre,
even with such a
sempre há
noble
dificuldades.
institution, we
E
always
nós não
face
devemos apagar as
hardship.
dificuldades
And
que
we
nós
should not
atravessamos ao
erase
longo
the
das nossas
hardships that we
histórias,
have faced
porque
throughout
superar
our
as
history,
dificuldades,
because
dar mostras de
overcoming
que superamos,
hurdles,
é também
proving
uma
that
forma
we
de
overcame
comprovar a nossa
them,
grandeza.
is also a way of
O Instituto
proving
Liberal
our
atravessou uma
greatness.
fase difícil
The
nos
Liberal
anos
Institute
90,
had a difficult
quando muitos dos
phase
seus
in the
apoiadores
90s because
entenderam
many of the
que não era
supporters at the
preciso
time
manter
understood
instituições como
that
aquela.
institutions like ours should
Não era
not be
preciso
kept
porque as
up.
reformas
It was
econômicas
not
estavam sendo
needed
feitas.
because the economic
Não era
reforms were
preciso, não era
underway,
necessário.
so it
Alguns
was not
poucos,
necessary.
como Salim,
Salim,
entenderam
as
diferente,
a
com muito
few
mais
other
tempo.
ones, understood that it had to carry on. But unfortunately, there was not the overall reaction. So we had the weakening of our institute.
O fato é que superamos isso, atravessamos isso, ainda enfrentando dificuldades, por conta dessa falta de reconhecimento que sociedades com espírito de associação mais bem desenvolvido não existem, porque lá os institutos entendem-se que o preço da liberdade é a eterna vigilância. Nós chegamos até aqui.
surveillance.
Em 2014,
but here we are in 2014 in the administration of former President Bernardo Santoro, and I greet you for being here. Thank you for coming to pay a tribute to our event. So at the Liberal Institute in 2014, we made this institution an undissociable part of my professional life. I took office as the chair of the institute, and there were so many other difficulties in that scenario. Human capital at the time was summoned to participate in the several administrations, both federal and state administrations. But of course, then we had fewer hands helping us in the institute, and we fought against the pandemic that really hindered us, as everybody else.
Nonetheless, we managed to work and hold this first conference in 2019. Then we had two very small virtual conferences, and now we have managed to come this far to experience and take part in this achievement today. At this moment where the event is so great that we're here and crowning all the work of these generations of liberals from the 80s onwards, we must acknowledge the work of those who often are in the wings, but who are essential. We have some journalists who write columns and articles.
Dezenas e dezenas de voluntários que trabalharam conosco nesses anos, sem os quais nós não teríamos trazido o Instituto até este momento. Entre eles, inclusive, a minha família, a quem agradeço por apoiar os nossos esforços. Muito obrigado a todos eles, a minha homenagem a todos eles. Diante deste momento grandioso, eu gostaria de encerrar com um apelo. Eu apelo para que nós nos mantenhamos, não só o Instituto Liberal, mas todos os institutos liberais, todo o movimento liberal, que nós nos mantenhamos consistentes com os valores da corrente de pensamento que defendemos. Que nós não nos deixemos arrastar pelas torrentes do personalismo populista, pelos apelos de governos e oposições, percamos de vista a corrente de pensamento, a tradição filosófica que nós estamos aqui para sustentar. É claro, queremos chegar aos partidos, à política, mas precisamos sustentar e desfraudar essas ideias com solidez e coerência. E que nós possamos enxergar eventos como este, que eu espero que seja o primeiro de muitos outros, como toques de reunir pontos de confluência e de convergência, onde nós prazerosamente nos encontramos para trocar as nossas impressões, mas de onde sairemos para levar esta mensagem, levar estes valores em todas as esferas. Disse Marise sobre a luta cultural, eu acredito numa batalha na cultura, porque a cultura, de várias maneiras, envolve todas as atividades humanas. Mas uma luta cultural se trava com cultura, se trava com ideias, com iniciativas, não com a força ou com a censura, não com a máquina do Estado. Então, que saibamos fazê-lo, que levemos essa mensagem através da arte, da literatura, da economia, da academia, do empresariado, de todos os meios pelos quais ela possa se expressar. Porque se nós nos limitarmos a um ou outro nicho, a um ou outro aspecto, falharemos no alastramento que desejamos. Com este apelo sincero, reconhecendo, como dizia Ortega y Gasset, que vale a pena lutar por isso, porque a mensagem liberal é a suprema generosidade, nas palavras dele, aquela que faz com que o fraco e o minoritário coexistam com o forte e o majoritário. Reconhecendo a importância disso, com este apelo, eu declaro encerrada a primeira Conferência Internacional da Liberdade. Obrigado.
Liberty Conference closed. Thank you very much.
Obrigado a todos. Apenas lembrete.
Just a reminder to all of you before you leave.
Zittelmann estará presenteando todos uma cópia do seu livro.
Zittelmann is going to present each of you with an autographed
não é o problema, é
a copy of his book.
Até a próxima.
Thank you.
Nosso quarto e ficou brigando. Então evita que isso aconteça para ele ficar pegando nosso pé. Tá bom, patroa, desculpa. Tá bom então.